After transmigrating, I awakened the villain system, starting by conquering the protagonist's beautiful mother. Su Li transmigrated into a xianxia world and unexpectedly became the protagonist's disposable lackey. Originally, his fate was to die blocking a blade for the protagonist. Fortunately, he awakened the villain system. Starting with conquering the protagonist's beautiful mother, Su Li continuously plundered the protagonist's opportunities and gathered beauties for himself. From then on, nothing went smoothly for the protagonist. His own girlfriend grew tired of him and began to stray. What he could never accept was that his former lackey suddenly transformed into his own stepfather. Chapter 1. Madam, I'm about to use my strength. Cloud City. Yi family. Snowflakes drifted in the air. The cold wind howled outside. Yet inside the room, it was as warm as spring, filled with the rich fragrance of medicine. Xiao Su, lighter Tilda. A woman with delicate, mature beauty blushed deeply, her eyes glistening as if they might overflow. Her flawless body was laid bare, without the slightest concealment. Madam Xiaoyan, your cold poison can't be delayed any longer. This massage technique can greatly ease your symptoms. The young man smiled gently, but his hands never stopped moving, gliding smoothly across a silk-like back. Madam, endure it a little, I'm about to use strength. Su Li suddenly gripped harder. Ah! Xiaoyan arched her pale neck, her body trembling slightly as a red flush spread across her skin. They were so close that she could feel the masculine aura of the youth at her nose tip, making her heartbeat race wildly. Su Li, must it really go this far? Xiaoyan's voice quivered. Su Li was her son Yi Qing's subordinate, as well as a well-known physician in Cloud City. Though he lacked talent in cultivation, he was often trusted by her son. In fact, the severe cold poison in her body had improved greatly thanks to Su Li's treatments over the past days. Feeling the strength in his hands, Xiaoyan's face flushed even deeper, her slender fingers curling tightly. She was grateful to him, of course. But each treatment required her to bear herself completely. For a widow who had lived alone for over a decade, and who had hardly seen any man in years, every session was a painful struggle of dignity and shame. Fortunately, Su Li is a gentleman. She glanced at his upright, righteous face and nodded slightly with satisfaction. Otherwise, faced with a young man the same age as her son, she truly wouldn't know how to cope. Madam, don't be nervous. A healer's heart knows no difference between male and female, only patients in need of help. Your cold poison has already invaded your lungs and heart. Only with fierce treatment can we suppress its spread. Su Li wore the air of a righteous scholar, but the astonishing softness beneath his hands. After prolonged contact, even his breathing grew heavy. Although Xiaoyan had borne children in her 30s, in this xianxia world, the lifespan of ordinary people could easily surpass 2 or even 3 centuries. Right now, Xiaoyan's appearance was that of a flawless maiden of 18. But the pity was she was his elder brother's mother. Su Li sighed inwardly, forcing down the fire in his heart. He had transmigrated into this world a month ago. This was, in fact, the setting of a web novel he had read in his previous life. And his big brother, Yi Qing, was its favored child of destiny. Rising from nothing, blessed with heaven-defying fortune, countless opportunities, slaying enemies, gathering beauties into his harem, he eventually ascended to become one of the strongest emperors of the world. A textbook son of heaven template. And he himself? Pitifully, he had become Yi Qing's lackey. Yi Qing was petty, selfish, and manipulative, treating his followers as tools, dangling false promises to keep them loyal. In the novel, Yi Qing's subordinates, every woman was taken into his harem, every man used up and discarded. Su Li couldn't cultivate, only his medical skills had value. Yi Qing clearly possessed treasures that could help him open a cultivation path, yet he let them gather dust without ever sharing. Even Su Li's childhood sweetheart had been stolen by Yi Qing. As the son of destiny, every girl he encountered would eventually fall into his grasp. There was never any place for others. And Su Li's end? To die as a shield for Yi Qing in some great battle. At this moment, Xiaoyan buried her face in the bed. Her ears were red, sweat beaded on her pale neck, her flawless body trembling. The fiery oil on her back bloomed like crimson plum blossoms, breathtakingly beautiful. Damn it! Such a stunning woman, and he could only touch her under the guise of treatment. The moment Su Li first saw Xiaoyan, he had been captivated by her perfect allure. But because of Yi Qing, he had no choice but to bury his desire. Damn it all! Was he really destined to be just a tool? Just then. Ding! Detecting unwillingness in the hostess' heart. Fate villain system successfully bound. What? A villain system? Su Li's heart jolted. As a seasoned web novel reader, how could he not know what this meant? The fate villain system innately opposed to the protagonist. Any act that reduces the protagonist's luck will grant the host system rewards and luck points. Luck points can be exchanged in the system shop. The protagonist's close ones and faded women also carry luck value. Now distributing the beginner's gift pack. Boom! Suli's mind shook violently, his silver needles nearly slipping from his grasp. Heat surged through his body like a blazing furnace. This was the Flame Sun Constitution, a high-grade cultivation physique. With enough flame essences and heavenly treasures, it could evolve into the Infernal Flame Divine Body, the strongest fire attribute physique, with the potential to become an emperor. Excellent. Suli's heart pounded with excitement. His once mortal body was now fully remade, allowing him to finally step on the path of cultivation. And the beginner's gift pack had an extra function. Fixing his gaze on Xiaoyan before him, information surfaced in his vision. Xiaoyan, mother of Yi Qing. Physique, mortal. Cultivation, mortal. Luck value, 30,000. As expected of Yi Qing's mother. 30,000 luck points in one person alone. Suli's lips curved into a smile. Before, he had no cultivation, doomed to mediocrity under Yi Qing's shadow. But now, with the system awakened, this was his heaven-sent opportunity. As long as he reduced the Son of Destiny's luck, hindered his growth, or even killed him, he could use the rewards to climb step by step to supremacy. And the treasures in the system shop, even Emperor tier weapons and cultivation arts were there. But they demanded immense luck value. And where would that luck come from? Suli's eyes turned toward Xiaoyan, lying before him in all her beauty. Before, he wouldn't have dared lay a hand on Yi Qing's mother, for fear of being torn apart. But now, Su Li. Xiaoyan's voice trembled as she suddenly felt his burning hands at her waist. Her body flushed crimson, the long-tormented cold poison now mixed with a strange sense of pleasure. Realizing this, Xiaoyan bit her lip hard, secretly pinching herself. What are you thinking? Su Li is your son's friend. How could you react so shamefully? Behind her, Su Li's voice came, his breath heavy. Madam Xiaoyan, I know a deeper method of treatment, but it requires applying a special essence onto your body. Now that he possessed the Flame Sun Constitution, he was the natural nemesis of cold poison. And after spending so long with Xiaoyan, how could he not know her thoughts? Before she could answer, Su Li leaned down over her. A long time later, the room was filled with spring warmth, while the icy wind still howled outside. A plain-faced youth with eyes as bright as the stars hurried toward the residence. Knock, knock, knock. Mother, I finally found the fire Ganoderma. This is the perfect cure for your cold poison. Chapter 2. Becoming the protagonist's father. Outside. The wind howled. Snowflakes swirled. Yi Qing lightly knocked on the door. A fist-sized, fiery red Ganoderma in his hand. Even in the freezing winter air, it radiated waves of heat. Mother. He frowned. There was no reply from inside, so he knocked again. After a long moment. Creak. The door opened. A woman appeared, cheeks flushed, figure radiating mature charm. Her clothes were slightly disheveled, her legs faintly trembling. Even in the cold wind, heat rolled off Xiaoyan's body, as if she had just experienced some intense exertion. Beside her stood Su Li, calm as ever, the usual faint smile on his lips. A pity. Yi Qing had arrived far too soon. He had only just gotten a taste before being forced to stop. Mother. Su Li. You two are. Yi Qing's suspicious gaze swept over them. His mother looked even more radiant than before. Big brother Yi Qing, I was just treating Madam Xiaoyan. Perhaps the process was a bit intense. Su Li smiled lightly. From now on, things would be simple. In front of Yi Qing, he was the obedient little brother. Behind his back, however, he was the father. What a delightful arrangement. Xiaoyan's words were cold. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet her son's gaze. She even distanced herself from Su Li, as if fleeing. She had actually been forced by her own son's friend. How could she ever face Qing again? Treatment? Yi Qing hurried forward, probing his mother's condition. His pupils contracted slightly. As expected, her cold poison had almost completely vanished. But Su Li's methods were something he knew well. To cure such deep-seated poison should have taken at least a year or two. Could it be he had gained some extraordinary opportunity? He scrutinized Su Li briefly, then shook his head. Su Li was still at the mortal level, with no sign of cultivation. No, it was impossible. Even if he had a chance encounter, it couldn't be related to cultivation. In that case, since you healed my mother's cold poison, you may claim 100 taels of silver from the clan stores. Yi Qing spoke earnestly, his eyes burning with gratitude. Many thanks, big brother. Su Li's face lit up with joy. But inside, He sneered. That sincere gaze, how many followers, how many girls had he ensnared with it? Even his own childhood sweetheart had fallen for Xianxia's eyes, becoming his loyal little admirer. 100 taels of silver. For an ordinary person, that was a fortune. But Xianxia was already a cultivator at the void-breaking realm, the rising star of the Yi clan. To him, money was no more than dirt. And yet, for curing his mother, he rewarded him with dirt? Su Li felt the lingering warmth of Xiaoyan still on his body, and the corner of his lips curled. The debts you owe, let your mother repay them for you. This fire Ganoderma, mother, please take it. There's still a trace of poison left once you consume it. You'll be fully cured. Xianxia hurriedly pressed the Ganoderma into Xiaoyan's hand, then turned to leave. Recently, he had gained a monumental opportunity, allowing him to shine within the clan. Now, he had to work harder than ever, without wasting a single moment. Qing Xiaoyan raised her hand, wanting to stop him. She could not face Su Li at all. How could she stay alone with him? But Xianxia strode away, vanishing from the courtyard, leaving only Su Li and his mother behind. Madam, get away from me. Xiaoyan slapped his hand aside, her face cold as frost. I never imagined you would be this kind of man. I am your elder brother's mother. Did you ever consider the consequences? I have long admired you, madam. Just now, I couldn't control myself. If you wish to punish me, strike me, even drive me out of the Yi clan, I will never complain. But even so, I must tell you my feelings for you will never change. Su Li's gaze burned with sincerity and passion. You. Enough. Leave. Don't ever appear before me again. Xiaoyan turned her head, mind in turmoil. His blazing confession had her cheeks aflame, but in the end, reason prevailed. How could she have done such things with a youth? If others knew, how could she face Qing? How could she face her late husband? In the Yi clan, where ritual and law reigned supreme, exposure meant ruin for them both. She had to sever ties immediately, bury this as nothing but a dream. Today never happened. Forget your feelings for me. Xiaoyan bit her lip hard, turning away, unable to look at him. Madam, forgive me, I cannot accept that. Punish me if you must, but to abandon my love for you, would that not be the same as killing me? Ignoring her resistance, Su Li suddenly pulled her into his arms. Her heart pounded wildly. Raised in strict propriety, when had she ever heard such a fiery confession? Let me go. I want tea. Not until you accept me. Su Li, I beg you, this can never end well. Her eyes glistened with tears. As long as we enjoy the process, what need is there for an ending? And besides, your cold poison still lingers. I cannot bear to let you suffer further. Gently persuasive, his hand slid around her slender waist. 2 hours later, Xiaoyan lay limp on the bed, her gaze complicated as she watched Su Li's departing figure. She sighed softly. He truly was handsome. His medical skills were superb, and at such a young age, he was already Cloud City's foremost physician. And 2 whole hours. Was he truly just a mortal incapable of cultivation? Her lower abdomen warmed again at the thought. Since her husband's death, she had remained pure for over a decade, never once touched by a man. Yet today this boy had claimed her so utterly. Were it not for their great age difference, she might have married him despite propriety. But alas, he was still just a youth. If their affair were exposed, both would face public ruin. Even if they enjoyed the process, danger lurked at every moment. From now on, she had to keep her distance, before things went too far. Su Li, refreshed and relaxed, stepped out of the courtyard, a fiery red Ganoderma in hand. Though he had awakened the flame sun constitution, he had yet to cultivate. 2 hours at once was still a strain on his body. But after his second treatment, Xiaoyan's cold poison had been completely eradicated. The fire Ganoderma was no longer needed for her, so he claimed it for himself. Of course, he did not refuse. It was a treasure of the fire attribute, perfect nourishment for his flame sun physique. This particular Ganoderma was of the 8th grade, a priceless herb Xianxia had acquired with great effort. Su Li had to admit Xianxia might be selfish, but his devotion to his mother was genuine. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have formed a relationship beyond friendship with Xianxia's mother, seizing 10,000 luck points. For daring to defy the heavens, and becoming, in truth, Xianxia's father, you are rewarded with the cultivation art. 9 Revolutions Mysterious Sun Technique. Chapter 3. This kind of woman cannot be spoiled. 10,000 points of luck. Although it is far from the imperial level skills and the ultimate imperial weapons that can reach millions or tens of millions of points. However, he has not yet started practicing, so even if the Supreme Emperor's weapon is placed in front of him, he cannot use it. 10,000 luck points are enough to exchange for the best elixirs and a good environment for cultivation, allowing you to develop quickly in the early stages. And 9 revolutions mysterious Yangon. Countless complex and mysterious scriptures appeared in Su Li's mind and were deeply engraved. This is the highest fire attribute technique. It can complement one's own flaming body and unleash even greater power. Even in some major sects and holy places, it is considered to be the most valuable one. Good. Very nice. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Yan had a total of 30,000 points of luck on him, but even after close contact, he only plundered a mere 10,000 points. It seems that only by dispelling her concerns and letting Xiao Yan accept herself wholeheartedly can she completely plunder her luck value. Xiao Yan is at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf or a tiger. Although she now acts as if she wants to draw a clear line between them, it is only a matter of time before this young woman falls completely for him as long as he is thick-skinned and does it a few more times. Snowflakes are flying. It was getting dark. Su Li had already returned to his courtyard, and his room was now filled with waves of burning flames. The air became distorted, a sign of excessive heat. A blood-red Ganoderma lucidum floated in front of Su Li. The essence that is imperceptible to the naked eye is being continuously absorbed by Su Li. Viewed from the outside, Su Li seemed to be sitting in the flames, and his whole body turned red. In just half a day, I broke through from the mortal realm to the 9th level of body refinement. Even the chi condensation realm is only one step away. Su Li clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. Every limb and bone is filled with terrifying power, enough to shatter a huge rock with one punch. Even for Yi Qing, it took him 7 days to break through to this level. However, some people with ordinary talents will waste their entire lives and still be unable to perfect their body cultivation. With the Flaming Sun body awarded by the system, Su Li can madly improve his strength as long as he absorbs fire energy. And there are no sequelae. It's all thanks to Yi Qing's fire Ganoderma, otherwise how could it be so fast? Su Li smiled lightly and nodded with satisfaction. The elixir that this son of luck had been looking for his mother ended up being wasted on himself. This world. It is divided into the realm of body refining, the realm of chi condensation, the realm of breaking through the air, the realm of supernatural power, the realm of fusion of law, the realm of great power. As for those above the powerful, each one is powerful enough to burn mountains and boil seas, and their power is unfathomable. The strongest person in Yancheng, the Lord of Yancheng, has the strength of the supernatural power realm. Yi Qing, on the other hand, suddenly rose rapidly half a year ago, breaking through from a mortal to the sky-breaking realm, and became one of the most famous geniuses in the entire Yancheng. Bite. Congratulations to the host for using the elixir that Yi Qing painstakingly collected for his mother. Isn't this also a kind of NTR? Reward: 1,000 luck points, access to a primary fire-type spiritual land. Fire spiritual land? Su Li looked at the introduction in the system. He now had the right to use the primary fire spiritual land for 1 day, which contained extremely rich fire energy. I have a body of flaming sun, so the bonus that the fire spiritual land brings to me will be multiplied several times. A day of practice time. It's enough for me to break through to the chi condensation realm. The chi condensation stage is considered to be the true beginning of one's journey from the mortal body to the path of spiritual practice. In the entire Yancheng, they are considered the backbone of the force and the elites of each family. Good. System: enter the fire spiritual land. Su Li said firmly. The next day, Su Li pushed open the door and snowflakes were still floating outside. However, within 3 meters of his house, all the snowflakes were gradually melting. Some tiny snowflakes fell on his shoulders and instantly evaporated into wisps of water vapor. Su Li felt the spiritual energy rushing through his body and nodded with satisfaction. In 1 day, he broke through from an ordinary mortal to the first level of chi condensation realm. Even among the cultivators in Yancheng, he was considered a backbone force. Moreover, with the body of the Flaming Sun and the bonus of the 9 revolutions mysterious Yangon, his true combat power is definitely far beyond that of his peers. Next, I also have certain abilities and can participate in the original storyline. Su Li pondered in his heart. 1 month later, the Yanqing sect will come to Yancheng to recruit disciples. However, the Yanqing sect's sphere of influence does not only cover Yancheng, it is a behemoth covering the entire Guanghan province. There are countless powerful and even stronger cultivators. It was also the main place where Yi Qing spent his early years, pretending to be cool, picking up girls, and growing stronger. But if I stay at my current level of strength and can't even join the Yanqing sect, how can I ruin Yi Qing's opportunity in the future? We still have to continue to become stronger. Su Li made up his mind. After his cultivation level improved, his memory of the original work became clearer. And now, This is a good opportunity to destroy Yi Qing's opportunity. You know, Yi Qing's biggest golden finger in the early stage was his ring lady. This was also the biggest factor in his sudden rise and rapid progress half a year ago. And Yi Qing's next opportunity is in the Liu family in Yancheng. Liu family. Su Li's lips curled up slightly. Isn't this the family that gave Xiao Yun the cold poison? He avenged Xiao Yun and destroyed Yi Qing's opportunity, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Harvest good fortune. But, right at this moment, Su Li, you used to send me medicinal food every day. Why didn't you send it yesterday? A cold voice sounded, and a girl with a cold face, a thin white neck, and although her chest was not as big as Xiao Yun's, her long legs were extremely eye-catching, walked into the courtyard. She was wearing a light blue robe, and her slender thighs were faintly visible underneath the robe, emitting amazing temptation. There was no doubt about how wonderful it would be to be clamped by these legs. But Su Li's face remained calm. Name, Luo Qinghan. Constitution, Zhuangke's body. Luck value, 20,000. Luo Qinghan. My childhood sweetheart. Possessing the xianxia body allows one to break through to a higher realm without any sequelae. In the original novel, it was she who helped Yi Qing break through to the realm of supernatural powers, which led to Yi Qing's extremely amazing development speed in the early stage. And Su Li and Luo Qinghan grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Originally, Su Li took care of her meticulously. Except for not being able to provide her with help in cultivation, he also took care of her daily expenses and provided her with medicinal food to regulate her body. In the eyes of others, Su Li had already done the best he could in front of Luo Qinghan. Only, in the original novel, even though Yi Qing practiced diligently every day and only occasionally gave Luo Qinghan a few words of advice on the path of practice, she completely forgot her own kindness and turned into Yi Qing's arms. Moreover, he also said that he couldn't give her the life she wanted. What made Su Li most angry was that in the original novel, he once contracted a serious illness, and he went through great pains to find a precious medicine to treat himself. And this stupid, bitch woman actually took away his life-saving medicine and gave it to Yi Qing to use for his breakthrough. On the day he fell ill, he felt worse than death. Although he survived in the end, his legs were crippled and he would never be able to walk again. Oh. This kind of woman should not be spoiled. Su Li smiled coldly, stood in front of Luo Qinghan, and looked down at her condescendingly. Chapter 4 Luo Qinghan, you don't want to. The body of xianxia. In the early stage of the plot, he was also one of Yi Qing's most important helpers. With the help of Luo Qinghan's physique, Yi Qing directly broke through to the realm of supernatural powers. As soon as he entered the Yanqing sect, he was highly valued and became the eldest senior brother of the Yanqing sect in a short time. Bite. System prompts, the host intercepted Zhuangke's body, and can obtain the reward of growth magic weapon, and greatly weaken Yi Qing's luck. By intercepting, you can not only break through the realm, but also gain luck points and even growth-oriented magic weapon rewards. Su Li, you. Looking at Su Li's calm eyes, Luo Qinghan frowned slightly. The long, slender white legs are faintly visible under the skirt, emitting a luster like jade. In the past, as long as she showed a little dissatisfaction, her childhood sweetheart Su Li would treat her gently and meet all her requests. But today, there was obviously something wrong with Su Li. As a childhood sweetheart, isn't it normal for her to make medicinal food for herself? Why doesn't she just serve it to her? My body can't wait any longer. If you give me the medicinal food now, I can pretend nothing happened. Luo Qinghan held her head high, her snow-white neck like a swan, and her words were a little cold. Only, Su Li remained indifferent. Luo Qinghan was his childhood sweetheart, but because she possessed a xianxia body, all the essence in her body was constantly absorbed into her yuan yin, causing deficiencies in all aspects of her body. As the #1 doctor in Yancheng, he was naturally very busy and invested most of his wealth in Luo Qinghan. He spent all kinds of precious elixirs to make medicinal food for her. But even though he did this, in the original novel, Luo Qinghan still threw herself into Yi Qing's arms without hesitation. Even though she was killed for blocking the bullet for Yi Qing, she only pretended to be sad for a moment. He forgets himself completely the moment he turns around. Is this your attitude when asking for help? Or was it because I was too nice to you before, making you think you deserve all this? Do you know how much treasure and silver it costs to make a medicinal meal? Su Li sneered and looked down at Luo Qinghan, who was in pain. Taking his medicinal food for a long time had made her extremely dependent on it. However, in the original novel, Su Li never had any bad intentions. I still have the fantasy of impressing this woman with my sincerity. It's ridiculous. Stop it. You know medicinal food is very important to me. Luo Qinghan's words became much softer. His face became paler and paler, and his eyes were covered with a layer of mist. The desire coming from her body made her feel like she was dying, and her long white legs were twisting restlessly, looking extremely dazzling. The next moment, Su Li walked forward, looking down at Luo Qinghan from above. "What are you up to?" Luo Qinghan's eyes suddenly became alert and he pulled the hem of his clothes. Although for some unknown reason, Su Li's change was so great that he exuded extreme aggressiveness from the inside out. But she only regarded Su Li as a tool to make medicinal food. There is no way anything will happen with Su Li. And, some time ago, she also met the person she loved, Yi Qing. At such a young age, he is already a famous prodigy in the city. He is gentle and polite to others. Compared with Su Li, who has accomplished nothing, there is a world of difference between them. If Su Li's request exceeded her bottom line, she would never let Su Li succeed even if she had to endure the pain. "Oh." Su Li smiled gently, walked forward, and gently patted Luo Qinghan's shoulders with his big hands. Although her skin was a little cold, it felt first-rate to the touch. From this perspective, I wonder what her long white legs would feel like. Amidst Luo Qinghan's exclamation, Su Li pulled her into his arms. A big hand unscrupulously covered her legs and pinched them hard twice. Su Li had a satisfied look on her face. Just talking about the legs. Even Xiaoyan is slightly inferior to Luo Qinghan. Although Luo Qinghan was also in the qi condensation realm, she was currently weak and could not even exert 10% of her strength. She could only allow Su Li to control her. Feeling the hot touch on my thighs, Luo Qinghan struggled violently. His face suddenly turned red. "Su Li, I always considered you a friend, but I never thought you would do such a thing. I'm so disappointed. I misjudged you. If you don't let go, I'm going to scream. When Brother Yi Qing arrives, things won't be so simple." Although Luo Qinghan had known Yi Qing for less than a month, she had already been fascinated by Yi Qing's perseverance and the aura of Yun Qing's genius. She had long forgotten her childhood sweetheart, Su Li. He would only communicate with Su Li when he got the medicinal food every day. Now, Yi Qing is the biggest trump card she can rely on now. Su Li is nothing more than one of Yi Qing's men. How dare he continue to attack under Yi Qing's name? A hint of pride flashed in Luo Qinghan's eyes. "Yi Qing." Su Li smiled lightly, but his hands did not stop moving at all. It even went deeper, causing Luo Qinghan's smug expression to freeze on his face, and his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. The devil's whispers rang in her ears. "You don't want to be a sickly person all the time, do you? Without my medicinal food, you will suffer from pain every day, and your cultivation will plummet. Do you think you will still be qualified to stand in front of Yi Qing?" As soon as Su Li finished speaking, Luo Qinghan's body suddenly tensed up, his struggles slowed down slightly, and his eyes were filled with tangled and complicated expressions. Yes. Although Su Li was shameless, he was right. Su Li was the #1 doctor in Yancheng, and only he could prepare the medicinal food that would nourish his body. Even if he called Brother Yi Qing and asked him to teach Su Li a lesson, the root of the problem would not be solved. Moreover, if Brother Yi Qing saw the scene of Su Li wantonly flirting with him. Think of this. A tear flowed from Luo Qinghan's eyes, and she began to sob, her shoulders shaking slightly. The complicated emotions in her heart made her not know what to do. However, Su Li showed no sympathy for Luo Qinghan. He took out a small box from his arms, which contained the ointment he had prepared for Luo Qinghan. He took some out with his bony fingers and put it to Luo Qinghan's mouth. "Open your mouth." Half an hour later, Luo Qinghan covered his face and ran out of Su Li's room, with a slight sobbing sound still floating in the air. In the courtyard, Su Li twirled his fingers with a hint of aftertaste. The touch of the little lilac snake was simply indescribable. Only, he did not take away Luo Qinghan's xianxia body. Although she could tolerate what he did, she was still an innocent girl after all, unlike a young woman like Xiaoyan. If you force yourself, the consequences will be unpredictable, so you should take it slow and steady. As long as he was in charge of the medicinal food, he could make Luo Qinghan eat to death. Bite. Congratulations to the host for disturbing Luo Qinghan's state of mind and plundering 2,000 points of luck. 2,000? Not bad. Su Li nodded slightly and then walked out the door. The soul-nourishing stone has not been discovered by Yi Qing yet, so this is the perfect time for me to snatch it away. Chapter 5. As a father, it is reasonable for him to take care of the protagonist's mother. Cloud City. The streets were covered with melted snow, splashing everywhere when you stepped on it. Su Li walked slowly and stopped at a tavern. He ordered some food and drinks and looked into a dark alley next to the Liu family not far away. In the original book, it was today that Liu Shaoqian, the eldest son of the Liu family, was assassinated by a witch from the evil cult and died tragically in an alley. All his belongings were taken away by the witch, leaving only an ordinary stone on his body. Little did they know that soul-nourishing stone is the most precious thing. Only very few people know the value of it. Later, Yi Qing took advantage of the opportunity and nurtured the Empress's soul with the soul-nourishing stone. With the help of the Empress, Yu Yangqingzong made a great success when he accepted a disciple. Su Lei shook his head slightly and took a sip of wine casually. Not long. A wave of spiritual energy was heard in the dark alley, but it did not cause any ripples in Yancheng, where everyone was martial. But Su Lei's eyes lit up. Spiritual energy circulates in the body. When one reaches the qi condensation stage, one can release spiritual energy, completely enveloping oneself and isolating oneself from the outside world. Walk towards the alley. Not long. In the alley, a young man with a miserable death appeared in front of him. Su Lei had an expressionless face. He pushed aside his clothes on his chest and took out a pitch-black stone, only the size of a finger. Bite. Congratulations to the host for intercepting Yi Qing's opportunity and receiving a reward of 10,000 points of luck. 10,000 luck. Su Lei put the soul-nourishing stone into the system space, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since traveling through time, the only time I got so much at once was when I was united with Xiaoyan. Really? If you want to quickly increase your luck, you have to take advantage of Yi Qing. Think of this. Su Lei's lips curled up slightly. Since he was going to be tricked, he might as well be tricked more thoroughly. Half an hour later, a young man with an ordinary face but extremely bright eyes came into the alley. Master. The location of the soul-nurturing stone is right here. Yi Qing looked calmly at the Liu family's eldest son in front of him who died in a miserable way. That's right, but I feel the aura of the soul-nourishing stone is a little weak. If you delay, something bad might happen. Get it and leave quickly. In my mind, a cold female voice sounded. Yi Qing's heart was wavering. Although he had only seen his master once, and he was still in a weak soul. However, that stunning beauty was deeply imprinted in his heart, and any other woman in the world would pale in comparison to her. Okay, master. Yi Qing nodded slightly and kept groping on Liu Xiaoqin's body, but the more he groped, the tighter his brows furrowed. Nothing. How could there be nothing? Could it be that someone got there first? How is that possible? In this tiny cloud city, who could tell that this is the soul-nourishing stone? And even get here at just the right moment. Let's go, it's been taken away. In my mind, a cold female voice sighed softly. But the next moment, boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the Liu family's door was blown open. More than a dozen figures rose into the air, unleashing a powerful pressure at high altitude, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. Liu family. They are considered a big family in Yancheng. When has their doorstep been blown up? If we find the thief, we will definitely skin him alive. But the next moment, everyone looked down and saw an ordinary-looking young man groping over a corpse. That corpse. Everyone widened their eyes, took a deep breath, and then boundless anger surged in their hearts. Liu Xiaoqian was the most beloved grandson of the ancestor, but now he was murdered in front of the Liu family's gate. And the murderer. After seeing this scene, how could they not know who the murderer is? Let me explain. Yi Qing's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't stop backing away, and in his heart he was yelling at his master to think of a solution quickly. In this situation, you can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Conspiracy. This is a complete conspiracy. Who is plotting against him? Yi Qing. Die. The eyes of the Liu family members were blazing with fire, and countless Taoist spells poured down, filling the entire alley in an instant. Originally, Yi Qing killed a genius of the Liu family, and in revenge, they planted a cold poison in Yi Qing's mother. But now, Yi Qing was so bold that he directly killed the ancestor's most beloved grandson. This kind of hatred will never end until one side dies. Not far away. In the wine shop, Su Lei gently shook the wine glass and looked at the battle not far away with a lazy look on his face. Countless Taoist magic spells flooded the alley. And people from the Liu family kept rising into the air and hurriedly joined the battle. Even in the back mountain of the Liu family, a terrifying spiritual energy that far overwhelmed everyone else was slowly reviving. It was the Liu family's supernatural power ancestor. Bite. Congratulations to the host for making the Liu family see Yi Qing as a thorn in their side. You have received a reward, 10,000 points of luck. Cool. Another 10,000 luck points were credited. Su Lei smiled slightly. Possessing a fiery body and the 9 Revolutions mysterious yang technique, he quietly placed a ball of flaming aura in front of the Liu family's gate and detonated it at the right time, effortlessly. And Yi Qing, who was touching the corpse, couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. In the original book, Yi Qing took the soul-nourishing stone and left without being discovered by the Liu family. But now, he has completely offended the Liu family, and the fight between the two will definitely greatly delay Yi Qing's cultivation speed. But the Sons of Luck are all invincible cockroaches. Even in a situation where death is inevitable, they can find a way out. Not long after, in Su Li's sight, Yi Qing, who was dressed in tattered clothes, covered in bloodstains, and had a ferocious face, suddenly disappeared without any warning, leaving only the angry Liu family members. It seems it was the Empress who took action. Su Li touched his chin. The great Emperor Bingpa, Leng Wuyan. This is an unparalleled strongman who has achieved the Tao and become an emperor, intimidating all the races in the heavens. However, he was ambushed during a fight with a powerful enemy, and now only a remnant of his soul remains, barely surviving in the ring transformed from his natal imperial weapon, wandering endlessly across the heavens and myriad realms, before being picked up by a lucky guy named Yi Qing. In the original book, the plot is naturally extremely old-fashioned. Leng Wuyan helped Yi Qing grow quickly in the early stage. After experiencing a series of things, the originally cold and aloof empress was also taken into the harem by the hypocrite Yi Qing. Now, Yi Qing and Leng Wuyan have already become master and disciple, so it's difficult for me to sow discord between them. However, I can try other ways. Helping Yi Qing escape must have been a huge burden for Leng Wuyan. And since I have the soul-nourishing stone, there are many things I can do. But let us talk about the Empress later. Su Li smiled lightly, walking towards a courtyard in the city. Now, Yi Qing's only relative left was Xiaoyan. He has caused such a disaster, the Liu family will definitely take revenge. As Yi Qing's father, it is reasonable for him to help him take care of his mother. Chapter 6. Want to grow? It's impossible. The war is over. There was a scorched earth next to the Liu family, and spiritual energy was flowing everywhere. At the same time, the entire Yancheng was in an uproar. Yi Qing, kill Liu Shaoqian. This is big news. Liu Shaoqian was the favorite grandson of the Liu family's ancestor and a well-known genius in the city, but he was killed by Yi Qing. Haha, Yi Qing is in a difficult situation now. Although he had a grudge against the Liu family before, I didn't expect him to be so bold. The Liu family ancestor will not let him go. I heard that the Liu family's ancestor personally went to the Yi family to seek justice. On the street, there were few people around. Su Li walked on the street, listening to people's discussions with a faint smile on his face. Now, the eyes of the entire Yancheng were focused on Yi Qing. He was undoubtedly being roasted on the fire right now. How could he still expect to develop comfortably like before? It was simply impossible, even if the Yi family tried their best to protect it. But the Liu family has already held a grudge against Yi Qing, and as long as there is an opportunity for revenge, Yi Qing will be in trouble. Think of this. Su Li casually threw a bean-shaped pill into his mouth. This is the qi condensation pill. Anything produced by the system must be of high quality, even though it only costs 1,000 luck points. However, after taking this pill, there is no need to practice on your own. Your cultivation level will increase rapidly, and there will be no side effects. Boom tilde. There was a buzzing sound in Su Li's mind. Every part of my body feels warm and comfortable. The spiritual power in the body has doubled again. Qi condensation realm, 4th level. Su Li's eyes were filled with excitement and he clenched his fists. If I continue like this, I will be able to reach the peak of the Qi condensation realm in a few days. With the help of Luo Qinghan Zhuan Cai body, he can directly break through to the breaking sky realm and be at the same level as Yi Qing. The stronger one is, the higher the status one will get after joining the Yanqing sect, and it will be easier for one to take advantage of Yi Qing. Not long. Inside the city, in the spacious courtyard, a graceful one, looking like a young girl in her 20s. The woman in a purple dress that outlined her curvy figure, as charming as a peach, wiped the sweat off her face. Looking at the clothes that had just been washed, a hint of complexity appeared in his eyes. This white shirt was the one she wore when she met Su Li last time. Just seeing this dress, it made her face slightly red. Now, several days have passed, and Su Li, as expected, did not come again. It was as if he had already forgotten her. Why? Xiaoyan shook her head slightly. What happened between her and Su Li was a mistake in the first place. Now, both of them should be well and have no more contact. Good for both of them. Although I feel a little disappointed. But Xiaoyan was more relieved. If Su Li became addicted to her and came to see her often, she would be just an ordinary woman and would not know what to do. If this happens too often, Qing'er or someone else will definitely find out, even if she wanted to tell someone about this complicated feeling. However, this kind of thing is too difficult to talk about. Even just thinking about it makes her cover her face with her hands. But the next moment, bang! The gate of the courtyard was kicked open roughly, and 3 figures with arrogant expressions and strong auras walked towards them. This is Yi Qing's mother. Take her away. The leader waved his hand gently, and the other 2 slowly approached Xiaoyan. You, what are you going to do? Xiaoyan hurriedly retreated, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. She was just a powerless woman, and the 3 people in front of her all had spiritual pressure. Obviously they were cultivators. She was no match at all. Haha, what did you do? Your son killed my ancestor's favorite grandson. As his mother, you are naturally to blame. Now surrender yourself and come with us. Everyone in the Liu family sneered and looked at Xiaoyan with interest. Unexpected. Yi Qing has an ordinary appearance, but his mother is such a beauty. Incredible. Simply unbelievable. Qing'er. Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, then a trace of fear appeared in his eyes, and his body slowly backed away. If a widow like her was taken away by a group of men, what are the consequences? It's simply unimaginable. And if they use me to threaten Qing'er? Thinking of this, Xiaoyan quietly pulled out a sharp dagger from her skirt and placed it across her neck. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Oh, you want to commit suicide right under our noses? That's ridiculous. The leader sneered and stretched out his palm with spiritual power surging, obviously intending to attack directly. Mortal. In front of the monk. They were like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others, completely powerless to resist. Even suicide was a luxury. In the courtyard, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Xiaoyan held the dagger, his eyes filled with complexity. If I die, will someone be sad? Presumably. Su Li will find true love that suits him, and he won't have to worry about a woman like him whose child is the same age as his. Right at this moment. Bang tilde. Xiaoyan slowly stepped back and felt a hard touch from behind, as if he had touched a warm wall. Who? She turned her head and saw a handsome young man with a faint smile on his face. Su Li. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with disbelief, and then horror. Su Li, run. You are just a doctor. You are no match for these monks. Although Su Li is the #1 doctor in Yancheng, but everyone knew that he was weak and had no cultivation at all. How could he be a match for these cultivators? Haha, Su Li? Yi Qing's men, just capture them together. Everyone in the Liu family licked their lips, a hint of excitement in their eyes. They captured Yunqing's #1 doctor and Yi Qing's mother at the same time. It was unimaginable how much reward they would get. Su Li, hurry up and leave. Looking at Su Li lying there motionless, Xiaoyan's face was filled with anxiety. Even tears appeared in her eyes, and her pair of white little hands kept patting Su Li's body. Don't worry. Su Li's expression was calm as he swallowed a qi condensation pill. He gently pinched Xiaoyan's small hand, and at the same time waved his other hand, and an unparalleled spiritual energy emitting a huge heat wave covered everyone in the Liu family. Among them, there are also some dazzling cold rays. Puff tilde, puff tilde. The sound of a sharp blade entering the body was heard. In the courtyard, the 3 Liu family members had no power to resist at all. The protective spiritual energy was instantly penetrated, and tiny holes appeared between their eyebrows. The area around the hole was dark and looked as if it had been burnt. The 3 of them said nothing as the stiff body slowly fell to the ground. Su Li withdrew his hand. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Among these people, the strongest one has only just entered the qi condensation realm. He was already at the 4th level of qi condensation, possessed a body of flaming sun, and mastered the 9 revolutions of mysterious yang technique. His combat power far exceeded that of his peers. Kill these people. It's as easy as crushing a few ants. However, Su Li still pretended to look pale and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Chapter 7. Everything is up to the madam. Su Li. Xiaoyan looked anxious and hurriedly supported Su Li, her eyes full of panic. In her mind, Su Li has always been a weak young man who is unable to practice cultivation, but has outstanding medical skills. When did he become so powerful? But, even so, Su Li paid a huge price to kill the Liu family cultivator. Didn't you see it? I'm vomiting blood. Moreover, that pill. I'm afraid Su Li must have overdrawn his body to be able to kill everyone in the Liu family at once. Unexpectedly. He could actually do this for himself. Xiaoyan's eyes were red, and she just held Su Li gently in her arms. In the most dangerous time. This is the one who came. Su Li, who I thought was powerless, appeared. It was also him who saved me from the sea of suffering. Why? He went to such lengths for me. I am in the end. How should I treat Su Li? If he still wants to be with me. Think of this. Xiaoyan gently pinched the corner of her clothes. Her mood was complicated, and her pair of white jade-like thighs were also twisting gently. If the cold poison is counted, Su Li has saved his life twice of life-saving grace. How can I repay this kindness? Looking at Xiaoyan's complicated expression, Su Li just gently held her little hand. I'm here. Su Li, you let go. Someone might come here at any time. If I were seen, I wouldn't be able to live anymore. Xiaoyan hurriedly pushed Su Li, but did not dare to use force. The little face was flushed red, and the towering chest rose and fell violently. You're already injured, and you're still thinking about this kind of thing. Su Li, however, just played with her little hands wantonly. This place is remote and no one would come here except the Liu family. Otherwise, Xiaoyan would not have lived in seclusion for more than 10 years and had not seen many men. Soft, tender, slip. All the beautiful adjectives in the world could hardly express how he felt now. The refreshing fragrance drifted through the air to Su Li's nose, causing him to take a deep breath and a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Su Li, please. Xiaoyan was furious and looked at the broken door with her eyes, fearing that someone would pass by and see this scene. However, a strange sense of excitement was sprouting in her heart. Panic, fear, the excitement of having just escaped death, and the fact that his savior was such a handsome young man who was deeply in love with him. Moreover, even though Su Li was injured, he was still so strong that she had no room to resist. Xiaoyan's body became softer and softer, and she fell gently into Su Li's arms. And Su Li. There is no hesitation. He walked directly into the room holding Xiaoyan. Bite. Congratulations to the host for initially breaking Xiaoyan's heart and gaining 5,000 luck points. The next day, the sun is shining brightly. The Yi family's land is one of the safest places in the entire Yancheng, except for the city lord's mansion where the city lord at the peak of the supernatural power realm sits. It is also guarded by the Yi family's ancestor at the supernatural power realm. Even the Liu family. It's impossible to break in here and arrest people. A handsome young man, followed by a woman in a purple dress who looked quite mature and charming, with a face as beautiful as a lotus in clear water, walked into a courtyard here. This is the residence allocated by the Yi family to the genius Yi Qing. On weekdays, Yi Qing subordinates practice and exchange ideas here. Before this, as a weak doctor, he only treated patients for the public and never came here on weekdays. But now, he already has some cultivation, and even if he hides it, it will be exposed sooner or later. It is better to take advantage of the incident with Xiaoyan and reveal some of it reasonably. Madam, please come in. Su Li pushed open a door and smiled gently. If Xiaoyan stayed outside, she would probably be retaliated against by the Liu family, but if she lived in the Yi family, her safety could be guaranteed. Rear. Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she slowly walked into the room. This was her son Yi Qing's room. It was simply furnished with only a few futons and a large bed. This also corresponds to Yi Qing's personality of practicing diligently every day and not being bound by external things. Su Li looked at Xiaoyan's graceful and mature back, which looked like a peach. Her roundness from behind made him dizzy. The next moment, he hugged her directly. Really, purple is very charming. It feels like holding a white cloud in your hand, soft and smooth, as if you were falling into a dream. After yesterday's madness, Su Li had clearly felt that Xiaoyan had opened her heart to him a little, and was no longer as determined to reject him as before. A hero saves a beauty. It's cheesy, but it really works. Su Li, don't be like this. You're still injured. Xiaoyan's body trembled, and her whole body went limp. A hint of pleading appeared in her eyes as she looked at Su Li. This is the Yi family's residence, and it's also his son Yi Qing's room. If Yi Qing suddenly comes back, how would she get along with Qing'er in the future? And how would she act as a mother? But now she was really moved by Su Li. After all, it was Su Li who came to her rescue when she was in the most dangerous time, and paid a very serious price. If he didn't really love me, how could he care about me, a woman who has already given birth to a child? Even if she refused, she couldn't say anything harsh. Madam, don't panic. Big brother Yi Qing has been summoned by the patriarch for questioning and won't be back until the afternoon. Su Li blew gently into Xiaoyan's ear. Why? Xiaoyan's body felt a little weak, and she sighed softly. After all, she had been dry for more than 10 years. Now that she met a man again, she felt a little addicted to it. Only, the morals in her heart and the etiquette she had been exposed to since childhood still bound her and prevented her from giving up everything. Suli, what's going on between us must not be known to anyone else. Can you promise me that? There was a layer of mist in Xiaoyan's eyes as she stared straight at Suli. Suli gently touched her head and agreed with a smile. Everything is up to madam. Just right. If Xiaoyan wants a status, how could he harvest Yi Qing's wool if the two were exposed? This underground relationship was also the relationship he wanted. However, he still said, as long as my wife is determined to break away from worldly views, no matter what difficulties we face, I will marry you and give you a grand wedding. Xiaoyan nodded shyly. Then, the door is closed. In the Yi family meeting hall, Yi Qing knelt on the ground, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, and his body was covered with scars from the previous battle. The head of the Yi family's beard was about to stand up, and he kept pointing at Yi Qing and saying something. Even if he is the prodigy of the Yi family will definitely protect him. But, make a big mistake. You have to accept punishment too. And in Yi Qing's room, as warm as spring, Suli experienced the ultimate tenderness. When Yi Qing was suffering, he stood up and kicked his mother. Cool. 2 hours later, accompanied by the noise outside, Suli pushed open the door refreshed, and inside was Xiaoyan, who was exhausted and had already fallen into a deep sleep. Bite. Congratulations to the host for standing up and kicking Yi Qing's mother, and gaining 2,000 points of luck. Good. Another 2,000 points added to the account. Suli nodded in satisfaction and looked at the group of people in the courtyard. Chapter 8. Even jumping into the yellow river can't wash away the. At this time, Yi Qing, who always had a faint smile on his face and looked like a gentleman. He looked extremely disheveled. His gown was torn to shreds and stained with blood. Brother Yi Qing, you're really ruthless in this matter. You killed Liu Xiaoqian, the genius of the Liu family, without hesitation. He's the most beloved grandson of the Liu family ancestor, at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, and is about to break through to the sky-breaking realm. Yes, it's our great fortune to follow a big brother like you. When cultivating, we must forge ahead courageously. How can we be timid? Even if it costs something, it's worth it. Liu Xiaoqian has a lot of treasures on him. In the courtyard, everyone was talking at once, their eyes full of admiration for Yi Qing. Although Yi Qing and the Liu family had an irreconcilable feud, the world of cultivation was one where the strong preyed on the weak. Not to mention, the treasures on Liu Xiaoqian's body are enough to make up for Yi Qing's losses. However, Yi Qing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The calmness he had forced himself to maintain was about to break. Liu Xiaoqian, I really didn't kill him. Brother, this is boring. Everyone in Yancheng knows that the genius Yi Qing killed Liu Xiaoqian at the gate of the Liu family. You are already a famous figure in Yancheng. If the Yanqing sect accepts disciples in the future, it will also be a great achievement of yours. A man with a rough appearance and a body as tall as an iron tower patted Yi Qing's shoulder gently, his eyes filled with excitement. What's more, Liu Xiaoqian had long harbored ill intentions towards Yi Lioli. Well done to him. If anyone dares to touch Miss Yi Lioli, even if Big Brother doesn't kill him, I will kill him once I break through to the sky-breaking realm. Li Buwei patted his chest, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Aside, Su Li stood in front of the door and shook his head slightly. Li Buwei is Yi Qing's #1 lackey. Unlike himself, who only knows medical skills, Li Buwei has a true martial body and amazing physical strength. The aptitude for cultivation is also good. Although he is not a top-level genius, he is also the most powerful fighter under Yi Qing and has reached the 8th level of Qi condensation realm. What a pity. He's a bootlicker. And the person he licked was Yi Qing's cousin, Yi Lioli. In the original novel, Yi Qing used Yi Lioli to keep him hooked, and promised to help Li Buwei pursue Yi Lioli, thus gaining Li Buwei's loyalty. But, with Yi Qing's hypocritical character, how could he possibly give his cousin to someone else? Just a verbal agreement. Li Buwei licked Yi Lioli for several years. Even though he hadn't even touched the corner of Yi Lioli's clothes, he still enjoyed it. On the field, Yi Qing's face was dark, with a stiff smile on his lips, and he was extremely furious. Explain. It's useless. Not only the head of the Yi family, but also his own subordinates and even the entire Yancheng believe that he was the one who killed Liu Xiaoqian. It's a good thing I killed him myself, at least I can get the soul-nourishing stone and many other resources on him. But I was clearly framed. Not only did I not get the soul-nourishing stone, I also got into trouble. My hope of using the soul power restored by my master to quickly cultivate was also in vain. Even because of this, the Yi family had to compensate the Liu family with a lot of resources, and all of this should be attributed to them. Think of this. Yi Qing clenched his fists tightly. Don't let me find out who framed me. Otherwise, I will tear your tendons and skin you alive to vent my hatred. By the way, where's my mother? Yi Qing's heart skipped a beat when he saw the crowd gathered together. I have gone through so much trouble to escape the pursuit of the Liu family. There are so many things to do that I have no time to take care of too many things. Now settle down. He finally reacted. An indescribable panic rose in his heart. His mother was just a mortal, and she lived in a courtyard in the city. If the Liu family retaliated, Mrs. Xiaoyan. On the side, many subordinates also had serious expressions. It's bad. When I was in the city, I saw 3 monks from the Liu family rushing towards a corner of the city, but I didn't pay much attention. But now that I think about it, that's exactly where Big Brother's house is. A younger brother frowned and spoke hurriedly. Hateful. Bloodshot appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. However, just when he was about to rush out of the courtyard, Su Li suddenly appeared, but his face was still a little pale, and he coughed lightly. Brother Yi Qing, I have taken Madame Xiaoyan to the Yi family. She is in your room now. What? A hint of joy appeared on Yi Qing's face. He rushed into the room and saw Xiaoyan sleeping soundly. Although Xiaoyan's face was a little red, probably because the room was too hot, her breathing and everything else were normal. Yi Qing exhaled a breath of foul air. His mother is the last relative he has in this world. He can use anyone, but he has a deep affection for Xiaoyan, who gave birth to him and raised him alone. Su Li, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my mother would have been killed by the Liu family. Go to the Yi family treasury immediately and get 1,000 taels of silver. This is my reward for your loyalty. Yi Qing forced a smile on his face and patted Su Li's shoulder. 1,000 taels of silver. Although they can make ordinary people rich throughout their lives, such vulgar things as gold and silver are useless to monks. Spiritual stones, magical medicines, skills, magical weapons, are the most precious things. That's not right. Isn't Su Li a doctor? Doesn't he have any cultivation? How could he rescue Madame Xiaoyan from the hands of the 3 Liu family members? And Su Li, why does he look like he's injured? On the side, a younger brother looked at the weak Su Li with a puzzled look and raised questions. There was also some hesitation in Yi Qing's eyes. Su Li coughed lightly and looked very frail, which was completely a symptom of excessive loss. Half a year ago, I suddenly awakened a physique suitable for cultivation. Since then, I have devoted myself to cultivation and finally broke through to the 2nd level of the qi condensation realm. As for those people from the Liu family, the strongest one is only at the 1st level of qi condensation. Naturally, they are no match for me. I just got injured while dealing with them. I'll be healed after some recuperation. As long as you have cultivation, it will be exposed. By exposing himself in advance, he could avoid people's suspicion in the future. And he broke through to the 2nd level of qi condensation in half a year. Although he was considered talented, it was nothing compared to a genius like Yi Qing. If they knew that I had broken through to the 4th level of qi condensation in just a few days, a hypocrite like Yi Qing would definitely be wary of such uncontrollable factors as mine. I see. Yi Qing and the others nodded slowly. It is not uncommon for someone to suddenly awaken a physique suitable for cultivation after adulthood. On the contrary, many well-known masters suddenly awaken their physiques even in their 30s or 40s, then grow into a strong man. Although Su Li can be considered talented, he is still within the acceptable range of everyone. Moreover, Su Li's combat power was also reasonable. Even when fighting against a qi condensation level 1 cultivator, he seemed to be at a significant disadvantage. Congratulations. Everyone gathered around Su Li, with warm smiles on their faces, but their eyes were flickering and their moods were mixed. As Yi Qing subordinates, they are not united, and naturally there are open and secret struggles among them on a daily basis. And now, Su Li's ability to practice cultivation is also a threat to those followers who depend on Yi Qing. Chapter 9 Heaven and Earth can bear witness to my loyalty to Brother Yi Qing. But, fortunately, Su Li's talent seems to be just that. Li Buwei had a smile on his face. Even though Su Li was at the 2nd level of qi condensation, he could still be injured when fighting against a person at the 1st level of qi condensation. It seemed that his combat talent was not outstanding either. And myself. It's the 8th level of qi condensation. Su Li poses no threat to me at all. Therefore, Li Buwei still treated Su Li as a good friend and seemed to have no grudges against him. Only those who doubt their own strength will be secretly wary of Su Li, fearing that he will take away their cultivation resources. Su Li, on the other hand, had a warm expression on his face. He just exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone, trying to minimize his presence and the impact of his sudden ability to practice. Su Li, congratulations. Yi Qing wore a kind smile, still maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, and came over to pat Su Li on the shoulder. Now, I have another powerful general under my command. This is a blessing for me, Yi Qing, and also for the entire Yi family. Only, Su Li's expression remained unchanged, and he sneered in his heart. Yi Qing, this hypocrite, although he expressed congratulations, did not mention the reward at all. After all, asking him to take out resources is even more painful than killing him. Even if I saved his mother, he could turn his back on me and forget my kindness. This kind of selfish, sanctimonious hypocrite speaks righteously, but when it comes to distributing benefits, he reveals a disgusting face. In the original novel, the rewards he gave to his subordinates were all junk that he had no use for the time being, and the rewards he gave to himself were silver notes, which had no value at all. But now, Su Li will not let him get away with it. Although Xiaoyan had already paid with her body, it would be a waste not to take advantage of the opportunity. Brother, the injuries I sustained when I was picking up Madame Xiaoyan can be healed quickly if I have a fire-attributed elixir. My awakened cultivation physique is related to fire. It seems I overestimated myself. Now I find it difficult to control the spiritual energy in my body. Su Li frowned and looked quite painful. There was just a hint of paleness on his face, and he covered his face and coughed lightly. His hands were stained with blood in the shape of plum blossoms. It looked so miserable. Su Li, you. Your loyalty to brother Yi Qing is truly evident to all. Li Buwei and others hurriedly supported Su Li, and no matter whether it was sincere or false, they all showed concern. Then they couldn't help but look at Yi Qing at the same time. Su Li rescued Xiaoyan. For Yi Qing, this was a great favor, and everyone saw it. And, some time ago, Yi Qing took his men to train outside the city and happened to discover a field of spiritual medicine, which mostly contained fire-attributed spiritual medicines. All of them were kept by Yi Qing. So, everyone knew that Yi Qing must have some fire-attributed elixirs on him, and quite a few of them. His men were so loyal. How can you not give me enough rewards, big brother? Haha, since Su Li can practice cultivation, rewards like silver notes are naturally not acceptable. These are all the fire-attribute spiritual medicines I have. Please take whatever you like. Yi Qing had a warm smile on his face, but his heart was bleeding. These spiritual medicines were cultivation resources for him. Giving them away now would be more painful than cutting his flesh with a knife. But, just let Su Li choose. It won't have much impact on your own practice plan. Not to mention, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Yi Qing thought quickly in his mind and took out the fragrant elixirs one by one. 5 in total. Each one is wrapped in a bottle, and even through the bottle, it exudes a rich spiritual energy. Among them, there was a fiery red ginseng in a bottle, and the spiritual energy it emitted was obviously weaker than the others. Yi Qing's lips curled up slightly. This red sun ginseng is a 7th grade spiritual medicine and is also his most precious spiritual medicine at present. However, its medicinal power is restrained and it looks unremarkable. There are too few people who know the value of it, so I guess Su Li wouldn't choose it. As for the rest of the 9th grade spiritual medicines, it would not be a big deal even if Su Li was given one. Thank you, brother. My injury isn't serious, just an ordinary one will be enough. Su Li's eyes lit up, and when Yi Qing took out the elixir, he looked over directly. Seeing Yi Qing's stiff expression, he grabbed the red sun ginseng. This is also the most common magical medicine among them. Joke. He has the body of the scorching sun. How could he not sense the potency of any elixir? Even if the medicinal power was restrained, it couldn't cloud his perception. This red sun ginseng is a 7th grade spiritual medicine, and its value is greater than all the other spiritual medicines on Yi Qing combined. This time, Yi Qing was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining cultivation resources from Yi Qing and plundering 5,000 points of luck. 5,000 luck. Su Li felt delighted and looked at Yi Qing in front of him. Name, Yi Qing. Strength, sky-breaking realm 9th level. Physique, Dayan sword body, the ultimate sword body, capable of achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor. Remaining luck value, 118,000. Really, he is indeed the son of luck. Even though he has been fleeced by me for so long, his luck now is nearly 120,000. Compared with Yi Qing, the female characters in the original novel are no match at all. But, Dayan's sword body? Su Li pondered in his heart. This is the peak physique, comparable to the flame prison divine body which evolved from his flame sun body. Both are physiques that can prove one's ability to become an emperor. After all, as a son of luck, in addition to having a ring lady, his various hardware also meets the standards. But Yi Qing's physique has not yet fully awakened. Only when he enters the Yanqing sect and obtains an opportunity in the future will he be able to truly unleash the sharpness of the Dayan sword body. Really? Big Brother is indeed the Big Brother. He's always so generous. Oh, Brother Yi Qing is a man of great integrity and righteousness. Who in the whole of Yanqing doesn't know him? It's just a few spiritual herbs. Could it be that Brother Yi Qing couldn't bear to give them up? Su Li is also very loyal. He is willing to choose a spiritual medicine with the lowest medicinal power. Everyone was talking about it. They are all natives of Yanqing. How would they know about something like red sun ginseng? I just think that Su Li was willing to choose a spiritual medicine with weak medicinal properties because of his loyalty to Brother Yi Qing. Don't be arrogant because of your favor. At the same time, Li Bui's eyes were slightly sour as he looked at Su Li with envy. He is so loyal that his status in Brother Yi Qing's heart will rise sharply. And Su Li? He pretended to be grateful and said, "From now on, I will follow Brother Yi Qing's lead." Yi Qing froze in place. His hands were trembling slightly, and he was roaring madly in his heart. "Oh shit. I don't want your loyalty. Can you please return the red sun ginseng to me?" Chapter 10. Plotting against the Empress and sowing discord. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have taken out all of it. This Su Li. Is he really stupid, or does he really know what he is talking about? The red sun ginseng was extremely important to him. Even if he didn't need it, even if it were auctioned, the minimum price would be several thousand spiritual stones. Who knew how many cultivation resources it could be exchanged for? In this situation, can I still export it and get the elixir back? Now, I can only blame myself for my bad luck. If he took action to retrieve the elixir, the gentleman image he had built over the years would no longer exist. Looking at the spiritual lotus flowers and the fragrant red sun ginseng in Su Li's hands, Yi Qing's eyes became bloodshot and his heart was bleeding. But he couldn't say anything. He just had a stiff smile on his face and patted Su Li's shoulder gently. "Follow me. How could I possibly treat you unfairly? In my heart, you have already been my brothers and sisters, my beloved relatives and friends. As long as I enter the Yanqing sect in the future and obtain a high position within the sect, everyone present here can serve as an outer disciple. Since the price of the elixir has been paid, now he has to maximize the benefits and paint a rosy picture for his subordinates. He is the best at this kind of thing." Now, no one noticed. The simple ring on Yi Qing's hand emitted a faint light. Why? Inside, a woman who looked like the Queen Mother of the West, so beautiful that she didn't seem like an ordinary person, sighed softly. His brows were slightly furrowed, and there was some disappointment in his eyes. As an emperor-level soul, even if it is just a remnant of the soul, everything that happens in the outside world and Yi Qing's anger hidden under the mask cannot be hidden from her, and she knows it all. Although Yi Qing possesses the Dayan sword body and is expected to achieve ultimate enlightenment in the future. But these days, after experiencing the Liu family and the incident of rewarding his subordinates, Leng Wuyan has already seen that Yi Qing is a vindictive and selfish person with serious character problems. If this kind of character, even if you become a strong man in the future, it will not be a blessing for the whole world. But after all, it was Yi Qing who awakened him, and he had absorbed Yi Qing's cultivation over the years and formed a master-disciple relationship with him. It is impossible to abandon it because of such a small matter. Let's wait until later and give him some more advice. Leng Wuyan closed her eyes. At the same time, outside world. Big Brother is awesome. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. After Yi Qing's constant brainwashing, they now believed in the big picture he had painted. As for Su Li, he just agreed perfunctorily. Yes, yes, the brothers who died while shielding you, Yi Qing, and who were used by you to death. He observed Yi Qing's subordinates. The one with the highest luck value. It's Li Bui, but he only has a few hundred luck points. Others, the lowest is only a few dozen luck points. There is no value in fleecing them. After all, in the original novel, all of Yi Qing's subordinates were used to death by him. How could they have so much luck? Only the girls who are related to Yi Qing can live safely to the end. Naturally, their luck is far beyond that of ordinary people, and there are plenty of wool to be fleeced. Bite. Congratulations to the host for using this little trick to make the Empress's soul a little disappointed in Yi Qing. I have plundered 5,000 points of luck. Any unexpected gains? Su Li looked towards Yi Qing, and sure enough, his luck value was only 113,000, a sudden drop of 5,000. Really? The Empress is Yi Qing's biggest golden finger. Even a change in attitude can cause a huge fluctuation in Yi Qing's luck value. It seems. I can find an opportunity to sow discord between them later. If the Empress is completely disappointed in Yi Qing, his luck will probably be cut in half. Su Li nodded slightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I now have the soul nourishing stone in my hand, a 6th grade treasure that is specially used to nourish the soul. Although, to the Emperor, the soul nourishing stone is nothing, but to Leng Wuyan, who only has a remnant of soul left, it is a great tonic. But, right at this moment, Brother Yi Qing, you really made me worried. A young girl wearing a light blue robe, with eyebrows like distant mountains, a cherry-like mouth, and a pair of extremely dazzling long legs, hurried over. Especially when he saw Yi Qing's clothes were disheveled and his body was covered in blood, he frowned and a trace of heartache appeared in his eyes. Ah, Qing Han. Don't worry, I'm in good health now. It's too early for the Liu family to kill me. But you, whose health was not good to begin with, came specially to see me. Yi Qing looked at Luo Qinghan with a gentle smile on his face, like a spring breeze at dawn, warming people's hearts. Luo Qinghan. He also learned from his master that this girl actually possessed a xianxia body. It could allow a person to break through a realm without any consequences. What a pity. xianxia's body also has some limitations, and can only help cultivators at the same level as himself, or one major level higher, to break through. Luo Qinghan's aptitude is average, and he is currently only at the qi condensation stage. At most, he is trying to break through from the sky-breaking stage to the divine power stage. But, even so, it is still very precious. If he reached the realm of supernatural powers, he would be considered a top master even in the entire Cloud City. Even the ancestors of the major families were only at the realm of supernatural powers. When the time comes, the ancestor of the Liu family? There will be no more threat to myself. Yi Qing's mind turned, and now he could eat Luo Qinghan. These days, he took great pains to get close to Luo Qinghan and created a perfect image in her mind, all for this day. Brother Yi Qing and Luo Qinghan are truly a perfect match. Aside, everyone looked at Luo Qinghan, who had perfect looks and elegant temperament, with an anti-smile on their faces. Luo Qinghan was one of the most outstanding beauties in the city. Although his cultivation aptitude is not top-notch, his gentle and kind character has earned him recognition from his subordinates like Yi Qing. Now, even though neither of them said it explicitly. However, everyone knew that Luo Qinghan was Yi Qing's girlfriend, and they didn't dare to show any disrespect to her. Brother Yi Qing. Luo Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Qing was not seriously injured. He took out his handkerchief and gently wiped Yi Qing's blood-stained forehead, looking very gentle. She was shy and timid, which was completely different from her attitude towards Su Li a few days ago. Yi Qing. But his destined son is kind and gentle, so much better than that hateful Su Li. Thinking of Su Li, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but grit her teeth secretly. The shadow that Su Li had brought to her a few days ago had been lingering in her mind. As a result, she didn't even sleep well these past few days. Although her most precious things were not taken away, she was still molested by Su Li. But it doesn't matter. This matter did not spread. In front of Brother Yi Qing and everyone else, I was still the pure and innocent Luo Qinghan. Only, right at this moment, Luo Qinghan's heart suddenly tightened, and he felt a gaze as sharp as a knife. It made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. My body is a little stiff. Turning his head to look at the crowd, he met a pair of young men's eyes. I saw a young man with a calm face, looking at himself standing with Yi Qing, with a faint, sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. Su Li. Luo Qinghan's face turned pale, and the handkerchief he used to wipe Yi Qing fell to the ground. His body was trembling slightly. It was a fatal blow to Su Li to tell the two of them what had happened at this time. Brother Yi Qing, are you really willing to marry a woman who has been so wantonly molested by others? No. We absolutely cannot let this matter be exposed. Qing Han. What's wrong? Yi Qing frowned slightly and hurriedly tried to support him. These few days are the days when I will rely on Luo Qinghan to make a breakthrough, and nothing can go wrong. But Luo Qinghan dodged Yi Qing's hand directly, looked into Yi Qing's eyes, and stammered, unable to speak. Her intuition told her that she must not get close to Yi Qing in front of Su Li, otherwise if Su Li gave up and made public what they had done, then everything would be over. Qinghan, you. Looking at Luo Qinghan who was avoiding him, Yi Qing frowned even deeper. In the past, Luo Qinghan wouldn't dodge at all. A very unpleasant, uncontrollable feeling emerged in his heart again. Chapter 11 Saying No. Su Li. Luo Qinghan's face turned pale, and the handkerchief he used to wipe Yi Qing fell to the ground. His body was trembling slightly. It was a fatal blow to Su Li to tell the two of them what had happened at this time. Brother Yi Qing, are you really willing to marry a woman who has been so wantonly molested by others? No. We absolutely cannot let this matter be exposed. At the same time, chest. There was an indescribable stinging pain, and the whole person seemed to be pulled out of the water. Fine cold sweat oozed out of the body. The stubborn disease happened to flare up again at this time. For Luo Qinghan, this was simply adding insult to injury. Qinghan. What's wrong? Yi Qing frowned slightly, looking concerned, and hurriedly wanted to support him. These few days are the days when I will rely on Luo Qinghan to make a breakthrough, and nothing can go wrong. But Luo Qinghan dodged Yi Qing's hand directly, looked into Yi Qing's eyes, and stammered, unable to speak. Her intuition told her that she must not get close to Yi Qing in front of Su Li, otherwise if Su Li gave up and made public what they had done, then everything would be over. Qinghan, you. Looking at Luo Qinghan who was avoiding him, Yi Qing frowned even deeper. In the past, Luo Qinghan wouldn't dodge at all. A very unpleasant, uncontrollable feeling emerged in his heart again. Recent. Yi Qing didn't know what went wrong. Everything is going wrong. It seems that she is having a seizure. Luo Qinghan has been physically weak since childhood. If he doesn't take some medicinal food on time, these symptoms will flare up, and he will become weak and pale. A voice rang out. Su Li walked over with a faint smile on his face. Luo Qinghan's medicinal food was all made by him, so it was very easy for him to set up some backup plans. He just needed to use some triggers and make Luo Qinghan fall ill whenever he wanted. Bitch, you want to be intimate with Yi Qing? How is that possible? Meet Su Li. Luo Qinghan lowered his head slightly, not daring to look directly into his eyes. I see. In that case, just eat some medicinal food. Qinghan, just go to the training room with Su Li. Yi Qing said softly. Practice room. The Yi family's residence is not only used for practicing martial arts, but also for keeping some medicinal herbs needed for daily life. It is the most suitable place to use it to make medicinal food. At the same time, look at Su Li. Qinghan is in your hands. Yi Qing bowed slightly towards Su Li. It's just a piece of cake. Su Li smiled slightly. Brother Yi Qing, I'll go first. Luo Qinghan bit her lip lightly and spoke softly while looking at Yi Qing. His face was pale and his voice was trembling, but Yi Qing didn't think much about it. After all, this was how Luo Qinghan looked when his illness flared up. So he waved his hand, signaling Su Li and Luo Qinghan to leave quickly. Not long. A hint of medicinal fragrance came from the training room, and a smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips outside. Before, how could he not see Su Li's affection for Luo Qinghan? He had been making medicinal food for her day after day for several years. Only, Su Li's affection is useless. With Luo Qinghan's personality, he can only like himself. He won't even let Su Li touch the corner of his clothes. Then wait a few more days. Once Luo Qinghan is healthy, I'll take her xianxia body away. Once I break through to the realm of supernatural powers, I won't have to fear the Liu family anymore. And if the Yanqing sect accepts me as a disciple, I will definitely make a big splash. Think of this. Yi Qing's mood has improved, which is the best news in these days. Now, in the practice room, a huge copper furnace was burning with flames, boiling medicinal herbs to conceal their presence. And on the futon on the ground, a handsome young man with a calm expression. Another woman in blue clothes, who looked extremely delicate, was pale and shaky, holding her chest in pain. Su Li, are you still not well? Luo Qinghan frowned and stared at Su Li. Since Yi Qing was not there, she didn't need to hide her hatred for Su Li. It's him. It disrupted my entire life. If he hadn't taken the initiative to bring me medicinal food today, how could I have fallen ill when I met Brother Yi Qing? Want some medicinal food? Su Li scoffed and overturned the copper furnace, spilling the boiling liquid medicine all over the floor. The whole room was filled with the pungent aroma of medicine, and the ground was soaked with medicine. Su Li, you. Luo Qinghan gritted his teeth and looked at Su Li fiercely. Although his whole body was shaking uncontrollably, he had a determined look on his face. Su Li ignored her and just closed his eyes. Joke. He knew Luo Qinghan's body best. The pain there was unbearable for anyone. Even if her will was as strong as iron, she couldn't hold on for more than half an hour. In the room, there was silence. However, as time went on, Luo Qinghan's breathing became heavier and heavier, and the whole person seemed to be pulled out of the water, and even let out a slight, painful moan. Su Li, what do you need in order for you to give me medicinal food? Luo Qinghan's words softened, and were filled with pleading. She didn't want to endure this heart-wrenching pain for even a minute longer. And Su Li. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said all the good things, but he couldn't even last half an hour. The medicinal food is extremely precious. Why should I give it to you? Or do you want something in exchange? Luo Qinghan thought of the last time Su Li had been so frivolous to him, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. But the pain coming from the body is indeed becoming more and more intense. Then she walked uncontrollably towards Su Li. Not long. Luo Qinghan's clothes were disheveled, and her white thighs were exposed, looking extremely shiny and seductive. Su Li's big hands kept wandering on it, making Luo Qinghan feel an indescribable sense of humiliation in his heart. She was still treating Brother Yi Qing with respect and chatting happily. Everyone felt that she and Brother Yi Qing were a perfect match. But now, Su Li was treating her like a toy. What is even more infuriating is that I did all this on my own initiative. No dignity whatsoever. You know, Brother Yi Qing is still outside, and there is only a door between the two of them. If Brother Yi Qing saw us, think of this. Luo Qinghan felt an indescribable fear in his heart, and he only wanted Su Li to go faster. Su Li just continued to eat the tofu, savoring the tender and smooth touch. Really, this pair of legs, which is extremely famous in the original novel, feels so good to touch. If Xiaoyan's whole body feels like clouds, then most of Luo Qinghan's charm lies in her legs, which make people love her. Chapter 12. Don't talk, keep eating. But this woman, Luo Qinghan, even though he had been licking her for many years, she still treated him as a tool. The current Su Li only plays with her because of her xianxia body and the reward from a system. Harvest her luck points harshly. In the room, the medicinal food is cooked again. The aroma of the medicine became stronger. Su Li finally let go of Luo Qinghan and took out a bowl of white liquid. Then a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bang! The whole bowl of medicinal food was thrown to the ground, spilling everywhere, with a hint of hot steam in the air. Su Li, you! Luo Qinghan's eyes were filled with hatred as he trembled as he looked at the medicinal food on the ground, but Su Li had no expression on his face as he looked at Luo Qinghan quietly. Luo Qinghan was furious. However, the pain in her body was about to swallow her up and overwhelm her, even constantly attacking her remaining sanity. And on the ground, the trickling medicinal liquid was so tempting that even the smell alone could make her body emit an incomparable desire. The liquid medicine continued to seep into the ground. The longer it took, the less liquid there was. Time passes. Luo Qinghan finally couldn't bear it anymore and leaned down gently. Ahem. Luo Qinghan covered his face and coughed a few times, then looked at Su Li with red eyes. There was a hint of white at the corner of his mouth, emitting a slight medicinal fragrance. But the next moment, the originally deficient body received a little nourishment, but the amount of medicine was obviously not enough. Su Li had no expression on his face. He slapped her raised but hard, which caused Luo Qinghan to scream in shame and anger again. Don't talk, just keep eating. What's the difference between you and a dog now? As he spoke, he picked up a bowl of medicinal food in his hand and threw it on the ground casually. This woman. I didn't expect that just by letting her watch my performance, she could go to such an extent that she would even sell out her body completely. Such a woman. He only has a xianxia body and the luck value on his body that can be used. In terms of heart, he is not even half as kind as Xiaoyan. Now that her dream is to marry Yi Qing, so I will shatter her dream myself. Once her virginity is broken, how will she face Yi Qing? Think of this. Su Li looked at Luo Qinghan lying on the ground, licking the medicine like a dog, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the room, the sound of swallowing could be heard. Luo Qinghan was so full that his stomach looked rounder. After taking the medicine, Luo Qinghan finally stood up, tied at his clothes, and looked at Su Li with cold eyes. My heart is full of hatred. This person. Not only did he treat me so frivolously, he even dared to humiliate me like this. But the most important thing to me has not been lost. If we continue to indulge Su Li like this, we will be making a big mistake. Future. As long as I find a good opportunity, I can put on a good show in front of Brother Yi Qing, making him feel disgusted with Su Li and doubt his character. Brother Yi Qing will naturally kick Su Li out of the Yi family. If it were more radical. Over the years, he has accumulated some cultivation resources and money, and can even directly contact the demon cult to kill Su Li without anyone knowing. Do you think that no one can punish you for doing something like this? Be careful, or we'll be on the brink of ruin. Even if there is no more medicinal food, I will not tolerate you forever. Luo Qinghan's words were cold. No third person had ever seen what was happening between her and Su Li. She had designed it herself so that Su Li would not have the chance to speak out. So, she is still the pure and innocent Luo Qinghan. But, hearing this, Su Li just curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer. How could he not know what Luo Qinghan was thinking? However, although Luo Qinghan is a cruel person, his methods are still too naive. Look, what is this? Su Li said. He pulled out a photo stone from his bosom, which recorded Luo Qinghan's pleading with him just now, as well as the scene where he took the initiative. The scene is fragrant, erotic, and extremely tempting, and Luo Qinghan is the real protagonist in it. Su Li, you are shameless. Luo Qinghan was so angry that he was about to fume. If Yi Qing saw this kind of thing, it would be a fatal blow to their relationship. No man can allow his woman to be flirted with by other people. How would she face Yi Qing then? Su Li still had a cold face and spoke without any emotion. Whatever you want to do, go ahead, but if something happens to me, someone will naturally hand this photo stone over to Yi Qing. Let him see how lowly his woman is in front of other men. By the way, let's make a few hundred copies and let everyone in Yancheng see that the Luo Qinghan they admire is really like this in private. Threaten him? You're just thinking too much. You. Luo Qinghan was out of breath, his chest heaving, and he couldn't speak at all. She is now. I don't know how to face Yi Qing at all. If Su Li really didn't give her the medicinal food, she never wants to feel that kind of feeling worse than death again. The most fatal thing is that if the photo stone is exposed, she, Luo Qinghan, will never have the face to face Yi Qing again, and will become a laughing stock in the entire Yancheng. Luo Qinghan glared at Su Li coldly, then turned and left. Before, Su Li has always been attentive to me, but his temperament suddenly changed at this moment. It must be my previous disregard that made Su Li jealous to the point of madness. And the fact that brother Yi Qing and I were in love with each other only deepened this jealousy. But, so Su Li, no matter what she did, would not change her inner thoughts. In the future, she would only marry brother Yi Qing. Su Li just looked at her back quietly. Luo Qinghan's attitude. Su Li didn't care at all. The luck value you get is the real one. As long as Yi Qing doesn't get xianxia's body, we will win. Bite. Congratulations to the host. You have disturbed Luo Qinghan's state of mind and threatened him, and have gained 2,000 points of luck. Good. Another 2,000 points were credited. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. This medicinal food. The effect is different from the previous ones. It only slightly relieves Luo Qinghan's pain and cannot make up for the deficiency in her body. As the #1 doctor in Yancheng, it was very simple for Su Li to do this. If Yi Qing took away her xianxia body now, he would not be able to achieve the goal of breakthrough at all. Yi Qing had always been coveting Luo Qinghan's xianxia body, and it was impossible for him to take advantage of her under such circumstances. And now, with a large amount of luck points and the newly acquired 7th grade spiritual medicine Red Sun Ginseng, it would only take a few days to break through to the peak of the Qi condensation realm. Once he breaks through to the peak of the Qi condensation realm and takes away Luo Qinghan's xianxia body, he can reach the sky-breaking realm in one step. Even in the entire Cloud City, they are considered a backbone force. Chapter 13, it's all Su Li's fault. Think of this. Su Li took out the Red Sun Ginseng and swallowed it in one gulp. The Red Sun Ginseng, which was originally only the size of a thumb, turned into a ball of hot liquid medicine as soon as it entered his mouth. It contained quite powerful medicinal power. Feeling his aura rising step by step in his body, Su Li nodded with satisfaction. If ordinary people get this kind of elixir, they will definitely refine it into pills to maximize its medicinal effect. But I have a body of flaming sun, and I can directly absorb all spiritual medicines with fire attributes without worrying about the loss of efficacy. Any spiritual medicine with fire attributes can exert its maximum medicinal power on me. Boom tilde. The spiritual energy in Su Li's body surged. It emits waves of surging sounds. The 5th level of Qi condensation. The 6th level of Qi condensation. The 7th level of Qi condensation. In just a moment, Su Li directly advanced to the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. His speed was comparable to that of a cheat. Now, outside world. Yi Qing looked at Li Buwei and others with a serious expression. Search the city. If you find a stone like this, let me know immediately. Said. He took out a piece of paper with a picture of an ordinary-looking stone on it, except that it was brightly colored and covered with densely packed holes. Soul-nourishing stone. Even now, Yi Qing felt a little unwilling. He had gotten himself into a lot of trouble in the Liu family and hadn't even found the soul-nourishing stone. If he had the soul-nourishing stone, his master would have been able to infuse him with spiritual energy and pass down a powerful technique to him. Even if there is little hope, he cannot give up. If I find the person who took the soul-nourishing stone and framed me. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. Others, although I was confused, but they didn't think much about it. After all, it was brother Yi Qing's decision, and they just had to do it. After all, Yancheng is just a small city, and the strongest person in the city is only at the supernatural power realm. Even if the soul-nourishing stone is placed in front of them, they will not be able to distinguish it and will only think it is a piece of stone with a strange appearance and hard texture. Right at this moment, squeak tilde sound. The door of the training room was opened, and a girl in aqua blue clothes, with a pale face but still beautiful, stumbled out, looking still a little weak. Qinghan, are you okay? Yi Qing showed a warm smile on his face. He stood in front of Luo Qinghan and wanted to touch her hair. But Luo Qinghan took a step back, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Su Li is in the training room. If Su Li saw him getting close to Yi Qing, the consequences would be unimaginable. What if he gets jealous and exposes the photo stone at all costs? Everything. It's all because of the threat from Su Li. It's all Su Li's fault. Forehead. Yi Qing's hand froze in midair, and his expression was a little stiff, but he still showed a smile and extended his invitation to Luo Qinghan. Qinghan, I've recently bought a new manor in the city. Why don't you and I go over there and enjoy the snowy scenery? I'll also guide you in your cultivation. I'll take good care of you, by the way. Enjoying the snow scenery? It's just a lie. As long as Luo Qinghan can get through and obtain xianxia's body, he has his own ways. But Luo Qinghan shook his head slightly. Thank you for your kindness, brother Yi Qing. However, I am feeling a little unwell right now and I need to rest for a few days. I won't bother you anymore, brother Yi Qing. Although, just drank the medicinal food. The pain in his body was gone, but Luo Qinghan could still clearly feel his own weakness. Moreover, if Su Li knew that he and Yi Qing were together. Think of this. Luo Qinghan made up his mind. After saying goodbye to Yi Qing, he walked straight outside. Yi Qing stretched out his hand and stared at Luo Qinghan's back. There was a layer of bloodshot in his eyes, but there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. Since Qinghan is unwell, let's wait for a few days. Around. The others remained silent. Everyone noticed Luo Qinghan's abnormality, but they all thought it was a physical problem. After all, Luo Qinghan's situation has been going on for several years and everyone is no longer surprised by it. Indeed, Luo Qinghan's health is too bad. Even some medicinal food can hardly make up for her deficiency. She needs careful care right now. I'll be working hard these past few days to take good care of her body. A voice rang out. Su Li slowly walked out of the room, looked at Luo Qinghan, sighed lightly, and shook his head slightly. I see. Then I'll leave everything to you. Yi Qing stretched out his hand and bowed, with a sincere look on his face. He seemed to be deeply in love with Luo Qinghan and looked infatuated. You don't have to do this, big brother. As your subordinate, I naturally have to help you solve your problems. Su Li looked at Yi Qing, who was pretending to be grateful, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Luo Qinghan had just been humiliated and molested by himself. And Yi Qing is still being taken advantage of here. Even thank myself. The cool feeling in it. It is not something that can be told to outsiders. Time passes. These days, Su Li has always lived in the Yi family courtyard, and from time to time he would visit his mother when Yi Qing was out. After all, he really liked the young woman Xiaoyan, especially the added bonus of being Yi Qing's mother, which made him unable to let her go. Every time he rode on her, it was as if he was riding on the head of that little man Yi Qing. Su Li, can your body bear doing this every day? You know, you were just injured a few days ago. Xiaoyan lay softly in Su Li's arms. A pair of small hands as white jade drew circles on Su Li's chest, and the lazy expression looked extremely seductive. Su Li, on the other hand, patted Xiaoyan gently, with a slight smile on his face. Madam, don't worry. Thanks to the elixir Yi Qing gave me, I'm fine now. Said. He worked hard again, as if to prove what he said. A few more hours. Okay, I get it, you're the best. Xiaoyan's face flushed. She lay tiredly on the bed, looking at Su Li with shy and timid eyes. Fierce. So awesome. Even though she was finally able to receive rain after a long drought, she was still a mortal after all, and she could not hold on under Su Li's attack. It flows thousands of miles and covers the ground with water. These 2 spiritual herbs were given to me by Qing'er before. However, I am a mortal after all and do not have the aptitude to practice cultivation. It is useless for me to have these resources. Since you started practicing a while ago, you must be short of resources now. Xiaoyan looked at Su Li, took out 2 fragrant spiritual herbs from the bedside, and looked at Su Li with a pair of watery eyes. These days. She also heard about Su Li's deeds from others. He was able to practice half a year ago and reached the 2nd level of qi condensation. His aptitude was not bad. Although she was immortal, she also wanted to help Su Li. Chapter 14. The brains of lickers are all abnormal. Thank you very much, Su Li did not refuse. Instead, he looked at Xiaoyan tenderly and patted her head gently. The 2 spiritual medicines are both fire attributed. Although they are of the 9th grade, they can still be of certain help to one's cultivation. It seems. Apart from not being able to accept their relationship being made public, Xiaoyan was completely concerned about him in other aspects. But Xiaoyan is just a mortal now. Thinking of this, Su Li frowned slightly. But, fortunately, Yanqing sect. There are elixirs inside that can enable mortals to start practicing. Although they are very expensive, there is still some way to deal with them. In the original book, Yi Qing made great contributions to the sect and exchanged this elixir for his mother. But, with me here, how can Yi Qing achieve great achievements? Once I join the Yanqing sect, I can do something for Xiaoyan. After all, even if mortals in the fantasy world can live for 200 or 300 years, it seems insignificant compared to those monks who can live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. He didn't want to see such a beautiful Madame Xiaoyan die after he became powerful in the future. And, by giving my wife the elixir, I can also gain more luck points. Bite. Congratulations, host. Madame Xiaoyan has become even more dependent on you. 2,000 points of plundered luck. Madame Xiaoyan sent the host her son's elixir. Yi Qing painstakingly collected elixirs for the host. 1,000 points of luck are plundered. 3,000 fortunes are credited. Su Li was delighted and turned to look at Xiaoyan. Another big battle was about to begin. Half a day later, Su Li walked out of the room with a satisfied look on his face. In Yi Qing's courtyard, many of his men were already practicing. But most of them are at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi condensation realm, and Li Buwei, who is at the 8th level of qi condensation realm, is the strongest among them. But even though Li Buwei was full of spiritual energy and his fists were dancing with great force, Su Li did not feel the slightest oppression. With the help of spiritual medicine and the system's qi condensation pill, I broke through to the 8th level of the qi condensation realm in just one night. Su Li raised the corners of his mouth slightly and clenched his fists. With Xiaoyan's resources and the qi condensation pills exchanged by the system, improving one's cultivation level is as easy and casual as eating and drinking. Now, he can be said to be the strongest person in this temple, except for Yi Qing. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary person. This speed of cultivation is simply terrifying. It has reached an appalling level. Ah, Su Li, how is Madame Xiaoyan? Li Buwei looked at Su Li with a smile on his face, looking quite easygoing. Madame's cold poison has been cured, but her body is still a little weak. I just need to take care of her from time to time. Su Li smiled. When Yi Qing is not around, he went to visit Madame Xiaoyan under the pretext of checking her up. By the way, I harvested some luck points. Today, I even got the elixir that Yi Qing gave to Xiaoyan. I am so happy. That's good, that's good. Li Buwei agreed softly, hesitating beside Su Li, his eyes a little evasive, as if he was embarrassed to speak. Brother Buwei, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Su Li saw Li Buwei's hesitation and smiled lightly. This lick dog. The only thing that made him hesitate was the matter concerning Yi Li. As expected, after hearing Su Li's words, Li Buwei's eyes showed a hint of joy, mixed with some heartache. The big man who originally looked quite strong was actually a little embarrassed. Su Li felt a chill on his back and felt very uncomfortable. In the original book, Li Buwei, who slaughtered innocent people for Yi Qing and even spared no mortals, unexpectedly had this side of him. Su Li, this is it. Lioli has been in a bad mood recently for some reason. She's always throwing things around, often holding her stomach with a look of pain on her face, and is extremely cold to people. I suspect she has contracted some stubborn disease, and I want you to help her. Li Buwei patted his chest lightly and said, if Brother Su Li can cure her, I will willingly offer him 100 spirit stones. Oh. Su Li's eyes lit up slightly. Li Buwei is really generous. 100 spirit stones are equivalent to his half-year cultivation resources. Spirit stone. In this world, it is an extremely important resource and also the currency of the cultivation world. 100 spirit stones. In the early stages of the story, it was a pretty good income. Sure enough, the brains of those who bootlickers are abnormal. For the sake of a woman, they are willing to give up their own cultivation resources, that is, give up their future. Isn't this funny? But this Li Buwei is not a good guy either. It would be a waste if he doesn't make this money. Since it is a request from my great brother, how dare I refuse? Miss Lioli is ill, and she is also Brother Yi Qing's cousin, so I naturally have to treat her. Su Li smiled lightly, with a hint of sadness between his brows, as if he was really worried about Yi Lioli's injury. However, Lioli is my goddess, so please don't offend her later. Li Buwei looked at Su Li's handsome face with a smile on his face, but he was secretly alert in his heart. This Su Li. Although he is not as talented and strong as me, this guy is so handsome. What if Yi Lioli won't? Absolutely not. Lioli is not such a superficial person, and only I can bring happiness to Yi Lioli. Of course. A doctor has a kind heart. In my eyes, there are only patients, regardless of gender. Su Li nodded slightly, looking at Li Buwei, who was hesitant to speak, and sneered in his heart. Damn it. Are you worried about finding a doctor who is too handsome? No wonder. In the original novel, although Li Buwei admired Yi Lioli, he never touched even a corner of her clothes. It seems that he is quite self-conscious about his own image. But in the original book, when he killed those innocent civilians, he did not feel inferior at all. As a monk, it was a taboo to attack mortals. He even captured pretty young ladies from the civilian population for fun and then killed them. You can say that. He is nothing but a bootlicker. In other aspects, he is simply a villain and deserves death. That's good. Li Buwei exhaled lightly, nodded, and then said, "Then follow me. Miss Yi Lioli is resting in the villa nearby." Not long. In a villa of the Yi family, Su Li and Li Buwei walked in. The courtyard is carefully decorated. Even in the cold winter, delicate flowers are still blooming, which looks beautiful. Even if it snows, the snow on the ground has long been cleaned up. Beside, there were some maids and servants, but not a single man in sight. You can tell at a glance that this is a young lady's courtyard. Although Yi Lioli herself has ordinary qualifications, but her parents are both in the sky-breaking realm and are the backbone of the Yi family. Moreover, her cousin Yi Qing is one of the top geniuses in Yancheng. It is reasonable to receive such treatment. Chapter 15. What are you doing here? Lioli. I'm coming. I recently heard that you were ill, so I went through great pains to invite a doctor to treat you. I also ask you to see me. The man with a rough and even ugly appearance, who stood like a chimpanzee, roared. Finished. Li Buwei stood at a loss in the courtyard, looking extremely humble, his eyes staring at the closed door in front of him, looking extremely obsessed. It's simply the attitude of a bootlicker taken to the extreme. Aside, although the attendants appeared respectful on the surface, they had already been sneering in their hearts. This Li Buwei has become a laughingstock in the entire Su family, although he is obsessed with his own lady. But, however, his young lady was not interested in him at all. Even though she did not explicitly reject him, she never accepted Li Buwei. Even when Li Buwei came to give the young lady cultivation resources and other miscellaneous gifts, the young lady just sent them back and refused to accept them at all. But even so, Li Buwei still enjoys it and follows his young lady around every day, which is really annoying. If he had not been Lord Yi Qing's subordinate, my young lady would have lost her patience with him long ago. And Su Li. He was standing at the back, watching all this quietly, with a mocking smile on his face. A dog licks a dog and gets nothing. No need. My body just needs a few days of recuperation. You can go back now. In the room, there was a young girl's voice, as clear as an oriole, which made people feel itchy. Lioli, please, come out and see me. You have health problems, and I feel very distressed. And Su Li is here too. He is the best doctor in Cloud City. He can definitely cure your illness. A hint of pleading appeared in Li Buwei's eyes. He stared at the door, hoping for a miracle to happen. As expected. The next moment, with a squeak, a girl with loose black hair and a pair of eyes like a deer walked out gently. Although she looked petite, she was plump and thin, with all the necessary features. Yi Lioli, although her figure is not as good as Luo Qinghan and Xiao Yun, her face is no less beautiful. As soon as she appeared, the courtyard in the cold winter was filled with some color and suddenly became brighter. Su Li. Yi Lioli looked at the young man in the field. The young man was wearing a black robe, with a faint smile on his face. He looked calm and confident, and his whole body exuded confidence and composure. Yi Lioli was stunned for a moment. Is this still the Su Li she knows? Although Su Li had a good appearance before, he exuded a sense of lack of confidence and timidity. He was just a mortal and did not have the bearing of an immortal cultivator. She never paid attention. But now, the feeling that Su Li gave her was completely different from the previous Su Li. He is gentle and elegant, with an ethereal air. Just based on his appearance, he is far superior to Yi Qing and the unshaven Li Buwei next to him. You can say that. She had never seen such a handsome man since she was a child. Time seemed to stand still. Although Yi Lioli was holding her stomach and cold sweat was oozing from her forehead, her cheeks were slightly rosy, like a ripe apple, and she looked extremely tempting. Although I had heard before that Su Li could practice, although his aptitude was not top-notch, he had also reached the qi condensation realm. But I didn't expect that after a person is able to practice, the improvement in his temperament would be so great. My mind was filled with so many thoughts that I couldn't think straight. Lioli, you finally came out. I was worried about you for so long. These are the pills I have on me. If you need them, take them all. Taking good care of your body is the most important thing. Li Buwei rushed over, started licking it wildly, and took out a handful of elixirs from his arms without any reluctance. Aside, Su Li just watched quietly, feeling in his heart that bootlickers are really awesome. Even if Li Buwei had accumulated these elixirs, he would have gone through a lot of trouble, but he just gave them away. No need. Brother Li, it's not easy for you to practice. I can't accept your pills. Yi Lioli said softly to Li Buwei. She didn't like Li Buwei at all. If cousin Yi Qing hadn't said before that a direct rejection would make Li Buwei very sad and lose face, she would have told him her thoughts directly. And Li Buwei. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Yi Lioli, she is actually worried that it is not easy for me to practice. She has me in her heart. Think of this. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and even though he was standing in the snow, his heart was warm. In that case, let Su Li treat you right away. With his level of skill, even if you have a stubborn illness, he can cure it. Li Buwei rubbed his hands and put on an ingratiating smile on his face. Yi Lioli nodded slightly, her eyes focused on Su Li, without even looking at Li Buwei. In that case, I'll have to rely on Dr. Su. Yi Lioli bowed, looking quite well behaved. A doctor has a kind heart. What's more, it was Li Buwei who paid the reward. Su Li smiled lightly. Aside, Li Buwei showed Su Li a grateful smile. He didn't expect that Su Li would say something nice about him in front of Yi Lioli, which made him very happy. I feel like I'm one step closer to being a goddess. This is my boudoir, only physicians may enter. Yi Lioli was just about to invite Su Li into the room, but when she saw Li Buwei who wanted to come in with her, she frowned slightly. Okay, I'll wait outside. Li Buwei nodded and bowed, showing no sign of the bearing of a qi condensation realm 8th level. He was just like a pug, which made the maids around him laugh in their hearts. Dr. Su Li, please come in quickly. Yi Lioli smiled at Su Li. Brother Buwei, I'll go in first. Su Li smiled and patted Li Buwei's shoulder. Go, go, you must cure Lioli's illness. Li Buwei bowed with both hands, his eyes full of sincerity. Yi Lioli, on the other hand, did not speak. After seeing Su Li come in, he gently closed the door. Isolate Li Buwei. It was freezing and snowy outside, but for a cultivator like Li Buwei who was at the 8th level of qi condensation, it had no effect at all. He just paced anxiously outside the door, thinking about his goddess. Chapter 16. Another tool of Yi Qing. Now, in the room, Su Li looked at the decoration of the boudoir. The inside is quite pink, and there are some very delicate handicrafts and some fragrant sachets. It's exactly like the room of a girl waiting to be married. Dr. Su Li, we are now. Yi Lioli looked at Su Li, lowered her head shyly, and a pink color quietly climbed up her neck. This was the first time a man entered her boudoir. Or a handsome young man like Su Li, who has superb medical skills. You have to know that she had never let even his cousin Yi Qing in before. Think of this. It made her heart beat even faster. Miss Lioli, just sit there. Su Li smiled slightly, looking quite a gentleman. Yi Lioli's panel also appeared in his eyes. Name, Yi Lioli. Identity, Yi Qing's cousin, Li Buwei's sycophant. Cultivation, 5th level of qi condensation realm. Luck value, 10,000 points. 10,000 luck. Although she is not as good as the heroines in the original novel, but 10,000 luck points is still a very generous amount of luck points. And Yi Lioli. In the original novel, she was not given much attention. After all, she was not Yi Qing's concubine, but just a background character. Although his talent is average now, his cultivation is only at the 5th level of qi condensation. But later he got an opportunity, grew into a strong man, and successfully lived to the end. It is normal to have such luck. And, although Yi Lioli is Yi Qing's cousin, her personality is completely different from Yi Qing's. She is kind by nature, but a little obsessed with looks. Su Li looked at the pink crawling up Yi Lioli's neck, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Dr. Su Li. Yi Lioli said softly, looking at Su Li shyly. The masculine energy coming towards her made her legs go weak. Except for my father. She rarely got so close to a man. Let me take your pulse first. Su Li placed his hand on Yi Lioli's soft wrist, which felt as smooth as jade, as if he was touching a piece of fine jade. It's so addictive. As expected of a spoiled young lady, she takes great care of her skin. But, as Su Li took his pulse, his brows furrowed slightly. This Yi Lioli actually didn't have any disease. It was just due to the loss of essence and blood in her body. An ordinary doctor might only be able to diagnose that Yi Lioli is deficient in qi and blood, and simply ask her to take some tonic medicine to nourish qi and blood. This certainly can't cure it completely. Qi and blood, and essence and blood, are not the same thing at all. For cultivators, essence and blood are important sources of strength. A deficiency of essence and blood will naturally lead to body aches and mental depression. In severe cases, it can even be life-threatening. Only Su Li, the #1 doctor in Yancheng, could accurately diagnose Yi Lioli's illness. Miss Lioli, have you been in contact with anyone recently? In other words, do you have any personal belongings that you wear for a long time? Su Li asked softly. Deficiency of essence and blood. Apart from being absorbed by direct contact with humans, there are only some things that can collect essence and blood, and can collect essence and blood without anyone noticing. Yi Lioli was bewildered. Could it be that her illness was caused by someone or something? Think of this. Yi Lioli racked her brains to recall. During this period of time, I have not left the house and have been concentrating on my cultivation. Only my cousin Yi Qing and Li Buwei have come a few times, and the only things I wear for a long time are some jewelry. Talking and talking. Yi Lioli stood up and rummaged through the drawers in the room. Soon she brought out a pile of glittering jewels and placed them in front of Su Li. Only. Su Li shook his head slightly. There is no problem with these, but Yi Qing and Li Buwei naturally cannot absorb Yi Lioli's blood in public. After all, if you do that, what's the difference between you and practicing magic? Miss Lioli, do you really have no other personal belongings? Su Li frowned slightly, and Yi Lioli was a little dazzled by her picturesque face. Only, when it came to serious matters, she could only put these thoughts aside and said softly, "This is all the jewelry I have. The rest are my clothes and the jade pendant that Brother Yi Qing gave me." Said. He then held a blood-red round jade pendant in his hand and handed it to Su Li. And mentioned clothes. A blush appeared on Yi Lioli's delicate little face. If Su Li wanted to check it out, should he agree directly? Or should he refuse first and then agree? Jade pendant? Su Li looked at the jade pendant in Yi Lioli's hand, and saw that the jade pendant was as red as blood, emitting a rich spiritual energy. As a doctor, his top-notch sense of smell and experience allowed him to tell at a glance that this jade pendant was an evil object that absorbed and stored essence and blood. I see. I see. Su Li was shocked, and the truth that had been in his mind for a while finally came to light. In the original book, Yi Qing once practiced a powerful blood-related technique, the blood robe technique. However, the author only briefly mentioned the origin of this technique, and as soon as it appeared, this blood technique had some success. And Su Li, in recent days, also learned that there is a demonic sect called Chongming sect in the vicinity of Yancheng, and one of the top martial arts there is called the blood robe art. However, if you want to practice this technique, you must rely on the essence and blood of your blood relatives in the early stages. Understood. A hint of coldness appeared in Su Li's eyes. Yi Qing's only blood relatives are Xiaoyan, Yi Lioli, and Yi Lioli's parents. Yi Lioli's parents are both in the Breaking the Sky realm, so it would be easy to be discovered if she set any tricks on them. Xiaoyan is immortal, so even if she has essence and blood, it cannot help her practice. The most suitable one is only Yi Lioli. It seems. This Yi Qing is not only a hypocrite, he is also so cruel to his own relatives. You know, if the essence and blood are sucked away for a long time, the meridians will be damaged at the least, and the worst-case scenario is death. Dr. Su Li. Is there any problem with this jade pendant? Seeing Su Li staring at the bright red jade pendant in his hand, Yi Lioli frowned slightly and waved in front of Su Li. Impossible. This is the jade pendant that my cousin Yi Qing gave me. How could there be anything wrong with it? Su Li withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Lioli with some pity. This girl. It was really a bit miserable. Not only was he used as a tool by Yi Qing to win over his men, but even most of his essence and blood were drained away by Yi Qing. A true tool. We must not let her continue to be deceived by Yi Qing. What's more, letting her know Yi Qing's true identity as a hypocrite and interfering with Yi Qing's practice of the blood robe technique would be a huge blow to Yi Qing's own luck. There's something seriously wrong with your jade pendant. It's an evil jade that can absorb essence and blood. Chapter 17. Was this done by Yi Qing? What? Evil jade? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is a gift from my cousin Yi Qing. Yi Lioli had a dull expression as she stared blankly at the bright red jade, her eyes filled with confusion. This was a gift from Yi Qing's cousin on his birthday. He said it was a piece of jade that contained spiritual energy. As long as he wore it and nurtured it, the spiritual energy within would increase. He also reminded himself that he must wear it often to maximize the effect of the jade pendant. Cousin Yi Qing has been very good to me since I was a child. How could he possibly give me an evil jade? Yi Lioli reached out for the red jade pendant, but Su Li held her little hand in his. Stop it firmly. It feels good. It was like holding a piece of mutton fat jade, and the tenderness of her skin was the best Su Li had ever seen. Don't touch it. Any living being that touches it will have its essence sucked away. Su Li shook his head slightly. Under Yi Lioli's incredulous gaze, he wrapped the blood-colored jade pendant with spiritual energy and placed it on the flowers in the room. Puff tilde. A sound like boiling oil was heard. As soon as the jade pendant came into contact with the flower, a puff of green smoke filled the air. The originally delicate flower quickly decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon turned into a black ash. Jade pendants can be plundered by any living creature. Even flowers are no exception. Ah, this. Yi Lioli's eyes were dull as she stared at the withered flowers. Then she looked at Su Li for help. Why would cousin Yi Qing do this? What good will it do him? He must have made a mistake. I'm his biological cousin. From childhood to adulthood, he's always been like my biological brother. Bite. Yi Lioli's emotions fluctuated violently, and the host plundered 1,000 points of luck. Very good. 1,000 lucks are obtained. Su Li looked at Yi Lioli with a calm expression. Brother Yi Qing is a man of great integrity. How could he do such a despicable thing? Or maybe he made a mistake. This kind of jade that can absorb essence and blood is extremely rare. It is impossible to obtain it without great effort. Only some demonic cultivators, when practicing the blood path, need to use the blood essence of some blood relatives. Perhaps it was something that Big Brother Yi Qing seized when he killed the demon cultivators before, and he mistakenly thought it was a treasure. However, Big Brother Yi Qing is usually gentle and polite to his brothers, but he is brave and decisive in battle. I admire him very much. Su Li was praising Yi Qing on the surface to get rid of his suspicion, but in fact, he was secretly trying to deceive Yi Qing. This kind of evil jade can only be obtained by spending a lot of effort, and how could he not know the effect of something that Yi Qing had obtained with great difficulty? What's more, Yi Qing is extremely loyal to his subordinates, but cruel to his enemies. Isn't this a kind of hypocrisy? After killing the demon cultivator, did he obtain the blood path technique from the demon cultivator and then practice it secretly himself? Although Yi Lioli is kind, she is not stupid. With a little guidance, she can figure out the details by herself. Really? Yi Lioli was silent for a moment. Her whole face fell, her eyes full of suspicion and confusion. All the facts show. Yi Qing is highly suspicious. I'll go ask him now. Yi Lioli gritted her teeth, turned around and wanted to rush out of the room. However, Su Li stopped her. Yi Lioli bumped into Su Li's arms. Su Li hugged her gently and stroked her head softly. Wouldn't it hurt the relationship between you and your siblings if you asked Brother Yi Qing? If you have any doubts about Brother Yi Qing, all you have to do is wait, right? Su Li patiently and kindly persuaded. Now letting Yi Lioli take the jade pendant to ask Yi Qing is undoubtedly giving the essence and blood in the jade pendant to Yi Qing for free to help him practice the blood robe technique. With Yi Qing's hypocritical behavior, he will definitely trick Yi Lioli into getting the jade pendant first. At that time, even if Yi Lioli breaks up with Yi Qing, it will not harm Yi Qing at all. Wait. Yi Lioli's eyes were full of doubts. Su Li nodded gently. Yes, just wait. I believe that Big Brother Yi Qing would not do such a despicable thing. As long as Big Brother Yi Qing does not come to ask for this jade pendant in the future, it means that he is not a suspect. On the contrary, if he comes to ask for it, now, I will guide the essence and blood in this jade pendant to cure your current symptoms first. Otherwise, the deficiency of essence and blood will cause unpredictable effects on you in the future. Good. Yi Lioli nodded heavily. Then, she seemed to realize that she was being held by Su Li and was so close to him that the man's breath rushed into her nostrils, making her face turn red. This was the first time she was so close to a man. At this time, Yi Lioli's heart was pounding, and the room was filled with a sense of romance. But Su Li did not take another step forward, but placed the jade pendant in front of him, and the 9 Revolutions' mysterious yang gong was activated instantly. The next moment, a huge heat wave enveloped the entire jade pendant, and the temperature continued to rise. The whole room was extremely hot, and even a trace of sweat seeped out of Yi Lioli's forehead. Not long. Wisps of fine blood mist, like steam, evaporated from the jade pendant and were then collected by Su Li in a small bottle. In order to extract the essence and blood from the jade, in addition to specific exercises, physical means such as high-temperature evaporation can also be used. After all, essence and blood are also liquids, and they will evaporate at a certain temperature. Unlike ordinary blood, which will leave impurities when evaporated, essence and blood contain the purest spiritual energy in the body, and even if it encounters high temperatures, it will not leave any impurities. A quarter of an hour later, Su Li's face was calm, while Yi Lioli beside him looked as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Even a cultivator in the qi condensation realm could not withstand such high temperatures, and her little face was flushed red. In Su Li's hand, there appeared half a bottle of bright red liquid, which was Yi Lioli's blood. Wrists out. Su Li gave an order and looked at Yi Lioli's white wrist. A full set of blood transfusion tools appeared in his hand, and he re-injected the essence and blood. Input essence and blood. Extremely sour and refreshing. It's different from a regular blood transfusion. The essence and blood contain enormous spiritual energy. Even if you only input a little bit of it, you can feel your whole body being rushed around. Hum tilde. Yi Lioli kept humming softly, which made people feel dreamy. Later, the sound became louder and louder, and even seemed to be heard outside the room. And Su Li. In order to prevent Yi Lioli from moving around, he sat behind her, covering her with his broad body, holding her tightly in place. The extensive physical contact truly allowed Su Li to experience what ultimate enjoyment was, even through clothes. You can also feel the extreme elasticity coming from Yi Lioli's body, which makes people unable to let go. There was still a hint of fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. As Yi Lioli twisted her body from time to time, Su Li felt as if he was lying in a sea of flowers. Can't bear to leave. Chapter 18. What is our relationship now? Now. Outside the door. Li Buwei paced anxiously, looking at the closed door, his eyes full of worry. This treatment. It's been a bit too long. I hope Su Li really has the ability to cure Yi Lioli. But just when he was anxious, Yi Lioli's painful cry suddenly came from the room, and the sound became louder and louder, which made Li Buwei's heart skip a beat. He knocked on the door quickly. Lioli, Lioli, how are you? Such a painful sound. I guess Yi Lioli must have suffered a lot. Brother Li, I'm fine. Don't stay outside. Go away. Dr. Su Li is helping me. With treatment. Yi Lioli's voice came out intermittently. I'm not leaving. I'm going to wait here until your treatment is successful. Li Buwei stood outside with a look of pain and worry on his face. This torment made him feel extremely anxious. Brother Buwei, don't worry. I will definitely cure Miss Lioli. Su Li's voice also came out. It sounded quite calm, which made Li Buwei feel relieved. Such a calm voice. Su Li must be treating Yi Lioli well now. After all, doctors have a kind heart. In Su Li's eyes, there are only patients, and there is no distinction between men and women. I actually doubted him just now. I deserve to die. That's good. Lioli is now in your care. However, you must be gentle when treating her. She is afraid of pain. He gave another worried reminder. Li Buwei waited obediently outside the door, and the noise inside gradually died down. Now, in the room, the temperature rose, Yi Lioli's face became extremely rosy, and her whole body twitched from time to time due to the impact of the essence and blood just now. Su Li was right behind her. His hot and solid body seemed like the most reassuring support, which made Yi Lioli, who had just suspected that Yi Qing was plotting against her, feel a little better. Leaning on Su Li. Don't think about anything. Just let your mind float in the clouds and become blank. Miss Lioli, the blood and essence transfer is complete. Now you just need to recuperate for a few more days. Once your blood and essence are fully integrated with your body, there will be no problem. Su Li smiled lightly, let go of Yi Lioli, and stood in front of her again. Thank you, Dr. Su Li. Noticing Su Li standing up, Yi Lioli's cheeks blushed and her little head hung low. Just now, I was so close to Su Li. But, being with Su Li like this, she didn't feel disgusted at all, but instead felt very comfortable. Tilda. Su Li coughed lightly. Yi Lioli reacted and looked at herself, only to find that her snow-white shoulders were completely exposed, and her chest was also vaguely visible. Not good. My clothes. Yi Lioli quickly pulled her clothes up to cover the straps on her shoulders. That was her underwear, but a corner of it was exposed. It's so embarrassing. Yi Lioli's cheeks became redder and more attractive, like apples. In the room, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Yi Lioli quickly looked to the side, at the blood-red jade pendant, and pointed at it and said, Brother Su Li, what should we do with this thing? Yo! Du Su Li is my brother. Hearing Yi Lioli's address, Su Li smiled secretly in his heart. In just a short period of time, there was such a huge change in her attitude towards him. Although she is Yi Qing's cousin, she is gentle and kind-hearted, much better than that bitch like Luo Qinghan. Su Li touched her head affectionately, looked at the jade pendant, and said softly, There's still a small amount of your blood and essence left in this jade pendant, but it won't be a big deal if you don't take it out. This jade pendant is too evil, so I'll keep it for you. Su Li spoke softly, wrapped the jade pendant with a piece of cloth and held it in his hand. But, Brother Su Li, this jade pendant is so dangerous, why don't you just throw it away? There was some worry in Yi Lioli's eyes. At the same time, there is still a glimmer of hope in my heart. Although Yi Qing is now a suspect, it is also possible that he was mistaken. After all, Yi Qing's cousin is usually gentle and kind to others, and it is really hard to imagine that he could do such a thing. It doesn't matter. I have another use for this jade pendant. Su Li gently touched her head. If Yi Lioli were to directly expose Yi Qing's ugly face in person, it would probably make him angry and embarrassed, or with Yi Qing's thick skin, he could naturally deny it and say that he had no idea. It has no impact on Yi Qing. This is not a profit-maximizing solution. And now, Yi Qing was completely unaware of this. The jade pendant was in his hands, and there were many things he could design with it. Then let Yi Lioli be completely disappointed in Yi Qing. The change in the woman's attitude towards Yi Qing in the original novel can also bring out a lot of luck points. Hey, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Yi Qing could only swallow this loss in silence. Bite. Congratulations to the host for making Yi Lioli suspicious of Yi Qing and for having a warm relationship with Yi Lioli. You have plundered 5,000 points of luck. Congratulations to the host for disrupting Yi Qing's cultivation plan, nipping his blood robe technique in the bud, and plundering 3,000 points of luck. Just half a day. Another 8,000 luck points were earned. Good. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I'll take my leave first, otherwise Brother Li might be jealous. Su Li chuckled. Hearing Su Li's teasing words, Yi Lioli felt a little flustered. Then she looked at Su Li cautiously and explained softly, Brother Su Li, don't get me wrong. I have nothing to do with that Brother Li. He was the one who took the initiative to pursue me. I don't like him at all. If you don't like it, why don't you reject it clearly? Su Li asked back. His mind was as clear as a mirror. In the original book, it was Yi Qing who coaxed Yi Lioli not to reject Li Buwei, and he was just coaxing his cousin who had never experienced love between men and women. Now, exposing Yi Qing's ugly face would make Yi Lioli dislike him even less, and he could also get more benefits from him. Cousin Yi Qing said that if I refused directly, it would make him lose face. Yi Lioli said softly, Lose face. Su Li sneered. When it comes to love between a man and a woman, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Where does the idea of saving face come from? Now you have a suitor, and is pestering you every day. Doesn't this mean that your right to pursue happiness is being hindered? From now on, every one of your suitors will be driven away by Li Buwei, without exception. In the room, there was a silence. Pursue your own happiness. These words deeply stung Yi Lioli. It also made her ask a question for some unknown reason. Brother Su Li, what is our relationship now? Chapter 19. Even the wool is a waste of time. What is the relationship? Su Li's hand, which was pushing open the door, froze in mid-air. He looked at Yi Lioli with a smile. He didn't expect that she, who was originally a gentle person, would be so bold. Can you still ask such a question? Yi Lioli's face also turned red. She gently pinched the corner of her clothes and lowered her head. She didn't know what to say. Her legs were twisting restlessly, faintly visible through the hem of her skirt, bright white and tender, looking extremely seductive. Her heart was pounding and her mind was in a mess. Oh my God! What am I talking about? This is the first time that Brother Su Li and I get to know each other, and I actually ask such a question. What should I do if Brother Su Li thinks I am a casual person? Think of this. Yi Lioli carefully looked at Su Li's expression and found that he did not show any disgust. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Su Li also appropriately did not mention it again. Yi Lioli was just too impulsive just now. Yi Lioli is innocent and kind-hearted. If she keeps dwelling on that question, she will probably be so embarrassed today. It is also counterproductive for the relationship between two people. In the room, the atmosphere was somewhat charming, mixed with a hint of awkwardness. Yi Lioli even lowered her head, not knowing what to say. After all, the two of them knew too little about each other, and it was also the first time that Su Li had such close contact with Yi Qing's cousin. Think of this. Su Li pushed the door open and walked out. It would be no use saying anything now, so it would be better to say nothing. At this time, outside the door, squeak tilde. With a sound, Su Li walked out. Snowflakes were already floating outside, dyeing the entire courtyard white. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful. Now, distance from Su Li entering the room. Half a day has passed. As the sky gradually darkened, the setting sun shone into the courtyard, and in front of the door, a sudden snowman appeared. Su Li, you finally came out. How is Lioli's illness? Is she healed? The snowman's eyes lit up, and he shook his body as he watched Su Li coming out. Snowflakes fell off his body, revealing Li Bui's rough face. Li Bui hurriedly walked in front of Su Li, but his eyes were still looking into the room, with unconcealable concern in his eyes. He wanted to see the goddess he had been thinking about day and night. Even just a glance could make him happy for many days. Miss Lioli was just a little weak. Thanks to my medical skills, she is now better. She only needs a few days of rest and she will be back to normal. Su Li smiled lightly and patted Li Bui on the shoulder. Poor health? I see. I knew that you were the best doctor in Yancheng and your title is not in vain. Li Bui looked grateful. Luo Qinghan was just in poor health, and in the entire Yancheng, only Su Li could make medicinal food to make up for it. This was a well-known fact, so there was no doubt about it. Said. Li Bui took out a bulging package from his arms. Even through the cloth, one could sense the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. As long as a mortal took a whiff, he would feel relaxed and refreshed. This is the agreed reward. Brother Su Li must accept it. Li Bui stroked the package, a trace of heartache and pity flashing in his eyes. This was 100 spirit stones, which was a huge sum of money even for him. But, thinking that he had only spent a mere 100 spirit stones to save his goddess from the pain of illness, Li Bui's fighting spirit was rekindled. I have paid so much for the goddess, I am sure Miss Lioli can see it, and I am not far from winning her heart. Thinking of this, Li Bui's mouth curled up slightly, and there was a lewd smile on his rough face, which looked a little creepy. And Su Li. He took the package, carefully looked at each fingernail-sized spirit stone inside that exuded rich spiritual energy, and nodded slightly. Spirit stone. But it is the hard currency in the cultivation world. 100 spirit stones is considered a good fortune in Yancheng. It can be used to buy a few courtyards in the city, or a few weapons that can cut through iron like mud. Even some family-inherited skills can be purchased with spirit stones. Bite. Congratulations to the host for taking Li Bui's spirit stone and plundering 200 points of luck. Only 200 luck. Su Li looked at Li Bui with some disdain. All the luck points he had were only a few hundred, far less than the girl in the original book. No wonder, after Yi Qing had fully utilized her value, she was decisively abandoned. It's a waste of time to try to gain luck from him. The value is too little. Right at this moment, Yi Lioli walked out of the room. Her clothes had been tidied up, and she looked radiant and energetic, but when she saw Su Li, her cheeks turned slightly red. It looks incredibly beautiful. Lioli, are you okay? It's cold outside. What are you doing out here? Li Bui looked at Yi Lioli cautiously, and as he spoke, he wanted to take off his coat and put it on her. Yi Lioli dodged directly and looked at Su Li with moist eyes, fearing that he would be dissatisfied after seeing the scene. But in Li Bui's eyes, this is what I want to do when I want to put a coat on the goddess, and then the goddess shyly hides away from outsiders. Didn't you see that her face is red? She is definitely shy. She's definitely shy about me. Li Bui's heart was shaken, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It's okay, I'm not afraid of the cold. You've just recovered from a serious illness, and now is the time to recuperate. If you need anything at home, just ask me directly. Li Buwei spoke loudly, his chest pounding, and he acted like a big man. But in the eyes of Su Li and Yi Liuli, he looked like a chimpanzee pounding his chest, which made people laugh. There's no need for Brother Li in my family. Yi Liuli frowned slightly and once again dodged Li Buwei, who wanted to put clothes on her. After carefully considering it for a while, he said in a low voice, I know, Brother Li is very good to me. But I just want to rest now. Brother Li doesn't need to come anymore. After all, you are a trusted subordinate of cousin Yi Qing. You should concentrate on your cultivation, work hard to become stronger, and contribute to the Yi family. How can you spend so much time on me? Yi Liuli finally said it out. It was as if I had exhaled a breath of foul air in my heart, and the haze that had shrouded my eyes was swept away. Originally, Yi Qing told her that a direct rejection would hurt Li Buwei and damage his reputation, so she kept giving in. But after Su Li talked to himself, she finally realized that her cousin Yi Qing was wrong, and she also had to pursue her own happiness. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Be bold and say it out loud. Chapter 20. The dog licker is really awesome. Outside the room, Yi Liuli finally spoke out her true feelings. He raised his head and looked at Su Li, as if he was a child who had done something right and wanted praise from his parents. Su Li also nodded slightly. Yi Liuli's words were very clear. Although a little tactful, it was a clear rejection. But why does Li Buwei, this bootlicker, look so touched? Su Li looked at the grown man Li Buwei, and even a trace of tears of emotion appeared in his eyes. He looked at Yi Liuli with deep affection, and a cold sweat couldn't help but seep out of his body. Liuli, I know you need to rest now, and I'm also worried that I might be worrying too much about you and affecting my ability to become stronger. But it doesn't matter. Love can flatten mountains and seas. Even if I have to spend more time with you, I'm willing to do so. Don't worry, I will definitely practice well on a daily basis. I will never let my concern for you affect my progress in practice. But I'm touched that you're worried about me. Li Buwei's face was full of emotion. What a good woman. Miss Liuli, you are actually worried that your own fault will affect my important work as a man. She is worried about me. She has me in her heart. She is the best and kindest woman in the world. Seeing that she is a little cautious and conflicted now, I guess she is worried that I really want to come to see her. But how is this possible? Now, outside the room, snowflakes are falling. Su Li and Yi Liuli had dark lines on their faces, and their eyes were a little dull. This Li Buwei. What on earth did you imagine? His misunderstanding was a bit too serious. It was clearly a very tactful refusal, but why did it seem to be that Yi Liuli was worried about Li Buwei's cultivation? The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched slightly. I couldn't help but complain in my heart that the bootlickers are really awesome. This imagination ability. He must have written the 3-body problem. And aside, Yi Liuli's brain was a little overloaded, and it took her a while to react. She looked a little anxious and quickly explained. No, Brother Li, what I mean is. It's okay, Liuli, no need to say more, I understand. Li Buwei waved his hand, making a pose he thought was very handsome, and then continued, I will go back to practice now. Don't worry, I can definitely handle the matter between you and me. I won't let you affect my progress in cultivation. Finished. Li Buwei left excitedly, looking quite motivated. Su Li and Yi Liuli, on the other hand, stared at Li Buwei's back in silence. In order to practice faster, Li Buwei even used his body movements to release his spiritual energy. It's simply impossible to catch up. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Yi Liuli looked at Su Li cautiously, her little mouth pouting. Brother Su Li, I really didn't mean that. You should understand. Now, she was afraid that Su Li would misunderstand. After all, she and Li Buwei were really innocent, but the things that Li Buwei had just imagined were simply out of the blue, but not illogical. Just in case. Brother Su Li believed it. Thinking of this, Yi Liuli felt a little nervous and quickly looked at Su Li. And Su Li. He smiled gently, touched Yi Liuli's head and scratched her nose. Of course I know Miss Liuli meant to refuse. This is all Li Buwei's fault. It's great that you were brave enough to say it out loud today. That's good. Knowing that Su Li had not misunderstood, Yi Liuli's face showed a bright smile again, as if a delicate flower had just bloomed, so beautiful. Brother Su Li, it's getting late. Do you want to have dinner together? Yi Liuli looked at Su Li with some anticipation. Even monks need to eat. Although some powerful cultivators can rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for food, the strongest in Yancheng is only at the level of supernatural powers, and naturally has not reached the level of sleeping in the open air. But Su Li shook his head slightly. He has important things to do now, so how could he stay here? Not to mention, today's luck value has been almost used up. There will be no gain if I stay here any longer. Thinking of this, Su Li said goodbye decisively. Yi Liuli just looked at Su Li's back and did not try to keep him. After all, although she wanted to stay with Su Li for a while longer, she didn't know how to face it. Think of this. Yi Liuli gently clenched her fists. Anyway, Su Li is at the Yi family, and there will be many opportunities to meet in the future, so there is no need to rush. The moon and stars are sparse. The sky gradually darkened. Su Li placed the evil jade in the system space and walked towards the gathering place of mortals in the city. Her entire body was enveloped in his spiritual energy. Even her face was concealed, so no one noticed. Wouldn't it be a shame not to make use of this evil jade? In Yancheng, there are not only cultivators, but also a large number of mortals who cannot practice cultivation. Moreover, some cultivators who remain in the body refining realm are also included in the concept of mortals. The number of mortals in the city alone is much larger than that of monks. But most of the annual harvest must be handed over to the monks as protection fees for entering Yancheng. If they survived in the wilderness outside of Cloud City, any random demonic beast or evil cultivator would be enough to wipe out their entire village. The next morning, Su Li walked out of the gathering place of mortals. From time to time, he would throw a bean-sized qi condensing pill into his mouth. After recent practice, his strength has broken through to the 9th level of the qi condensation realm, and has reached the peak of the qi condensation realm. Next, it means breaking through to the sky-breaking realm. A realm-breaking pill costs 10,000 luck points per pill, which is quite expensive. Su Li looked at the priceless realm-breaking pill in the system space and shook his head slightly. Although those rubbish realm-breaking pills from the outside world are not 100% guaranteed to achieve a breakthrough, and the probability of failure is extremely high, while the system's realm-breaking pills can achieve a 100% breakthrough. But 10,000 luck points is still a bit too expensive. Wouldn't it be better to save up your luck points and exchange them for Imperial weapons and Imperial level skills later? Su Li returned to his own courtyard. There is a small bronze tripod in the middle of the yard. Even though it is empty, it contains the fragrance of medicine accumulated over the years. Calculate the time. Now, it's time for Luo Qinghan to take medicine. The last medicinal meal was not perfect. It was only enough for her to hold on for a few days. Thinking of this, Su Li smiled lightly, and the spiritual energy in his body instantly burst out and dissolved into the air. Streams of spiritual energy mixed with streaks of fire enveloped the bronze tripod in the courtyard. Su Li took out handfuls of herbs and put them into the bronze tripod. The effect of this medicinal meal is incomparable to the previous ones. The efficacy is several times stronger and can allow Luo Qinghan to be temporarily in a complete state. In the air, strong medicinal aroma, slowly drifting away into the distance. Chapter 21. Are you still a man? Just a moment. A woman wearing a light blue dress and with a pair of long legs who looked extremely seductive, as if she was the most beautiful woman in the world, walked in anxiously. Her beautiful face was also filled with pain. Now, that was when she became ill. How could you not come when you smell this kind of medicinal fragrance? In the courtyard, the ground was covered with a layer of white snow. However, it seemed a little pale in comparison to those shining thighs. Su Li just calmly boiled a pot of hot tea and used his spiritual energy to control the liquid medicine in the bronze tripod, without paying any attention to Luo Qinghan who rushed in. But Luo Qinghan seemed to be very proactive and quickly came to Su Li. A fragrant breeze blew in my face. Although she looked at Su Li viciously, her eyes full of hatred. But his whole body was covered in cold sweat, and he was gasping for breath, like a fish out of the water, without any deterrent power at all. Su Li, give me the medicinal food. Luo Qinghan's voice trembled, but his tone was still cold, without any emotion. Moreover, he still looked at Su Li with a condescending attitude, and his eyes were full of disgust. This Su Li. He can only use despicable means like medicinal food and photostones to control himself. He is a mentally twisted pervert. He just got a little closer to Brother Yi Qing, but Su Li became jealous and crazy, and his style of doing things was completely different from before. Haha, now you still can't figure out your attitude. Su Li's face was calm. He casually poured himself a cup of tea with a fragrant aroma. He casually threw a handful of herbs on the ground and pointed at the boiling copper tripod beside him. He didn't care what Luo Qinghan thought. The luck value and benefits you get are real. If you don't agree, you can make the medicine yourself. Luo Qinghan was furious. He stared at Su Li with his eyes fixed and his teeth clenched. She has been eating medicinal food for so many years, so she naturally knows the proportions of the food. on the ground. It was exactly the herb she needed. But Su Li is the best doctor in Yancheng, so he can use this combination of spiritual medicines to brew spiritual medicine suitable for himself. No one else can succeed. After all, medicinal food requires not only medicinal materials, but also the right cooking temperature and experience. In the entire Yancheng, only Su Li can do this. Luo Qinghan was furious, and his eyes became even colder. However, it seemed as if waves of raging storms were surging in her body, swallowing up her sanity. She felt extremely uncomfortable, and her pair of extremely seductive white legs were twisting restlessly. Looking at Su Li, who was still there calmly, a trace of shame and hatred flashed in Luo Qinghan's eyes, and he gently approached Su Li. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Hadn't she bowed her head enough to Su Li before? Sizzle tilde. She also tore the clothes at the hem of her skirt into shreds, and the blue rags fell to the ground, revealing her snow-white and attractive thighs. The whole person approached Su Li gently. Now, Su Li lay in a gentle environment. The pleasant feeling of the brainwave directly enveloped him, and a pair of white jade-like hands kept massaging his head. At the same time, his big hands covered Luo Qinghan's thighs. They are so smooth, soft, and tender that you can't let them go. They are like a pair of thighs carved by God. Comfortable. All over the body. There was no part of her body that felt uncomfortable. Although Luo Qinghan was a cheap woman, there was nothing wrong with her body. In the previous life, she is also at the level of a national goddess. And Luo Qinghan, after my own guidance several times, he was quite familiar with the process. Although he still hated me, he was quite relaxed when he was close to me. But this time, I won't be satisfied so easily. Su Li, is it okay? Luo Qinghan's voice was trembling. Although she still treated Su Li coldly, her body was entangled with Su Li. Looks extremely tempting. Cold attitude. My body is still very hot. Su Li pinched it hard. Luo Qinghan screamed in pain, and his thighs were a little bruised. Su Li, you beast. Luo Qinghan was furious. He stretched out his hand and wanted to slap Su Li in the face even though he was weak. But, next second, a slap hit her face even faster. Luo Qinghan suddenly turned her head, and half of her face was covered with a red slap mark. The burning pain made her feel ashamed and angry, but there was nothing she could do. I can only secretly curse Su Li to die a miserable death in my heart. The current Su Li is no longer the mortal man he used to be. He has now reached the chi condensation realm. Even if he were in his prime, he cannot guarantee a win, not to mention that he is now suffering from physical deficiency. Only 1/10 of his strength remains, and he is no match for Su Li. Are you still a man? You actually hit me. Luo Qinghan was quite incredulous. Although she had been flirted with and humiliated by Su Li before, this was the first time Su Li hit her. Since you need help from others, you must show a corresponding attitude. Su Li slapped her again with his backhand, looked at her cheeks that became more symmetrical, and nodded with satisfaction. Only Luo Qinghan was left there with his eyes blazing and his teeth gritted. Hold on. You must hold on. I can't let Su Li suppress me forever. As long as I can find his weakness, I will make this pervert suffer a fate worse than death. Looking at Luo Qinghan's angry eyes, Su Li just sneered without any mercy. The two of them stared at each other here. Finally, Luo Qinghan could no longer endure the pain in his body and was defeated. Su Li, I was wrong. Please, give me the medicinal food. Luo Qinghan felt extremely humiliated, his face flushed with anger, and his body was shaking wildly due to the extreme humiliation and the torture of illness. Su Li slapped him twice, and even apologized to him? How could such a thing be justified? But that's what I did. Bite. Congratulations to the host for changing Luo Qinghan's state of mind, causing him to experience great ups and downs, and gaining 2,000 points of luck. Hee. Su Li pinched Luo Qinghan's chin and nodded gently. You are sensible. 2,000 luck. After his own humiliation. I got a lot of money again. Not bad. Then, in the courtyard, the fire in a small copper furnace became brighter, and Su Li kept throwing herbs into it. After a while, the medicinal fragrance inside became stronger and stronger. Luo Qinghan, on the other hand, watched the preparation of the medicinal food with anticipation, his body flushed with a hint of red due to his excessive thirst. Finally, not long, a bowl of medicinal food appeared in Su Li's hand, and just when Luo Qinghan was about to take it, Su Li broke the medicinal food into pieces with a pop sound. The sticky white liquid kept flowing on the table and occasionally fell onto the dirt on the ground. Under Luo Qinghan's resentful eyes, The medicinal liquid continued to seep into the ground. Chapter 22. Su Li is busy with his work. Su Li, you. Luo Qinghan's eyes were filled with resentment. However, as the time dragged on, the pain in her body became more unbearable. Even if it meant enduring such humiliation, she had to drink the medicinal food. Over time, Luo Qinghan finally couldn't hold back anymore and bent down slightly. The table was only half a person's height, and Luo Qinghan bent his upper body down with the back half raised high, licking the medicine on the table with his delicate head. On the table, the medicinal liquid emitted a strong aroma, which was stronger than usual. Luo Qinghan bent his body, revealing his perfect curves. It looks breathtakingly beautiful. Pa tilde. Su Li slapped him. It even made her exclaim in surprise. But Luo Qinghan was still enduring, frowning, and swallowing the medicine on the table greedily, although the physical pain was relieved. But deeper signals are coming from the body. Leave her wanting more. Su Li smiled lightly. This time the medicine. He increased the dosage of the medicine, which could make up for the deficiency in Luo Qinghan's body and completely replenish her xianxia body, so that she would have the capital to take supplements. After all, if xianxia's body wants to obtain the conditions for picking, it must make up for the deficiencies in the body. Otherwise, you can only improve your cultivation but cannot achieve the effect of breaking through the realm. But this time the medicine could only relieve the deficiency in her body and only slightly help her pain. In order to relieve the pain, Luo Qinghan could only lie on the table and lick the medicine continuously. Time passes. Pa tilde. Pa tilde. Su Li kept smashing porcelain bowls on the table. The white liquid flowed freely. In the courtyard, a beautiful girl in a blue dress, with her clean and flawless thighs exposed, was bending over and drinking the medicine under the gaze of a young man. As for Su Li, his eyes were slightly narrowed. He knew Luo Qinghan's body best. Now that he had taken his medicine, all the deficiencies in his body had been replenished. Now was the most appropriate time for him to obtain the xianxia body. And, due to the physical pain, Luo Qinghan now has no room to resist. But, a bit weird. After Luo Qinghan drank the complete liquid of the medicine, his entire body turned bright red, and his neck was covered with a layer of red glow. His eyes, which had originally looked down on Su Li, became blurred. The whole person. They all slowly approached towards Su Li. It seemed that the closer he was to Su Li, the less pain she felt. This is. Su Li's expression was a little dull. Luo Qinghan's condition is definitely a sign of being poisoned by a charm. His own medicinal food clearly does not have such an effect. Could it be that this time I suddenly increased the dosage of the medicine, allowing Luo Qinghan to make up for the deficiencies in her xianxia body, and a large amount of essence entering her body, causing some unpredictable changes in her body? It looks like she's been poisoned. Su Li stood behind her. But Luo Qinghan's eyes were still as charming as ever, and her whole rationality seemed to be swallowed up. A pair of small hands as white as jade quietly climbed onto Su Li's body. Su Li felt a pair of small hands on his body, and his body seemed a little stiff. Although Luo Qinghan has no experience, he is still pretty good based on his instincts. The next moment, Luo Qinghan's breathing was getting closer and closer, pressing gently towards Su Li, falling one by one, looking extremely seductive. The small courtyard was suddenly filled with spring scenery. Sensing the powerful aura of the man behind him, Luo Qinghan twisted his body and pressed forward. Tilde. Su Li, you. Time passes. The original duration similar to the charm poison has also been weakened. There was a sharp pain in his senses. Luo Qinghan turned around in disbelief, only to see Su Li's expressionless face. None of this was initiated by Su Li, but she did it on her own. Once, she had imagined countless times that the person who took her first place would be Brother Yi Qing, the two of them lying on a soft and warm couch woven with golden threads. Or maybe it was the day of the wedding, when Brother Yi Qing slowly lifted up her red veil, and she was all shy. But now, Su Li's rude and brutal appearance, as well as her own strong senses, ruthlessly shattered her fantasy. In this uncovered courtyard, on a dirty table covered with liquid medicine, everything was brutally taken away from her. What she couldn't accept the most was, she took all this initiative on her own. Just now, my body suddenly felt extremely thirsty, although most of my rationality was lost. However, she could still remember clearly everything that had just happened. Su Li, you beast. How dare you tamper with my medicinal food? Luo Qinghan wanted to struggle hard, but the pain in her body tortured her all the time, making her almost crazy, but there was nothing she could do. Right now, she couldn't even exert 10% of her strength. Even if she wanted to struggle and resist, it would be futile. What made her most upset was that her body was out of control and was still constantly attacking Su Li. And Su Li. He had no expression on his face and worked mechanically, with a hint of smile on the corner of his mouth. Luo Qinghan's body was extremely smooth and soft, making people unable to let go. Something that originally belonged to Yi Qing was now taken away by himself so easily. It's so cool, so cool. Pa tilde. Su Li slapped him. This caused Luo Qinghan to exclaim in surprise. Haha, you brought this upon yourself. How can you say I did anything wrong? Don't talk, just keep going. No matter how Luo Qinghan cursed, it could not shake Su Li's determination. When Luo Qinghan found that his scolding was futile, he began to twitch, bloodshot appeared in his eyes, and his face turned ice cold. Shame, resentment, and the fear in my heart when something important to me was taken away. How would he face brother Yi Qing in the future? He would no longer be his complete self, and brother Yi Qing would surely despise him. Thinking of this, Su Li's pace suddenly accelerated. Luo Qinghan couldn't help but scream, and tears dripped from his eyes. The pain she felt at this moment tormented her all the time, forcing her to lick the elixir on the table again. Under the influence of the charm poison, Luo Qinghan could only do his best to cater to her, even if you don't want to. But the body is still honest. And Su Li, just stand up and kick. With every movement, he could feel a rich spiritual energy, mixed with the mysterious power of xianxia's body, constantly flowing into his body. He was constantly improving his cultivation, getting closer and closer to the sky-breaking realm, and that barrier was becoming thinner and thinner, as if it would be broken through at any time. Chapter 23, The Mutual Exploitation is over. Time passes. A few hours later, Su Li pulled away with satisfaction. At the same time, a boom sounded in his mind, as if a barrier had been violently broken through. His own aura continued to rise. The first level of breaking the sky realm. Su Li clenched his fists excitedly. He was indeed worthy of being a xianxia body. His current condition was surprisingly good, and he felt like he was reborn. Every part of his body is filled with powerful and domineering spiritual energy. And a trace of water blue power also appeared in the body. Every person who took away xianxia's body would have a body that was compatible with ice attributes, and in the future, when practicing ice attribute techniques, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Combined with the body of flaming sun, he could now be considered to be practicing both ice and fire. The two did not interfere with each other, but were the most essential forces in his body and would not conflict with each other at all. Good. Very nice. Su Li nodded in satisfaction, looking at Luo Qinghan who was lying on the table, his body twitching, his eyes full of resentment, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bite. Congratulations to the host for taking away Luo Qinghan's xianxia body and gaining 13,000 points of luck. Congratulations to the host for disrupting Yi Qing's plan and foiling his plan to quickly break through the divine ability realm. You have gained 10,000 points of luck. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the mission and obtained the growth-oriented magic weapon, Flame Thunder Lake. The harvest is huge. Su Li's lips curled up slightly. All of a sudden, 25,000 luck points were credited to my account. Furthermore, there was also a reward of a growth-oriented divine weapon. Su Li looked at the cool-looking and sharp-edged long sword in the system space and nodded with satisfaction. On the blade. From time to time, golden red flames and pale white thunder jumped, carrying with them extremely rich power of fire and thunder. Fire and thunder are elements with incredible destructive power, and can further enhance the power of Yanghuang Lei Zi. And, according to the system, a growth-type divine weapon is a weapon that can continuously grow with the growth of one's cultivation level. It is bound to one's own soul. Even if it is destroyed, it can be recast in one's own soul. If I become an emperor in the future, this Yanghuang Lei Zi will also grow into an imperial weapon. There is no need to collect materials and forge them carefully. It is simply the most perfect weapon. And the knife was originally different from the soft and fluttering sword. It was domineering and unparalleled when it was used, which was very suitable for the explosive strength of his flaming body. At this time, Su Li was in a good mood. In his sight, Luo Qinghan's panel slowly emerged. Name, Luo Qinghan. Constitution, Zhuangke's body destroyed. Luck value, 1,000 points. Luo Qinghan now. Her value has been squeezed out, xianxia's body is in her control, and even her luck value is only a pitiful 1,000 points. Su Li shook his head slightly, but a pair of cold eyes were staring at him. Su Li. I will make you pay the price. Luo Qinghan gritted her teeth and looked at Su Li viciously. The stinging pain from her lower body was constantly attacking her nerves, driving her almost crazy, especially since she did all of this on her own initiative while still conscious. Humiliation. Resentment. The most important things are gone. If Brother Yiqing knew about this, he would surely abandon her. After all, no man could accept his woman being flirted with by someone else. Hateful. All this is Su Li's fault. Think of this. Luo Qinghan's eyes were a little dull due to the huge impact, and he was about to go crazy. Cost. Su Li sneered. Don't feel like you're at a disadvantage. Feel your body now. Do you still need to drink my elixir? I have already resolved the root causes of your illness. You will never have to suffer from illness again. Su Li said softly. What? Luo Qinghan's angry expression dulled for a moment, and then he carefully examined his body with his spiritual power, and found that there was still some essence of Su Li remaining inside. Elsewhere, it couldn't be better. The cold air that had been lingering in his lower abdomen and absorbing the essence of his body disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace. He felt as if he had been reborn. Is what you said true? Luo Qinghan murmured in disbelief. Since childhood, she has been tormented by this strange disease. Every attack is so painful that she almost wants to die. Only after meeting Su Li, with his medical skills, was he able to concoct some medicinal food that could temporarily suppress his condition, but it could never be cured. He could only ask Su Li for some medicinal food every once in a while. Especially recently, Su Li's temperament has changed drastically. Every time he asks for medicinal food, he has to endure unbearable humiliation. If my illness is eradicated, then exchanging my innocence for it doesn't seem unacceptable. If Brother Yiqing really loves me, I'm afraid that even if he minds in his heart, he will slowly forgive himself with his sincerity. From now on, we will keep our distance. You go your way, and I go mine. I won't force you with things like the photo stone anymore. As long as you swear now that you will never reveal anything between us, I can give you the photo stones. Su Li raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at Luo Qinghan. In his hand, he took out the photo stone that took pictures of the last time the two of them were close. Now, the two of them have already taken advantage of each other. Luo Qinghan got rid of her illness, and she also obtained xianxia's body, destroying Yiqing's opportunity. It can be said that she got the best of both worlds. As for Luo Qinghan, estimate. Now she is still dreaming of using her sincerity to impress Yiqing. It's ridiculous when you think about it. Su Li smiled faintly. He was already looking forward to the day when Luo Qinghan would go find Yiqing, and Yiqing would find that the xianxia body he had been longing for had already been obtained by someone else. At that time, how would Yiqing react? I guess it's another huge amount of luck points that have been earned. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. As long as Luo Qinghan swears not to tell anyone, who will know that I did all this? I can't reveal it now. I secretly intercepted Yiqing's resources. After all, although he has now broken through the sky-breaking realm, in terms of actual combat power, he is still far behind Yiqing. The right way is to take it slow and steady and develop secretly. Chapter 24. The wool has been plucked clean. Are you telling the truth? Luo Qinghan widened his eyes, his body trembling slightly with excitement. As long as he swore, wouldn't it mean that he would no longer be restricted by Su Li in the future? Even though I am not a perfect woman, my feelings for Brother Yiqing are sincere. I believe that when Brother Yiqing sees my sincerity, he will forgive me. I will be extra nice to Yiqing. Not to mention the photo stone from last time. It has always been a thorn in her heart, and also the capital that Su Li can use to threaten her. If he could give me the photo stone now, that would be the best, and I wouldn't have to be threatened by Su Li in the future. Think of this. Luo Qinghan swore directly that she would never reveal anything about the relationship between her and Su Li. If she violated the promise, she would be struck by lightning. Suddenly, a mysterious power enveloped the entire courtyard, making people feel confused and awed. This is the watchful eye of heaven, signifying that the oath has been fulfilled. Su Li also nodded and handed the photo stone to Luo Qinghan. He was not afraid that she would regret it. In this fantasy world, every oath is watched by the heavens. If violated, it will surely come true. Even the most powerful and invincible emperors will suffer the consequences of breaking their oaths. Luo Qinghan also knew this, otherwise he would not be so naive and think that as long as he swore an oath, he would completely trust her. But, do you really think that your brother Yiqing is devoted to you? Su Li chuckled and looked at Luo Qinghan indifferently. Luo Qinghan's face turned pale, and then he looked at Su Li with some anger. What do you mean? Even now, you still want to sow discord between me and brother Yiqing. Brother Yi Qing and I are in love with each other. We are a match made in heaven. Brother Yi Qing also said in person that he would make me happy. Finished. An indescribable fear arose in Luo Qinghan's heart. Although he said that, he knew his own body best. After being with Su Li just now, he could clearly feel that he had lost something, and the illness that had been bothering him was also gone. All of this. Something was wrong, but she didn't understand what was happening. She just felt her body was more relaxed than ever before. But what does all this have to do with whether Brother Yi Qing likes me or not? She believes in Brother Yi Qing. Bite. Congratulations to the host for disrupting Luo Qinghan's mentality and plundering 100 points of luck. TSK. Only 100 points? Su Li shook his head helplessly. It seems that Luo Qinghan's value has been squeezed out by himself. Xianxia's body is the bulk of her luck value, and now it has been taken away by herself. I just told her those things just now because I wanted to give it a try and see if I could get some more benefits. It seems that I was overthinking it. Su Li was too lazy to waste any more time talking to Luo Qinghan, so he turned around and left, heading towards the Yi family's territory. Su Li, stop right there and explain yourself. Luo Qinghan shouted at Su Li's back, but Su Li did not stop at all, even though the two of them were in perfect harmony just now. But Su Li had no attachment to this place and treated it like a worn-out shoe. Only Luo Qinghan was left in the courtyard, helpless and furious. Not long. In the city. In Yi Qing's courtyard at the Yi family, Su Li sat in the secret room. Looking at his remaining luck value, it is 70,300. See those 200. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched slightly. The other girls would charge thousands or even tens of thousands, but Li Buwei, the bootlicker, was really a bit shabby. Luo Qinghan's value has also been squeezed out, and now only 100 can be released. Actually, Su Li had gained a total of 85,300 luck points in recent days, but he spent quite a bit of it on exchanging them for qi condensation pills, each worth 1,000 luck points. But this is also a very considerable number. System, open them all. Su Li muttered to himself. In front of him, there appeared a translucent template, which was densely packed with various commodities. A melon seed drink worth 1 or several luck points. From supreme imperial weapons worth millions, tens of millions of luck points, to imperial level skills, and all kinds of peerless physiques. It's simply dazzling. 70,000 luck points can also be exchanged for a good combat technique. Su Li looked at the various goods. Now, he possessed the body of the Flaming Sun, the 9 Revolutions mysterious Yang technique, and the blessing of the system's elixirs, and his practice progressed extremely quickly. Only, the main function of the 9 Revolutions mysterious Yang Gong is still cultivation, and it has various powerful spells. But it doesn't help in improving one's combat experience. After all, I have only been practicing for a short time, and my current combat experience is still far behind that of the geniuses who often fight with the enemies. In the face of a real life and death fight, it is easy for them to be caught in a flaw. System, recommend the most suitable technique for me at the moment. Su Li muttered to himself. Although my system has no intelligence, it is just a fixed program, but when I encounter questions and ask them, it will answer them. Bite. Based on the host's current situation and strength, I will recommend the most suitable technique for the host. Said. Su Li saw an ancient book appear on the panel, with 4 big characters on it, Fighting and Victory Method. How to win the fight. Su Li's pupils shrank slightly. Having lived in this world for a while, Su Li had naturally read relevant books and had a certain understanding of this world. He had also read the original novel himself. It can be said that Su Li now understands this world better than the author of the original work. The Fighting and Victory Method was created by a great emperor who specialized in combat. The ultimate battle. All things are subdued. The real imperial level martial arts. But what the hell is this introductory chapter? Su Li looked at the classics. Next to fighting and winning methods, there are 3 small words, getting started. Just getting started? Isn't this a censored version? However, seeing its price of 50,000 luck points, Su Li could understand it. After all, an emperor-level martial art could easily cost millions of luck points. It is already very affordable to buy a castrated version with 50,000 luck points. At this time, the system also provides a thoughtful answer. The complete Dao Sheng FA requires millions of luck points. The introductory chapter was created by the great emperor in his youth, and is the most primitive version of the Dao Sheng FA. If the host redeems the exchange now, he will be able to unlock all the combat experience of the great emperor of the same age. He can also use the initial version to forge his own path without being bound by the great emperor's experience. Although this is just an introduction, The host can stand on the shoulders of the great emperor in his future practice, gaining a bird's-eye view. His future achievements may not be inferior to those of the great emperor. Chapter 25. Fighting and Winning, the Young Emperor. The system's mechanical sound gradually subsided. Su Li looked at the fighting method in front of him, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is not a castrated version. Rather, it is the entire experience of the emperor during his youth, the initial version. Even more, I can forge my own path based on the foundation of the great emperor. 50,000 luck points is simply a huge profit. System, I want to redeem the introductory chapter of the fighting and victory method. Su Li muttered to himself. In an instant, the 50,000 luck points on Su Li's panel were directly deducted. At the same time, the introductory chapter of the fighting and winning method appeared in his mind. It looked like a small, golden mark. An aura of extreme fighting emanates from it. Everything is the purest fighting instinct, including various killer moves to defeat the enemy. Su Li suddenly felt that countless complicated and tedious moves appeared in his mind, and his overall combat level was improving at a terrifying speed. In terms of combat experience alone, he is already at the level of a young emperor. Invincible in the same level, can kill those above your level. Truly standing at the pinnacle of the same realm. And the method of fighting and winning is originally a mark. It does not require one to practice it by oneself, but relies on one's own fighting. Every battle can strengthen this mark. After going through countless battles, the mark will be infinitely strengthened and eventually reach the level of an emperor-level technique. Invincible in the world, conquering everything. Good. Very nice. Su Li nodded in satisfaction, a smile in his eyes. Now, his shortcoming of insufficient combat experience has been made up. That is, his current realm is still a little lower, otherwise Su Li would dare to fight Yi Qing to the death. But although Yi Qing hasn't grown to the level of a young emperor yet, he has a good master. As long as his master takes action, I will definitely be unable to resist. After all, that is the residual soul of a great emperor. Think of this. Su Li shook his head slightly. Leng Wuyan can be said to be Yi Qing's biggest trump card in the early stage. The two are master and disciple. Even if he has the soul-nourishing stone in his hand, it would be extremely difficult to sow discord between the two. At the very least, we have to wait until Leng Wuyan is more disappointed with Yi Qing. Then we will be more confident. Su Li touched his chin. Last time, Leng Wuyan was somewhat disappointed with Yi Qing. She would wait until she saw more of Yi Qing's bad nature and disappointed her to the extreme. Then she could take advantage of the opportunity. That is the remnant soul of the great emperor. The most precious thing is the emperor-level skills in her mind and the experience of countless years of cultivation. As long as Leng Wuyan is still helping Yi Qing. Even if he destroyed Yi Qing's opportunities and interfered with his growth, Yi Qing can also grow and become stronger at a speed far beyond that of ordinary geniuses. But at this time, there was some noise outside. Su Li pushed open the door with a creak and saw a large number of people gathered in the courtyard. In addition to the leader Yi Qing, there were also Li Buwei and other Yi Qing's capable lackeys. At this moment, they were frantically discussing the various events that had happened in Yancheng recently. Have you heard? A genius has recently fallen in Yancheng. The Xiao family, the Li family, the Feng family, several of the great family's geniuses were assassinated and tragically killed on the streets, their cultivation resources wiped out. Who on earth is so bold? This is in Yancheng. Aren't they afraid of punishment from the city lord and the ancestors of the major families? Li Buwei asked back in surprise. The others also looked puzzled. The murderer was not only powerful but also very brave. It can be said that this is the worst incident in Yancheng in recent years. The fall of a genius. Su Li, who had just walked out of the room, had a hint of thought in his eyes. It looks like that thing has arrived. The recent prodigies of Yancheng, and even Liu Shaoqian before him, were actually harmed by the little witch girl of the Chongming demon sect. After all, the time for Yanqingzong to come and recruit disciples is getting closer. The Yanqing sect only recruits 5 disciples each time within the Yancheng area. It just so happened that the Chongming demon sect was also in the territory of Yancheng. Naturally, like those big families, they wanted more disciples to join the Yanqing sect. There are only so many disciples, and it is naturally impossible for them to become stronger in a short period of time. Since they are incapable of doing so, they might as well weaken others. Killing the geniuses of Yancheng is the means by which the Chongming demon cult gains more positions. However, this is also an opportunity for Yi Qing. Su Li touched his chin and recalled the plot of the original novel. In the original book, Yi Qing once killed an enemy and obtained the magic skill of Blood Robot, which happened to be the inherited skill of the Chongming demon sect. As time went by, Yi Qing's relationship with the Chongming demon cult became deeper and deeper. In order to obtain the cult skills and cultivation resources, Yi Qing sold out the information of various geniuses in the city, becoming a complete trader. This also allowed the little demon girl from the cult to succeed in every assassination, obtained a lot of cultivation resources, and he and the little demon girl naturally became friends. That little witch from the demon sect is not simple at all. Su Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Wu Yu, who possesses the body of a demon, makes rapid progress in his practice of magic. He is also one of the few people in the original novel who can compete with Yi Qing in terms of talent. Although he did not become an emperor in the end, he became an unparalleled powerful person in the quasi-emperor realm. It gave Yi Qing great help on his path of cultivation. Now, everyone was still talking about it. This incident has had a huge impact in Yancheng. Every genius is now worried, fearing that they will be the next victim. Inside Yancheng, only my elder brother Yi Qing has managed to kill a Yancheng Chenjiao a while ago. Now those people are using the same methods as my elder brother Yi Qing. No, it was big brother Yi Qing who killed him again, right? If that's the case, big brother Yi Qing, please accept my humble respect. Li Bue looked at Yi Qing excitedly. His elder brother was really awesome. Killing Liu Xiaoqian is not enough. He wants to kill all the geniuses in Yancheng. Yeah, the deaths of those Chenjia were exactly the same as Liu Xiaoqian's. Could it really be that big brother killed them? Right now, there are rumors in the city that my elder brother Yi Qing wants to prove his truth through killing and kill all his enemies. He wants to create an unparalleled record for himself before Yan Qingzong arrives. Everyone was talking at once, staring at Yi Qing with eyes full of admiration. Too strong. So awesome. Moreover, the action was so decisive. The more people thought about it, the more they felt that all this was done by Yi Qing. You, don't talk nonsense. How could I do such a thing? I have been practicing in my own quiet room all this time. Yi Qing's face was full of black lines and he quickly denied it. Before, Liu Xiaoqian almost skinned him alive, and this time almost all the big families in the city were involved. Once he took the blame, even the ancestor of the Yi family could not save him. Chapter 26. Is Yi Qing's luck about to change? Hateful. Yi Qing had a stiff smile on his face, but he was roaring wildly in his heart. Is it impossible to get rid of this blame? In the past few days, even the head of the Yi family has come to ask several times in person, just to find out whether Yi Qing has made any move against those geniuses. But he just passed some information to the demon cult in exchange for cultivation resources, and he definitely did not take any action personally. Although, this action was undoubtedly a betrayal of Yancheng, but he really did not take action. It's just exchanging intelligence for the resources you need, especially the Liu family. He had told all the information about their genius. In the city, the Liu family suffered the greatest losses, which could be considered as revenge for the previous attack. Think of this. Yi Qing felt a little relieved. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? As long as I can become stronger, it doesn't matter. It should be their honor to die for me. And from the quaint ring on Yi Qing's hand, a female voice sighed softly. Yi Qing. Although I have an enterprising spirit, I also have the will to become stronger. But he is too vindictive and has no bottom line. He can harm innocent lives for his own benefit. Such actions. How is it different from the demonic cult? However, he is his disciple after all, and as his master, he must advise him to mend his ways. Qing'er. It's not too late for you to stop now. After all, no one in the city has noticed what you've done. Leng Wuyan's soul state flickered, and she slowly spoke to Yi Qing. But Yi Qing just shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, Master, I have made up my mind. I will forge ahead on the path of cultivation. Even if I have to sacrifice a lot, only my own strength will be real. Besides, what do those people who died have to do with me? The one who killed them was just a little witch girl from the demon cult, my age. Their deaths were simply due to their own lack of skills, and have nothing to do with me. Yi Qing's eyes were a little cold. How could he not know Leng Wuyan's advice? It was just that he really needed these resources right now. In just a few words, he completely cleared himself of any responsibility. After all, he hasn't gotten the soul-nourishing stone yet, and Master Leng Wuyan can't help him much. Only by getting this batch of cultivation resources from the demon sect can he surpass everyone else and win the first place in the Yanqing sect's disciple recruiting conference. From now on, be one step ahead, every step ahead. Hearing Yi Qing's words, the soul in the ring was silent for a moment, and then it just sighed softly. Bite. Miss Ring, Leng Wuyan continues to be disappointed with Yi Qing. The host has gained 3,000 points of luck. Oh, A pleasant surprise. In front of the door, Su Li's mouth curled up slightly. Disappointed, disappointed, the more disappointed the better. When the ring girl becomes disappointed with Yi Qing to a certain extent, then it will be my turn to take action. In your own hands. But there's also the soul-nourishing stone. The Empress's soul must have longed for it for a long time. Now, in the courtyard, everyone gathered together. Could it be that it really isn't Brother Yi Qing? That makes things a bit difficult. Now the ancestors of all the major families in the city have been furious. They have personally taken action to control the situation and have laid out many backup plans. If the thief attacks again, I am afraid he will be attacked by the ancestors of all the major families. Even a strong person in the realm of supernatural power will be reduced to ashes. I wanted to remind Brother Yi Qing that if you were the one who took action, you should stop now and don't continue. Li Bue sighed lightly and looked at Yi Qing. As for Yi Qing, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It really wasn't me who killed him. Why do they seem a little disappointed? But the ancestor of Yan Cheng is about to die, and I should remind Li Wuyu to be quiet for the next 2 days. Think of this. Yi Qing prepared to leave immediately. Go to the meeting place and pass the message to Li Wuyu. But the next moment, Brother Yi Qing Tilda, a woman wearing a light blue robe, looking bright and charming, with a pair of extremely seductive long legs walked in, looked at Yi Qing, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Qing Han. Yi Qing's eyes lit up, and as he looked at Luo Qinghan walking towards him, his heart skipped a beat. Is your stubborn illness cured? You look even more radiant and charming now than before. You know, I haven't seen you these past 2 days. I've lost my appetite. If you don't come again, I'm going to go see you in person. But fortunately, you are here. Said. Then he took Luo Qinghan's hand. The two looked extremely affectionate. It takes no effort. Now, seeing that Luo Qinghan is in such good physical condition, Yi Qing can be sure in his heart that now is the best time to harvest the xianxia body. After waiting for a long time, the results are finally coming. Yi Qing clenched his other fist tightly, and a look of desire flashed in his eyes. As long as he could break through the realm of magical powers, all the current difficulties would be solved. In the transaction with the little demon girl, he could also take the initiative and grab more resources. And the Yanqing sect places great emphasis on potential when recruiting disciples, and a powerful person of his age in the realm of supernatural powers can immediately obtain the position of a core disciple even if he joins the Yanqing sect. It's like reaching the sky in one step. Aside, the other younger brothers also looked at him with envy. Big brother Yi Qing and Luo Qinghan were truly a match made in heaven. They were both talented and beautiful, and they were simply a match made in heaven. Luo Qinghan also showed a faint smile on his face, looking at Su Li beside him with some provocation. See it. Brother Yi Qing and I are still so loving. Brother Yi Qing is sincere to me. How could he possibly have any plans for me? The two of us are a match made in heaven. There is no interest involved. Ever since getting rid of Su Li's control, Luo Qinghan vowed not to reveal anything between them. After the two of them kept to themselves, Lu Qinghan no longer had the fear of Su Li as before. She wanted to use Yi Qing's performance to slap Su Li in the face, letting Su Li know how narrow-minded he was, and that she and Brother Yi Qing would live better and better. Brother Yi Qing, my stubborn illness has naturally been cured. Now, shall we go to your courtyard? I want to enjoy the snow scene with you. Also, I have some questions about cultivation that I would like to ask Brother Yi Qing. A blush appeared on Luo Qinghan's face, making her look even more beautiful. Now that Su Li's influence was gone, she could finally be with Brother Yi Qing openly. Ever since I can remember. This was the most relaxing day for her. Of course, let's go now. Yi Qing's eyes lit up, and he could hardly suppress the smile on his gentlemanly face. No way. Is it time to change your luck? Really? Recently? I am really unlucky. I didn't get the soul-nourishing stone and got into trouble. A few days ago, I wanted xianxia's body, but Luo Qinghan was still unwell. Now, it's time for your luck to change. Chapter 27. Who is this bastard? Brother Yi Qing is so nice. Luo Qinghan had a smile on her face and looked very sweet. Everyone around her also sighed with emotion. Miss Luo Qinghan was originally pure and innocent, and was one of the most outstanding women in the whole Yancheng. Whether it's talent, face or figure, they are all top-notch. Now, being with Yi Qing is understandable. Everyone thinks the two are a good match. And Su Li. He watched coldly from the side, with a mocking smile on his lips. It seems that today is another day for me to collect a lot of luck points. That hypocrite Yi Qing. Does he have any feelings for Luo Qinghan? To Yi Qing, Women are nothing more than accessories. The current Yi Qing is just a hypocrite who is eager for quick success and wants to take advantage of Luo Qinghan. Now, let's get ready and intercept Li Weiyue. Su Li thought to himself. In the original book, it was on this day, when the ancestors of the supernatural power realm in the city united, that Li Weiyue was seriously injured when he killed a genius. Then he turned to Yi Qing for help and was taken home by Yi Qing. Although Li Weiyue was cruel and brutal, he was surprisingly a good person. He always repays favors and provided Yi Qing with a lot of cultivation resources in the future. Even when Yi Qing became a powerful man in the future, Li Weiyue was no less inferior and joined forces with Yi Qing to provide him with great help. Such a person is a benefactor to Yi Qing. But now, the relationship between the two is just an ordinary transaction, or at most ordinary friends. It is very easy for me to intervene. Not to mention, in the original novel, Yi Qing saved Li Weiyue, and Li Weiyue gave Yi Qing the inherited skills of the Chongming demon sect, the Chongming demon skills, so that Yi Qing could practice the magic skills on the basis of orthodox practice, and his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds in the future. Moreover, Li Weiyue still has something on Yi Qing. Think of this. Su Li walked outside and returned to his own courtyard. After some minor arrangements, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Now, relying on his cultivation level of breaking the sky realm, he could sense any battle in the city at the first moment, and it was easy for him to intercept Li Weiyue. At this time, in the city, in the courtyard purchased by Yi Qing, a girl in a light blue dress, followed by a boy with an ordinary face but eyes as bright as stars, with a faint smile on his lips. Yi Qing's heart was pounding. I have been planning for so long, taking the initiative to approach Luo Qinghan and cultivate the relationship between the two, and now I am finally going to reap the rewards. Only, Yi Qing looked at the incredibly beautiful Luo Qinghan, feeling a little suspicious. Luo Qinghan now seemed to be more charming than before, as if she had the subtle charm of a mature woman. But he didn't think much about it. After all, Luo Qinghan has just recovered from a serious illness and must be in a good mood. His temperament must have also improved a bit. Aside, a hint of sweetness appeared on Luo Qinghan's face. What Su Li said gradually faded away in her mind, and she was a little disdainful. What did brother Yi Qing have in mind? His attitude towards me hasn't changed at all. What could he possibly be plotting against me? Brother Yi Qing is still the best. Luo Qinghan sighed in his heart. The two of them were enjoying the snow in the courtyard and practicing together. Their behavior seemed to be in perfect harmony, just like a real newlywed couple. Qinghan, when you circulate your spiritual energy to your lower abdomen, you must be extremely careful, otherwise it will easily cause pain. Yi Qing looked at Luo Qinghan, who was practicing hard, touched her head, and a doting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Luo Qinghan has a xianxia body, and the essence of his physique is in his lower abdomen. If there is an impact from spiritual energy, it is likely to make Luo Qinghan extremely painful, and his own xianxia body will also be affected. Luo Qinghan, however, had some doubt in his eyes and spoke softly. Brother Yi Qing, when the spiritual energy flowed into my lower abdomen just now, I didn't feel anything at all. It was just like ordinary cultivation. There was no tingling sensation at all. Well, it's normal to feel a tingling sensation. What? No tingling sensation. Yi Qing had a smile on his face, but after he realized what was happening, his eyes almost popped out. My heart skipped a beat. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A feeling of panic and loss of control arose in his heart. No way. As long as xianxia's body is not broken, the spiritual energy flowing in will definitely cause pain. Could it be? No. Impossible. Luo Qinghan is pure and innocent. She would never do such a thing. I hope I'm wrong. Brother Yi Qing, I brought the spiritual medicine you requested. Brother Yi Qing is indeed a man of great righteousness. He is incredibly kind to Miss Qinghan. He took so many 9th grade spiritual medicines as soon as he asked to nourish Miss Qinghan's body. Outside world. A rough voice sounded, and Li Buwei walked directly into the courtyard, followed by several of Yi Qing's younger brothers, each holding a spiritual medicine emitting rich spiritual energy. This is the order from Big Brother Yi Qing. In the next 2 days, he will use his own treasures to restore Miss Luo Qinghan's health to its peak. Li Buwei looked at the loving couple with envy in his eyes. Yi Lioli had never been so close to him before, and he had never even touched the corner of Yi Lioli's clothes. However, Li Buwei did not feel depressed at all. Instead, I am full of energy. Lioli was worried that she was blocking my path of cultivation, so she asked not to meet me. As long as I practice well, I will make Yi Liuli understand who can give her happiness in the future. Everyone looked at Yi Qing and Luo Qinghan. However, the muscles on Yi Qing's face twitched slightly, and his originally upright appearance was now somewhat distorted. The forced smile now looked uglier than crying. He just said softly, "Put the elixir down first." "Good." Li Buwei and others responded, but they still looked confused. Yi Qing slowly approached Luo Qinghan, with spiritual energy quietly surging in his body, and quietly checked Luo Qinghan's body. Luo Qinghan, with a blushing face, pushed Yi Qing's chest. "What's wrong? Brother Yi Qing, there are so many people here." Yi Qing did not answer. He simply enveloped it with spiritual energy and carefully observed the aura of xianxia's body. However, Luo Qinghan's current physical condition was exceptionally good, and even the ball of energy that had been covering his lower abdomen had disappeared. Notice this. Bloodshot appeared in Yi Qing's eyes, and his fingers were trembling slightly because of extreme anger. He almost couldn't control his emotions. Xianxia's body. Where has my Zhuangke body gone? He had noticed Luo Qinghan a long time ago and had invested a great deal of time and energy in her. Now, the harvest was about to come. But, where is her Zhuangke body? Who on earth was this bastard who broke Luo Qinghan's Zhuangke body? Chapter 28. Lush Green Yi Qing. At this time, Luo Qinghan looked at Yi Qing's face, which suddenly turned gloomy, and his heart was suddenly shocked. A trace of panic appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly grabbed Yi Qing's hand. "Brother Yi Qing, what's wrong? Don't scare me. My body suddenly recovered a while ago, and it won't relapse in the future. From now on, I won't have to drink medicinal food anymore. I will be the healthy Luo Qinghan. Although there are some things that are difficult to talk about, my feelings for you have not changed at all." Although, the first time was not Yi Qing's. However, in that situation, he could not resist, and exchanging his innocence for a healthy body was already a great deal for Luo Qinghan. As long as I explain myself well and express my helplessness at the time, I'm afraid Brother Yi Qing will understand me. Even though I have let Yi Qing down in some ways, but in the future I will definitely be extra nice to Brother Yi Qing and let him feel my sincerity. Think of this. Luo Qinghan looked at Yi Qing with a pair of big watery eyes full of longing. "How did your body heal?" Yi Qing broke free from her hand coldly, his expression stiff. Turn out to be. Luo Qinghan's recovery was a complete one. He thought it was just a relief from his symptoms, but he didn't expect it to be this kind of recovery. Just a moment. Yi Qing thought of Su Li. It had always been Su Li who treated Luo Qinghan. This matter was very likely related to Su Li. Even if it has nothing to do with him, Su Li is very likely to be someone who knows about it. He wanted to find the man who had destroyed xianxia's body, and then cut him into pieces. These days, everything has been going badly for him. Even though Yi Qing has always been wearing the mask of a gentleman, he is now extremely angry. "You guys, go call Su Li over." Yi Qing suppressed his rage, curled up a stiff smile at the corner of his mouth, and looked at Li Buwei and others beside him. Li Buwei and the others also noticed something unusual about Yi Qing. The usually gentle and polite Yi Qing seemed to be in a state of confusion. He quickly said his goodbyes and walked outside. Luo Qinghan's heart felt as if it had sunk into an icy cave. He slowly let go of Yi Qing's hand and looked at him in disbelief, as if he was getting to know this person all over again. "How did your body get healed?" These words kept echoing in her ears. Her heart became heavier and heavier. "Brother Yi Qing, what do you mean by that?" Luo Qinghan opened his mouth softly and quietly took 2 steps back. There was a layer of mist in both eyes. "She is not stupid." Yi Qing's words meant that he didn't want his illness to be cured, but as a lover, how could he not want his partner to have a healthy body? Suddenly, what Su Li said reappeared in her mind. No way. Did Brother Yi Qing really have other motives in approaching him? Was his meticulous care and gentle manner all just an act? Stop pretending. Who is that man? Yi Qing's voice became much colder. His hands were shaking slightly with anger as he directly questioned Luo Qinghan. That man. Luo Qinghan's heart tightened. It turned out that Brother Yi Qing had discovered that she was not virgin. It was understandable that he was angry now. If Brother Yi Qing is sincere to me, as long as I explain myself clearly now, given the character that Brother Yi Qing has always shown, I'm afraid he won't do something like abandoning me. Brother Yi Qing, please listen to my explanation. I didn't do it voluntarily before. This was all an accident. Luo Qinghan's voice trembled slightly. Yi Qing interrupted her directly. I'm not interested in knowing the reason. I just want to know who that man is. He had always been using Luo Qinghan in an exploitative manner. Now, if someone ruined his good deeds, he would naturally find that person and take revenge on him. As for Luo Qinghan, she was just a weakling, and now she is even more like a withered flower. If he didn't need her xianxia body to break through the realm, why would he spend so much time and energy on her? On the field, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The words that Luo Qinghan wanted to explain were stuck in his throat. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief, and his body was shaking slightly. The current Yi Qing made her feel completely unfamiliar. Shouldn't a typical lover, faced with this situation, listen to the explanation first? The primary concern should be the lover himself. But now Yi Qing didn't care about herself at all. She just wanted to find that man. Doesn't this mean that he has no feelings for me at all? Was everything before just an act? At this time, Su Li and everyone else also arrived in the courtyard. As soon as I arrived, I saw such an exciting scene, which was really eye-opening. Yi Qing's face was covered with dark lines and his expression was stiff. Luo Qinghan, on the other hand, distanced himself from Yi Qing and looked at him with heartbroken eyes. Especially when Yi Qing asked again who that man was, everyone was petrified. The elixirs in Li Buwei's hands fell to the ground with a click. This situation, even the dumbest person can react. My eldest brother is probably cheated on. Everyone. Looking at Yi Qing's head, it seemed as if he was wearing a green hat, which made him look funny, just like a clown. I never thought that Luo Qinghan, who has always been so loyal to brother Yi Qing, would actually cheat on him behind his back. It's really jaw-dropping. However, brother Yi Qing's expression was a bit too angry, but it was understandable. No man could accept the betrayal of his beloved woman. Now I just want to know who that man is. How dare he do such a thing? Everyone murmured. Li Buwei even patted his chest, with a hint of confidence and tenderness in his eyes. My Lioli would never do such a thing. She is still waiting for me to become stronger so that I can marry her. Besides, my Lioli is so gentle that I'm afraid she won't be interested in any other man except me. Although, everyone was discussing it in private. But, after all, Yi Qing is at the peak of the sky-breaking realm. How could these little tricks be hidden from him? Now he feels like there is something green on his head. Even his hair has turned green. But he could tolerate all of this. She was just a woman, and a woman who was used by him. He treated her like a worn-out shoe and didn't feel any pity at all. What he couldn't tolerate the most was that the xianxia body he had been coveting had been taken away by someone else. Chapter 29. Brother, be strong. Su Li. You've been making medicinal food for Luo Qinghan these days. Have you ever seen her interact with anyone? Yi Qing stared at Su Li. Now Su Li was the only person who knew the truth. And he was still secretly observing Luo Qinghan's expression. If it was Su Li who did it, Luo Qinghan would definitely hate Su Li so much now. Then he could directly determine that the murderer was Su Li. But even when Luo Qinghan looked at Su Li now, there was no hatred in his eyes, and he was still as indifferent as ever. It seems I was overthinking it. Yi Qing thought to himself, Su Li has always been diligent and loyal, and the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon can bear witness to that. How could he possibly put a hat on his elder brother? Not to mention, even his own mother was saved by Su Li. I still doubt him. Damn it. Brother Yi Qing, I've only been in contact with Miss Qinghan these days when I was making medicinal food. The time we spent together wasn't long to begin with, and I haven't seen her interact with anyone else. However, a few days ago, Miss Qinghan's illness suddenly healed, and she no longer felt any sense of loss. I am sincerely happy for her. Su Li said softly without being humble or arrogant. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Bite. Yi Qing's emotions were turbulent and he was furious. The host gained 3,000 luck points. Another 3,000. Cool. Su Li looked at Yi Qing's stiff expression and smiled in his heart. Luo Qinghan had sworn that he would not be exposed. Yi Qing could only be a victim without knowing why, and he didn't even know who to take revenge on. Yi Qing nodded slowly. Although Su Li is the best doctor in Yancheng, but he has never seen any big scenes, and his experience and thinking are very limited. How can he compare with himself who has the guidance of the ring lady? I am afraid. Su Li probably doesn't even know what xianxia's body is. In the field, other people looked at Yi Qing with sympathy, especially Li Buwei, who was full of emotion and patted Yi Qing on the shoulder. Brother, be strong. Ha, thank you so much. Yi Qing's mouth twitched slightly and he cursed in his heart. Now, so many men are watching. They were all his team members. If he behaved too poorly, it would probably affect his reputation in the future. Think of this. Yi Qing forced himself to cheer up, looked at the people in front of him and said softly, "Excuse me, everyone. This is just my personal matter. Don't worry about it. Please leave. I can handle it myself. Also, you don't have to worry. This incident won't affect my cultivation in the slightest. I'm still the big brother Yiqing you're familiar with. When you enter the Yanqing sect in the future, you will all follow me and become outer disciples." A hypocritical smile reappeared on Yiqing's face, and he gave everyone some spiritual chicken soup. Su Li watched coldly. This Yiqing was really emotionless. He already had green hair on his head, but he still acted like a brainwashing master in front of everyone. But it is this kind of hypocrite who is the most dangerous. The others, on the other hand, were excited and looked at Yiqing. Li Buwei even patted his chest, his face full of loyalty and longing. As expected of big brother Yiqing, he's not obsessed with romance at all. Even in the face of such a huge humiliation, he can remain calm. "You truly are worthy of being the big brother we follow. Don't worry, we will fight tooth and nail for you in the future." Everyone expressed their loyalty. And aside, Luo Qinghan looked at Yiqing coldly, his heart growing heavier and heavier, becoming extremely cold. When he encountered this kind of thing, Yiqing didn't care about him at all, and his anger was not because of him. It's a kind of rage that comes from having something taken away from you. Normally speaking, if a couple with a normal relationship encountered such a thing, would they be in the same state as just now? Especially, what Yiqing said just now, women are not important to him at all, he treats them like worn-out shoes. Is this Yiqing really the Yiqing he knows? In other words, everything Yiqing had shown before was a careful disguise in order to use himself. Luo Qinghan had a headache and held his forehead in pain. It seems Su Li was right. Yiqing did have ulterior motives. Although no one knew what his intentions were, Luo Qinghan could clearly feel after going through all these things that Yiqing had no feelings for him. Instead, treat yourself like an object. "Yiqing, have you ever liked me?" Luo Qinghan's expression was a little cold, and his words were like the cold winter in December, without any emotion. And Yiqing. At this point, I have adjusted my mindset. He had no extra feelings for Luo Qinghan at all. Everything was for the xianxia body. Now he was willing to talk to Luo Qinghan just to know who that man was. "Qinghan, why do you say that? Everyone knows how you feel about me, but it's really disappointing that you did something like this. However, if you can tell me the truth about who that man is, I can reconsider the situation between us." Yiqing had a hypocritical smile on his face. As for Luo Qinghan, his face was expressionless. "What if I don't tell you?" She swore an oath. She couldn't tell anyone what happened between her and Su Li. Moreover, at that time, he was witnessed by the heavenly Tao. As long as he violated it or showed signs of wanting to violate it, the heavenly Tao would definitely punish him and make him die without a burial place. She even swore not to tell anyone about this. "Why don't you say it?" Yiqing's expression froze. He really couldn't understand Luo Qinghan's train of thought. He was very sure that it was impossible for Luo Qinghan to develop a relationship with a man that was close enough to having sex with him during this period of time. If there was a relationship, that man would definitely be him. Since she was forced, why didn't she say it? "Do you want to protect that adulterer?" Yiqing's words were also somewhat cold. Luo Qinghan, on the other hand, had no expression on his face. His eyes turned extremely cold as he looked at Yiqing. He opened his mouth slightly and said softly, "Ever since you found out I wasn't virgin, you've been asking me who the murderer was. You haven't even bothered to show any concern for me, and you haven't listened to my explanations. You don't even want to know the reason behind the incident. Do you think that you are still the brother Yiqing I know? Or have you ever cared about me at all? Or you have been plotting something for me all along, but now your plan has failed, and you are angry and embarrassed, right?" Luo Qinghan's words were cold. At this point, she has come to believe that Yiqing has plans for her, and it is very likely that it is her Yuan Yin. Yiqing's approach all along has been a conspiracy. Chapter 30. All men are bad. "Qinghan, how can you think like that? Everyone present here could witness my feelings for you before, but now you've betrayed me. I'm so disappointed. Besides, what's so good about that man that makes you defend him so much?" Yiqing looked at Luo Qinghan, his face revealing a hint of heartache and regret. His heart was dead after being betrayed. The image of a victim whose grief is greater than death. Aside, Li Buwei and others looked at Yiqing, and there was a hint of sympathy in their eyes. Yes, everyone can see how brother Yiqing has treated Luo Qinghan these days, and it is really sad that Luo Qinghan did such a thing. No man can stand it. But brother Yiqing's mental obsession with cleanliness is even stronger than imagined. He doesn't even want to listen to Luo Qinghan's explanation. It must be that Luo Qinghan has broken his heart. He. Luo Qinghan sneered and watched Yi Qing's performance. After figuring everything out, Yi Qing now became extremely hypocritical in her eyes. Now she finally understood that what Su Li said was right. Yi Qing. When they come into contact with me, they use me for their own benefit and have no feelings for me at all. It wasn't until today that I finally saw you clearly. No man is a good thing. Luo Qinghan spoke coldly, lingering on Yi Qing's hypocritical expression for a moment, then turned and left. Explain. There is no need for that at all. She felt sick if she said one more word to someone like Yi Qing. And Yi Qing. The sadness and pain on his face were not entirely fake. The xianxia body that is right in front of your mouth is about to be gone. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable? Don't let me know who did this, otherwise I will skin him alive. Yi Qing clenched his fists. But, at this time, on his hand, an ancient ring emitted waves of soul fluctuations, and an ethereal female voice sounded in Yi Qing's heart. Qing'er, that girl is truly in love with you. Why don't you listen to her explanation? Even if she doesn't have a xianxia body anymore, she is still your good woman. Master, I can see how deeply she loves you. Leng Wuyan's translucent soul sighed softly in the ring. After just observing, she was certain that Luo Qinghan was truly in love with Yi Qing, and that the loss of xianxia's body was simply a mistake, not her initiative at all. If the two of them can talk things out, this matter can be resolved. Haha, solved. My xianxia body is gone. How can I solve this problem? I will definitely reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. How can I have anything to do with a woman of unclear origin? Yi Qing sneered in his heart. He approached Luo Qinghan only for the xianxia body, but now xianxia's body is gone, and Luo Qinghan can no longer get his attention. Not to mention, even if he and Luo Qinghan really achieved a happy ending, Luo Qinghan, whose xianxia body was taken away, would no longer be of any value. Giving her the status of a concubine in the future would be a great reward for her. The position of the legal wife? Perhaps only a master who has reshaped his body, achieved the cultivation of a great emperor, and is invincible in the world can be worthy of it. Think of this. A trace of greed emerged in Yi Qing's heart. Even though he had only seen his master once, and in soul form, that breathtaking glimpse of beauty that was not of this world had already been deeply imprinted in his heart. Only such an extraordinary woman is worthy of being his wife and can provide him with more help in the future. As for Luo Qinghan, compared to master, I am just a vase. Why? In the ring. Leng Wuyan sighed softly, looking at Yi Qing's hypocritical expression but the blazing fire burning in his eyes. Her heart couldn't help but sink. Although, Yi Qing is gifted and has the ambition to become stronger. But, however, he does not have the compassion that those strong men should have, nor does he have the style of moving forward fearlessly and relying only on strength. There are so many schemes and calculations in his mind that anyone could be exploited by him. Think of this. Leng Wuyan's eyes revealed a hint of obvious disappointment. Then, am I, his master, also a part of his exploitation? Now, she was somewhat skeptical about whether Yi Qing's promise to her that he would devote all his strength to rebuilding her body when he became a powerful man in the future was true. Bite. Congratulations to the host for taking away Luo Qinghan's xianxia body, causing Yi Qing's state of mind to be damaged and extremely angry, and plundering 3,000 points of luck. Congratulations to the host. Yi Qing's true nature was revealed in his rage. The Empress's attitude changed, and she was disappointed. I have plundered 5,000 points of luck. Good. Su Li nodded with satisfaction, looking at Yi Qing, who was forcing a smile and acting like a hypocrite. He couldn't help feeling satisfied. He is indeed the son of destiny. I just came here for a walk and earned 8,000 luck points just by lying down. And the attitude of the Empress is of paramount importance. At the very least, it is the soul of the Emperor. If the Empress is completely disappointed with Yi Qing and leaves him, then, even if Yi Qing is gifted, he will not be a concern. After all, there are so many geniuses in this world, but there are even more who have fallen. Without Leng Wuyan's soul guidance, Yi Qing is just an ordinary one among the countless geniuses. Oh, I'm sorry to have made you laugh, brothers. This is my family's dirty laundry. Please don't spread it to others. Yi Qing smiled apologetically at everyone. At the same time, he also collected the elixirs that everyone brought and put them in his arms, without mentioning a word about using these elixirs to nourish Luo Qinghan's body. Su Li sneered in his heart. He was indeed a miser, and even the 9th grade elixir that was of little use to Yi Qing now was carefully collected by him. We all understand, but there's no need to be too sad, big brother. There are so many good women in the city, Why bother with Luo Qinghan? Even if it's not in the city, the little demon girl Li Wuyu from the Chongming demon cult outside the city is also quite famous. Only a genius like that is worthy of brother Yi Qing. Li Buwei and others looked like dogs licking Yi Qing's boots, and kept flattering him. Yi Qing's dark face also softened a little. Yes, Li Wuyu. Her value is no less than Luo Qinghan's, and may even be more important. After all, she possessed the highest magic technique of the demon sect, the Chongming magic technique. This technique could lead one directly to the Holy Realm. Place it in Yanqing's sect in time. This level of martial arts can only be practiced by true disciples. If I can get it, I will definitely be able to surpass all the heroes when I enter the Yanqing sect in the future. I will achieve the reputation of a true disciple at the fastest speed. Chapter 31. It is Yi Liuli's honor to be able to make herself stronger. In that case, I won't keep you here. I still need to practice today. Yi Qing at this time. Her mentality had adjusted. Even though she wanted to cut the adulterer into pieces, her face did not show any violence. Instead, she looked very humble and friendly. In that case, big brother, we will take our leave. Everyone left immediately. Su Li bowed to Yi Qing and walked out of the courtyard. After watching everyone leave, Yi Qing returned to the quiet room where he practiced. Blood mist rose from his body, and spiritual energy was wafting around him. He was filled with a strange and inexplicable aura, and he looked like a demon. In a quiet room, it was also illuminated by a scarlet color. This blood robe art is truly extraordinary. Even without the help of the xianxia body, I'm afraid that just by practicing this blood robe art, I can break through to the divine power realm within a month. By then, the entire Yanqing will no longer pose a threat to me. However, I still feel a little sorry for Yi Liuli. Yi Qing had a blank expression on his face as he practiced the blood robe technique, with a sinister demonic aura surrounding him. The practice of the blood robe technique. You need the essence and blood of someone who is related to you by blood. And now, he only has his mother, Yi Liuli's parents, and Yi Liuli herself. Xiao Yun was originally immortal. If her blood essence was absorbed, she would definitely die. Moreover, the effect of her blood essence was far inferior to that of Yi Liuli. Yi Liuli's parents were both masters of the sky-breaking realm. If he set up a plan on them, it would most likely be discovered, and the consequences would be disastrous. Only Yi Liuli. She was only at the 5th level of the qi condensation realm, and she was innocent, gentle, and kind. Even if I gave her the evil jade, it would not arouse her suspicion at all. It's just that her body cannot bear the absorption of the evil jade, and her life may be in danger. But when I become stronger, I will definitely double my compensation to Liuli. Yi Qing secretly hypnotized himself in his heart. Family ties are certainly important. However, compared to cultivation, it is worthless. Except for my mother, everyone else can be used. It is also Yi Liuli's honor to be able to become stronger. I heard. Some time ago, Su Li went to treat Yi Liuli and even made up for the deficiency in her body. Su Li is indeed his most loyal subordinate. In the future, he can give him some insignificant rewards, which can also show that he is fair in rewarding and punishing. Think of this. Yi Qing's lips curled up slightly, and he was drawing a grand blueprint for his future in his mind. Time passes. 3 days later, the city is brightly lit and the sky is dotted with stars. It looks like a night scene, which is breathtakingly beautiful. There were still wisps of snowflakes floating in the air, covering the entire cloud city. But, right now, with a loud bang, a tremendous pressure erupted from the center of the city. Unparalleled spiritual energy flowed in all directions, dispersing everything. Blazing flames instantly illuminated the entire cloud city. The entire Yanqing became noisy in an instant. Countless people stood up and looked at the fire not far away, with a hint of horror in their eyes. This is the ancestor of the supernatural power realm taking action. This kind of power comes from more than one person. At least 3 ancestors in the divine ability realm took action. Who on earth could have such a big face, and what did they do to deserve such treatment? Haha, you don't know this. In recent days, no less than 10 Yanqing Qinjiao have been assassinated. After investigation in the past few days, it was found that it was done by people from the demon cult. The ancestors of the major families have been holding their breath for a long time. There are also rumors that the leader is none other than the recently famous young demon girl from the Chongming demon sect. It's widely known that she practices the Chongming demonic art, a top-level technique that can lead directly to the saint realm. Whether it's to avenge their descendants or to gain magical powers, these ancestors will definitely take action. In the city, everyone was talking about it. The sky was suddenly filled with colorful lights, and a lot of noisy sounds came from them. Search carefully. The little demon girl was struck by the ancestor's blood-transforming palm, and now she can't go far, and her fighting power is only 1/10 of what it was. Finding her will be a great achievement. Haha, if the little demon girl hadn't used the forbidden technique from the Chongming magic art, how could she have escaped? But she's not far from death either. As long as she's still in Yancheng, she'll definitely not be able to escape. Many monks shuttled back and forth in the city, their eyes constantly looking around the streets. And in a dark corner, with snowflakes floating in the sky, a girl in black clothes, covered in blood and looking dying, was curled up in the corner. The spiritual energy around her body surged, isolating her aura from the outside world. Even if everyone tried to investigate, they would not be able to discover her whereabouts unless they walked up to her. Hateful. If it weren't for these ancestors in the supernatural realm. This blood-transforming palm is still burning my flesh and blood constantly. If no one comes to rescue me. A girl with bright eyes, white teeth, and narrow eyes that look like a proud phoenix, curled up with a pale face, clenching her silver teeth, as if she could not bear the pain coming from her body. Li Wuyu narrowed his eyes slightly and hid in the snow, but he was constantly thinking in his heart. She is the little demon girl of Chongming Demon Sect and also the first genius of Chongming Demon Sect. She entered Yancheng, in addition to killing the genius, in order to obtain more places for Chongming Demon Sect to recruit disciples in the future. He also wanted to hone his combat capabilities, so he didn't bring many men with him. Pity. In the battle just now, all her men had been wiped out. Even though she was at the peak of the sky-breaking realm and a remarkable genius, she was no match for those masters at the divine power realm who had joined forces. If he hadn't used the forbidden technique from Chongming magical arts, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. But Yi Qing should be here soon. Li Wuyu looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky. Yi Qing and I have a cooperative relationship, and all the information about the geniuses in the city is told by Yi Qing. He couldn't just watch himself being captured by the major families. After all, he had evidence of his connection with him. Once you are caught, Yi Qing couldn't escape at all. But time passes. There was no one in the corner. Li Wuyu was trembling all over, his face was pale, and large areas of his flesh and blood were corroded by the blood-transforming palm. The whole person has reached his limit, about to fall into a coma. Pa tilde. Pa tilde. In a quiet corner, there were waves of leisurely footsteps. A handsome young man in black clothes stood in front of her. The young man seemed to have walked out of a painting, with a faint medicinal fragrance on his body. His eyes were as calm as water, and even when he saw himself in such a state, he did not show any fluctuations. Chapter 32, The Highest Luck Value. At this time, in the Yi family courtyard, Yi Qing was practicing, but the communication talisman in his hand lit up for a moment, and a cold female voice came out from it. The voice was short and weak, as if he had just experienced a battle. Come and save me. I'm in a small alley in the corner of the West City. Yi Qing's pupils contracted violently and he jumped up. This was Li Wuyu's voice. They had always relied on this communication talisman to communicate, and it was also through this talisman that he was able to leak information about the city's prodigies to Li Wuyu. If this message is intercepted by the families in the city. Think of this. Yi Qing's face suddenly turned pale and he ran out in a hurry. On the street, it was a scene of chaos, with colorful lights and all kinds of sounds filling the sky. That little witch is about to die. How dare she enter Cloud City alone? Haha, after being hit by the ancestor's blood transformation palm, even if she is at the peak of the sky-breaking realm, there is no way she can survive this night. Everyone was talking about it, and some people recognized Yi Qing and came over to greet him. Yi Qing, why are you out too? Haha, the evil witch of the demon cult must be killed by anyone. I also want to contribute my own strength to Yancheng. Yi Qing looked righteous and acted like a gentleman. Although he was extremely anxious, he did not show it on his face. It's a blessing for Yancheng to have a genius like Yi Qing. Everyone bowed and looked at Yi Qing with admiration. But Yi Qing didn't want to be in a low mood with them, so he just casually said a few words and left. At the same time, while I was worried, I was also a little happy. Blood transforming palm? Isn't this the Liu family's ancestors' famous move? Anyone struck by it will suffer from the continuous corrosion of their flesh and blood. Without the correct antidote or method, the entire person will be reduced to a pool of blood. But his blood robe technique was the nemesis of the blood transformation palm. It could directly extract the poisonous blood from the wound and the poisonous spiritual energy from the body. If I could save Li Wuyu, not only does he not have to worry about being exposed, but he can also greatly strengthen the relationship between him and Li Wuyu. Maybe he can also plot against the Chongming magic. Thinking of Chongming's magic skills, Yi Qing felt a little hot in his heart. That was a magic skill that could lead directly to the Saint Realm. Even though he had a great Emperor Master, he was only a remnant soul after all, and had lost many of his memories of the skills. The only help he has for me now is his extraordinary experience in cultivation and his extraordinary vision, which allows me not to miss any treasures and to take fewer detours on the road of cultivation. However, things like martial arts still need to be collected by yourself. The Chongming demonic art is undoubtedly a technique that suits him very well. He can practice the orthodox technique while practicing the demonic art at the same time, and his progress is simply rapid. A trace of desire arose in Yi Qing's heart, and a smile appeared in his eyes. It's a good injury, a wonderful injury. Then he walked towards Li Wuyu's location. At this time, in a silent secret room, Su Li looked at the communication talisman in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Message talisman. It's not just about delivering a message. By injecting spiritual power, one can even record what the other person says, which is equivalent to a tape recorder in the previous life. But Li Wuyu. At this point, he had only known Yi Qing for a short time, and the relationship between them was more of a transactional one. Naturally, it was impossible for him to completely trust Yi Qing, so he also kept something in reserve. This communication talisman contains evidence of Yi Qing's communication with the demon cult. If he were to be exposed, Yi Qing would become a rat crossing the street in the entire Yancheng, and everyone would shout and beat him. After all, no one likes a traitor. But now is not the best time to expose this evidence. Su Li directly put away the message talisman. The time for Yanqing sect to come and recruit disciples was getting closer and closer. At that time, this message talisman would have a miraculous effect. Now, let us save Li Wuyu's life first. Su Li looked at Li Wuyu, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his face pale, his whole body twitching from time to time, and emitting a bloody smell. If she is not treated in time, I'm afraid this little beauty will die. And if she dies, how can I gain luck points? Name, Li Wuyu. Cultivation, 9th level of the sky-breaking realm. Physique, body of a heavenly demon. Luck value, 50,000 points. He broke through the 9th level of the sky and was on par with Yi Qing. He was indeed a top genius with the body of a demon, and his luck value was as high as 50,000. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. This is the woman with the highest luck that I have met in a long time. Tilda. On the bed. The unconscious figure hummed softly, then slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a small but very clean room. There was a faint smell of medicine in the room. I was lying on the bed, unable to exert any strength in my body. Oh. Even with injuries this severe, can he still wake up on his own? There was some surprise in Su Li's eyes. As expected, this woman, who was worthy of having the body of a demon and had practiced the Chongming demon art, could wake up on her own even after suffering such serious injuries. Su Li had just checked Li Wuyu's injuries, which were very serious. Especially from the back, he was hit by the blood-transforming palm, which is the famous skill of the Liu family's ancestor. Once hit, all the flesh and blood, and even the spiritual energy in the body will be corroded. Li Wuyu is now at a critical moment of life and death, and is hanging on to his last breath. He is truly an indestructible cockroach. But we can't delay any longer. Need treatment as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Su Li gradually approached Li Wuyu. What are you doing? Li Wuyu watched his body being manipulated at will, with his entire back exposed to the young man. And the young man still had a faint smile on his face, and in his hand he was holding something black, wanting to smear it on his body. Bold. Li Wuyu widened his eyes. Could it be that not only would he not be able to wait for Yi Qing's rescue, but he would also be insulted by the villain until his death? Even though she was seriously injured, she was still at the peak of the sky-breaking realm. She wasn't completely powerless. The power she could display now was absolutely unstoppable if she wasn't at the mid-sky-breaking realm. In the air, the pressure surged, and a huge amount of spiritual energy suddenly rose in the secret room. A dazzling scarlet light appeared in an instant and stabbed towards Su Li fiercely. In the room, it suddenly became extremely quiet, but beneath this quietness, there was a deadly danger. This is the divine light. If you are not strong enough and your mind is not strong enough, you will be controlled immediately and unable to move at all. You will be seriously injured in an instant. Chapter 33. As long as you can save yourself, you are a good person. And at this time, Su Li had no expression on his face. He just stretched out his hand and waved it. A faint red light shrouded his jade-like hand, emitting a heavy pressure. As soon as the dazzling light came into contact with Su Li's palm, It was like ice and snow melting, and the spiritual energy inside seemed to be burned by the divine fire and evaporated madly. It didn't cause any harm to Su Li. In the air, the sound of hissing kept coming. This was the sound of spiritual energy being burned. The divine light that even a mid-stage sky-breaking realm cultivator couldn't resist was easily dissolved by Su Li in an instant. Su Li narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Wuyu, his aura turning cold. Is this how you treat your savior? Although the divine light just now could not take people's lives, if hit by it, even those in the middle stage of the sky-breaking realm would be seriously injured. But, after all, Su Li possesses the body of the blazing sun, and also possesses the fighting and victory method, the 9 revolutions mysterious Yanggong. His combat power was far beyond that of his peers, and Li Wuyu's strength had been greatly reduced in a seriously injured state, so naturally he could not cause any harm to him. Savior. But you just clearly. Li Wuyu's expression was a little dazed, and then his expression became clear again. She had just woken up and attacked subconsciously, but now, her mind had calmed down. Su Li now looked harmless, like a doctor. The black thing that had previously made her uneasy also gave off a hint of medicinal fragrance. But, how could a doctor have such terrifying power? Li Wuyu was filled with surprise and stared at Su Li, who was unharmed. As a master of the sky-breaking realm, her intuition is extremely sharp and she can feel the endless and immense spiritual energy in Su Li's body. But, after all, it is only the middle stage of the sky-breaking realm. He knew best the power of his divine light. This was a technique from the Chongming demonic art. Even if he was seriously injured, it was definitely not something a mid-stage sky-breaking realm cultivator could resist, let alone so easily. There is only one explanation. There was something solemn in Li Wuyu's eyes. This doctor had hidden his strength, or possessed combat power far beyond his peers. Who are you? Li Wuyu looked straight at Su Li, his eyes full of vigilance. A stranger who has never met me rescued me for no reason. Does he have some ulterior motive? He is not very old, and with his current combat power, he can be called a genius in Yancheng. But, I have never heard of. It doesn't matter who I am, but your attitude towards your savior is really chilling. Su Li's face was calm, his voice was a little colder, and he shook his head gently. Turn around and leave. Wait a minute. Li Wuyu stretched out his hand, trying to grab Su Li's back. At the same time, he covered his chest in pain. Tilde. A violent coughing sound was heard, and blood continued to flow out of Li Wuyu's mouth. The impact of the blood transforming palm is no longer limited to her skin and flesh, it is now corroding her internal organs. And, because of Li Wuyu's attack just now, the spiritual energy in his body was a little disordered, which made his current injuries even worse. If no one treats him, he probably won't last more than a quarter of an hour. Now, she was in this secret room where no one could help her, and if Su Li didn't save her, she could only wait to die. The desire to survive filled her mind. No matter who he is. As long as you can save yourself, you are a good person. Sir, I was wrong just now. I disturbed you. I am willing to pay 10,000 spirit stones as compensation. Please don't mind it, sir. Said. He took out a storage bag and opened it. A brilliant light shone from inside, and the entire secret room was instantly filled with spiritual energy. Even taking a breath, there was a sense of relaxation and joy. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have received Li Wuyu's plea. You are now Li Wuyu's last straw. Plunder 5,000 points of luck. 5,000 was deposited. Su Li's mood also improved a lot, and he stopped. Turning to look at Li Wuyu, who was pleading and dying, the light from her storage bag also caught her eyes. A genuine 10,000 spirit stones. Even in the eyes of some of the city's largest families, this was a huge sum. It could support the entire family and all the cultivators for several months of cultivation. This Li Wuyu is actually a small wealthy woman. Not only does she have luck points to gain, but she also carries a lot of cultivation resources with her. But it wasn't surprising. After all, during this period, Li Wuyu had personally killed no less than 10 geniuses in Yancheng. The cultivation resources he had plundered were an enormous amount, although 10,000 spirit stones are a lot. However, for Li Wuyu, a wealthy woman, spending 10,000 spirit stones to save her own life is still a good deal. And, if you help her with the treatment yourself, you don't have to worry about being abandoned after you've done your job. Although Li Wuyu was born into the demon sect, he was surprisingly principled. He would always avenge his enemies and repay his kindness. Otherwise, in the original book, Yi Qing would not take away a large amount of resources and the Chongming demonic art from Li Wuyu just because he saved his life. Even later, Taking Li Wuyu into the harem had a lot to do with Yi Qing saving her life this time. You can say that. Saving Li Wuyu's life will bring him hundreds of benefits and no harm. Not only can he disrupt Yi Qing's chance, he can also gain Li Wuyu's friendship, and there is also luck value to be gained. It is really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Su Li nodded indifferently and accepted the spirit stone. Li Wuyu also felt relieved. If Su Li turned around and left, she didn't know what to do. Although he had good fighting ability, when he was seriously injured, he could only rely on a reliable doctor. Thank you, sir, for letting bygones be bygones. My body is at the end of its life. Please help me, sir. Li Wuyu's words were sincere and heartfelt. And Su Li. He shook his head slightly. 10,000 spirit stones can only make me put aside our past grudges, but if I want to save you, I will naturally need a consultation fee. Li Wuyu's face darkened. I'm almost dead, and this man is still asking me for money? What's more, it's 10,000 spirit stones. I just said that he should let bygones be bygones. But this also includes the cost of treating yourself. Unexpectedly. This man is so black-hearted. They actually charge an additional consultation fee? Sir, you've gone a bit too far. Li Wuyu's mouth twitched slightly. I know your identity. If I send you to the Liu family or the city lord's mansion, I'm afraid they will give me a satisfactory reward. For the things you did in the city, as well as the skills and treasures you carry with you, they would be willing to exchange them even for 100,000 spirit stones. Su Li said indifferently without any sympathy for the girl. Chapter 34. As smart as me. But Li Wuyu. He felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, his current strength was insufficient, and he posed no threat to the man in front of him. Moreover, he had done something like that in Yancheng. I am afraid. The bounty on his head from the Liu family and the city lord's mansion was already astronomical. And his appearance is not a secret. Any cultivator who has reached a certain level of strength can recognize him. The mysterious and powerful monk in front of him is naturally no exception. If he couldn't offer a satisfactory reward that could offset his bounty, he was afraid this man would actually hand him over to the families in the city. Think of this. A trace of struggle appeared in Li Wuyu's eyes, and he continued after a few breaths. If you can heal me, I will tell you the Chongming demonic art. This is a technique that leads directly to the Holy Realm. They will definitely not be able to offer a more valuable reward. Everyone knows that he possesses the Chongming magic art, and the only thing that could move the young genius in front of her was probably the Chongming magic. But a hint of cunning appeared in Li Wuyu's eyes. Chongming demonic power. It is also divided into core skills and marginal skills. Only the core skills can have the effect of accelerating the practice of Chongming magic skills and enhance the power of various magic techniques. And the edge of the skills. It's just a technique from the Chongming demonic art. Although it's extremely powerful, without the support of the core technique, it's just mediocre when used. At most, it is slightly stronger than ordinary martial arts. Chongming's magic power. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. The fighting and winning methods, the magical powers in the 9 Revolutions' mysterious Yanggong, and the techniques are certainly good, but who would complain about having too many techniques? Even in the original novel. Although Chongming demonic art is far inferior to the Emperor realm, it is also a very good technique in the early and middle stages. Moreover, Chongming magic art also has an effect similar to hang-up practice, which can continuously absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and improve one's own strength at all times. Even if the speed is relatively slow, when time accumulates, it becomes extremely terrifying. The most important thing is, the core technique of Chongming demonic art is a seal that can only be passed on to one person. Once Li Wuyu passes it on to himself, it will never be passed on to anyone else. If I get it, then Yi Qing will definitely not get it. But, is this little witch really so kind? Su Li looked at Li Wuyu with his eyes slightly narrowed. Although she will repay a favor, Chongming magic art is a holy realm magic art after all, so it is inevitable that she will have some tricks up her sleeve. After all, right now, her heavenly demon body has not yet awakened and perfected, and she herself doesn't even know that she has the heavenly demon body. Perhaps in her heart, Chongming's magic skills are more important than her own life. He only saved her life, and he might not be able to obtain the Chongming magic power. To get some other thanks. After all, I don't have Yi Qing's protagonist aura or the ability to deceive others. In that case, then you swear. Su Li said softly. At the same time, he spent 1,000 luck points to exchange for a scroll from a system space and hid it behind him. Anyone who believes what the little witch says is a fool. In the original novel, she relied on the marginal skills of Chongming magical art to harm many geniuses. How could he not be on guard against it? Okay. I, Li Wu Yu, swear here that if you can cure my illness, I will pass on the Chongming magic art to you. Li Wu Yu spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. His phoenix eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Su Li, who was standing in front of him. At the same time, between heaven and earth, a mysterious aura permeates the place. It means the oath has been fulfilled. Now, are you satisfied? I've never seen a man as stingy as you. I've already promised to give it to you. How can you go back on your word? Li Wu Yu's tone was somewhat teasing. At the same time, I secretly felt that I was smart. Although the oath is witnessed by the heavens, no oath can be disobeyed in this world. However, Chongming magic skills are divided into core skills and marginal skills. As long as I give the marginal skills to this young man, it will not be considered a violation of the oath. It's me as expected. Seeing Su Li nodding, Li Wu Yu was secretly delighted. He was so foolish that he believed it. I was about to die, and yet I was still being stabbed by this man. Doing this was also a lesson for him. In that case, lie down and I'll stop the bleeding on your back first. If you continue to lose blood, even the great immortal will be unable to save you. Su Li's face was calm. Li Wu Yu, on the other hand, pretended to be in pain. Zhoming magical art is my most powerful technique. You must treat me well. I'm ready. Li Wu Yu's voice trembled a little as she slowly turned over. Now, she could feel the heart-wrenching pain even if she moved a little. At the same time, looking at Su Li walking slowly towards him, Li Wu Yu's cheeks flushed. My injury is on my back. If I apply medicine to stop the bleeding, wouldn't everything be sane? Although, she comes into contact with quite a few men in her daily life, but they are all her subordinates or opponents. They all treat her with great respect and dare not show any resistance or disrespect. There has never been a man who was within 3 feet of her. I've never shown my skin to anyone before. Just when she was daydreaming. Tilda. The sound of cloth being torn apart was heard. Li Wu Yu suddenly felt a chill on her back. She was exposed to the air, and at the same time, a pair of large hands slowly covered her. The burning temperature from them and the strange feeling in her body made her bury her head in the pillow. But Li Wu Yu also felt relieved. It seems that this young doctor is an upright person. He only touched his own wound and did not touch any other parts of the body. Li Wu Yu's perception of Su Li couldn't help but change. At least, not the lustful type. And Su Li. He squinted his eyes and admired the beautiful scenery in front of him. Li Wu Yu's skin was as smooth as milk and silk, without a single flaw. The hairs on his body were also extremely fine, making him look like a piece of the finest mutton fat jade. And, in her current lying position, the 2 round breasts in front are faintly visible, revealing their amazing whiteness and elasticity. If you hold them in your hands and play with them, it would be such a pleasure. But, a fly in the ointment. On her back, there was a deep red and purple palm print, which was the mark of the blood-transforming palm. As time went by, the palm print continued to devour her blood and flesh, and blood was flowing at the edges. It slowly flowed down her smooth back, like wintersweet in the snow, revealing a breathtaking beauty. At the same time, Su Li's big hands were moving behind Li Wu Yu, covered with a layer of black hemostatic medicine that smelled of medicine. While feeling the milky smoothness, he also used the fire-attributed spiritual energy in his body to completely transport the spiritual medicine into Li Wu Yu's body. Chapter 35 I'm here to save you. A quarter of an hour later, the black medicine covered the entire wound and stopped the bleeding. However, this is only a temporary solution and cannot cure the disease. It can only slightly alleviate the symptoms but cannot achieve a complete cure. Li Wu Yu buried her head in the pillow, and her exposed white neck was covered with a layer of pink, looking delicious. My heart is pounding, almost jumping out of my throat. Being touched like this by a man, even if it was just for treatment, made her feel extremely shy. Her thighs were twisting unconsciously. The originally decisive and murderous little demon girl now looked a little embarrassed. At the same time, Su Li's calm voice sounded. Your injuries have penetrated deep into your lungs. I'm afraid ordinary treatment will not be very effective. Even if the bleeding is stopped temporarily, it can only delay the injury. I'm afraid that before dawn, you will become a corpse. Su Li looked at Li Wu Yu and touched his chin. Is there no other way? Li Wu Yu suddenly looked up, his rosy face turned pale, and he looked a little at a loss. The vitality in her body was disappearing all the time, constantly tormenting her. Unexpectedly. After all the trouble, I still want to die here. Now, she was just holding on to her last breath. If this good-looking young man was a quack, she would die here no matter how talented she was. 2. After all, he is so powerful, It is reasonable that his medical skills are a little worse. I have my own methods, but you will have to suffer a little. Su Li smiled lightly and took out a full set of surgical instruments from the cabinet beside him. Gleaming scissors, scalpels, and even saws. Each one is made of the exotic metal from the fantasy world and is extremely valuable. In terms of strength alone, it is much stronger than the surgical instruments in the previous life. It can even split the hard flesh of a cultivator. Su Li, who has integrated the memories of his previous life, is already the best doctor in Yancheng, so he can naturally absorb the medical experience of his previous life. It's a pity that there is no anesthetic here, otherwise you would suffer less. Su Li held the scissors in his hand and shook his head slightly. What do you mean? Can you please speak in full? Li Wu complained angrily, but the pain in her body immediately made her shut up. Does this doctor want to piss himself off to death? Say only half the words every day. What's wrong with suffering a little? At worst, it's just some very unpalatable medicinal food. Bite. Congratulations to the host for causing Li Wu to experience a series of emotional ups and downs and gaining 3,000 points of luck. Very good. I have earned back 3 times the luck points I just exchanged for the scroll. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. Li Wu, on the other hand, stared at Su Li with some suspicion. What on earth is that thing in his hand? Even though the young man in front of her was handsome, his current appearance, especially with the scissors in his hand and all kinds of strange props beside him, made her heart droop. Are these his methods? Is this a cure, or is it to dismember yourself? It's okay, but your current condition requires surgery to cure. I need to remove the bad blood and damaged internal organs, and then make a medicinal meal that can regenerate your flesh and blood. What you just applied is just a hemostatic drug to prevent you from bleeding too much during the operation. Su Li said softly, there has never been such a thing as surgery in this world. Even if someone is poisoned or has a disease, they will just make medicinal food or take some detoxifying pills. This kind of physical therapy is unheard of in this world. But, with the memory of his previous life, Su Li, who was the #1 doctor in Yancheng, was naturally able to perfectly combine medicinal food and physical therapy. What? Surgery? Removal? And evisceration? Just cut it raw. Wait a minute. Is there really no other way? What about excision and physical therapy? I've never heard of such medical techniques. Are you kidding me? Li Wu looked at Su Li walking towards him and felt a sense of unease in his heart. Especially when I saw the saw in his hand. Wasn't that a tool for sawing trees? What was he going to do with it? Time waits for no one. Your illness cannot be delayed any longer. Su Li's face was gentle, but the hacksaw in his hand reflected a cold light. Lie down obediently. I'm going to start the operation. Wait. Matilda. In the room. Li Wu's screams were heard, like a cuckoo crying blood, which made those who heard it sad and wept. At this time, Yancheng, west of the city, a young man with an ordinary face but eyes shining like stars was looking for something anxiously. West of the city. Although there are many alleys and corners, Yiqing is at the peak of the sky-breaking realm after all. With his speed, it won't take long for him to search them all. Wait. Li Wu, I'm here to save you. A hint of greed appeared in Yiqing's eyes. If he is Li Wu's savior, then it is reasonable for him to ask Li Wu for the practice method of Chongming demon art. If all goes well, I can even recruit Li Wu as my subordinate in the future, which will definitely be of great help to me. After all, Li Wu is different from Luo Qinghan, who is just a vase with a Xuanxia body. He is a true genius who can compete with himself in the process of cultivation. Wait. I will definitely find you. Yiqing clenched his fists, and his figure turned into a stream of light, shuttling back and forth through the streets and alleys. But, over time, Yiqing's face gradually became dull, and bloodshot appeared in his eyes. He looked extremely scary, and his breath became a little unstable. I've searched everywhere I could, so why is he gone? Why is he gone? Could it be that he was caught by someone? Come here. Yiqing gritted his teeth, his fists were covered with blue veins, and he almost went crazy. If Li Wu can't be found again, then not only would he lose the opportunity to acquire the Chongming magical art, but even his current status would be affected. You know, Li Wu had another communication talisman in his hand. Judging from the character of that little vixen, she must have recorded the conversation in which she betrayed the Yancheng genius. If it is discovered and spread out, the consequences will be disastrous. I'm clearly very fast. Why can't I find it? Yiqing knelt on the ground, his hands deeply buried in his hair, and he murmured in pain. This period of time. Apart from gaining Su Li as his loyal subordinate, everything else went wrong for him. Chapter 36. Just take the medicine, no need to talk too much nonsense. Yi Qing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Think about it carefully. I fail in everything I do. There is the soul-nourishing stone in front and xianxia's body behind, and the evil jade placed on Yi Liuli has not been retrieved in time. But think about it, it shouldn't be a big problem. Yi Liuli has a kind personality, so it feels safe to put the evil jade on her. No, I can't stay in Yancheng anymore. If this is exposed, even the Yi family won't be able to protect me with the combined efforts of all the big families in Yancheng. For now, let's go out of the city and avoid the limelight. Think of this. Yi Qing stood up decisively and walked out of the city, his face full of black lines and resentment about to overflow. At the same time, bite. Congratulations to the host for intercepting Li Wuyu and leaving Yi Qing empty-handed. Yi Qing is furious and has decided to go out of town to avoid the limelight. The host plunders 5,000 points of luck. Good. Another 5,000 points. In the warm room, Su Li looked at Li Wuyu, who was panting like a fish on the shore with his back exposed, and nodded with satisfaction. The cut wounds were sutured together, looking like a black tattoo, which looked even more enchanting compared to the snow-white skin next to it. Still breathing. The amount of bleeding is not heavy, so it seems that surgery is a feasible treatment method. I have to prepare the hemostatic medicine myself, so even if I have surgery, there will not be heavy bleeding. And it's only been one night, and because of this girl, I have already gained more than 10,000 luck points. The next moment, Su Li weighed the hacksaw in his hand. It was covered in blood and his clothes were soaked with blood. Looks like a butcher. Li Wuyu lay on the bed with lifeless eyes, watching Su Li using a hacksaw and a thin knife to move around his body. He felt terrible pain all the time. But, for a monk with a strong mind, this pain is unbearable but not enough to cause him to collapse. What made her most devastated was that her body was like a toy, allowing the butcher in front of her to manipulate and use the knife, while she couldn't even move a finger and couldn't resist. For her, who has always been a genius, this feeling of being out of control is really unbearable. If my health is not good because of this, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Li Wuyu said weakly, looking at the expressionless Su Li, with a hint of obvious fear in his eyes. Although, she could clearly feel that Su Li's strength was not as good as hers, but after the physical therapy just now, she felt an indescribable fear towards Su Li in the butcher state. She has always taken medicine to treat her injuries, so how could she have ever experienced such a tragic treatment method? Drink this bowl of medicine. Su Li threw the hacksaw and scalpel aside, and like a magic trick, he took out a bowl of hot medicinal food from a side, which could accelerate the recovery of qi, blood, and flesh. Considering that Li Wuyu contributed more than 10,000 luck points to him tonight and wanted to pass on the Chongming magic art to him, Su Li also added 2 ninth-grade spiritual medicines. Li Wuyu opened her mouth, a hint of hesitation on her delicate face, and she bit her lips lightly. She has no strength left now, and it is impossible for her to drink the medicine by herself. But, let that young man feed himself? Li Wuyu glanced at Su Li. What a joke. I'm the Chongming sect's #1 prodigy. Even the sect's elders treat me with the utmost respect, not daring to overstep their bounds. Furthermore, I'll definitely not be confined to the tiny Yancheng area anymore. And also join the Yanqing sect. Become an unrivaled powerhouse. How is it possible that I was fed medicine by a man? Not to mention, my upper body is still naked. If I am fed drugs by this man, won't he see me naked? No, absolutely not. Can't move. Su Li touched his chin and looked at Li Wuyu, who was lying on the bed with her nude body exposed. It's normal to feel weak after surgery, especially since I removed some of your internal organs. Although you have a high level of cultivation and your internal organs can regenerate, it still takes time. You must drink this bowl of medicinal food. It can speed up the recovery of your essence, blood, and body. Otherwise, it will take you forever to recover. Do you need feeding service? Su Li looked at her quietly. Li Wuyu wanted to refuse. Although her back was stitched shut, the removed internal organs and the loss of essence and blood were tormenting her all the time, making her unable to control her movements. Her head drooped and looked like she was nodding. I can't wait any longer. Su Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and directly pulled Li Wuyu up, and used his spiritual energy to cover her with a layer of red barrier to prevent her from exposing herself. Feeding service also requires payment. One feeding costs 1,000 spirit stones. Su Li's voice was light, but to Li Wuyu's ears, it sounded like the whisper of a devil. You. Li Wuyu's lips were trembling slightly, and he looked at Su Li in disbelief. Is this man obsessed with money? He needs 1,000 spirit stones just to feed him medicine. Why doesn't he just rob him? 10,000 spirit stones are most of my savings. If I take out another 1,000 spirit stones, it would be like draining myself dry. But he would even cover himself up. Could it be that he had absolutely no interest in himself? Although I felt relieved. I think Su Li is a gentleman. But Li Wuyu felt a slight sense of frustration in her heart. Although she had never approached men, she was still very confident in her looks. Looking at the entire Yancheng area, there are not many people who can compare with me. Before, countless young geniuses were fascinated by her and became her slaves. But this Su Li was simply obsessed with money. He had no sympathy for me at all, and all he wanted was spirit stones. He even wanted my Chongming magic power. He is not a man yet. But before she could say anything more, a spoon was stuffed into her mouth at lightning speed, and a liquid with a very light taste and a faint medicinal fragrance entered her throat. It was swallowed with a gulp. Wait a minute. Li Wuyu leaned against Su Lijian, with his chest puffed out, feeling the burning temperature on his back, and his face flushed. Even the body under the spiritual energy barrier turned a light pink, looking extremely gorgeous. You know, the spiritual barrier can only block the sight. It can't block the sense of touch at all. Now, she is completely naked, lying in Su Li's arms. Just take the medicine. Why all the nonsense? Su Li looked at Li Wuyu, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, shook his head slightly, and then rudely stuffed the spoonful of medicine into her mouth. Chapter 37 Butterfly Effect, Cold Dragon Grass. At this time, outside Yancheng, in the wilderness, Wolf King Mountain, Yi Qing had a haggard look on his face and was hiding under the cliff, exhausted. This was the territory of the white-eyed Wind Wolf King. However, the Wind Wolf King had been away for the past few months, so Wolf King Mountain was also a good refuge. After all, the Wind Wolf King was a legendary great power. The Cloud City Lord was only at the Divine Power realm, but the Wind Wolf King had once made a contract with the human race, stating that as long as he paid tribute on time, he would not trouble Cloud City. So, all along, the Wind Wolf King and Yancheng have lived in harmony, keeping to themselves. Even if the people of Yancheng discovered that they were the murderers who betrayed those geniuses, they would definitely not dare to come to the territory of the Wind Wolf King to check. Just be here. You are safe. Qinga, I feel that there is a huge amount of spiritual energy in the cave above the cliff. It's definitely some kind of natural treasure, but the Wind Wolf King is at the great power level. If he's discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. In the ring, a cold female voice sounded in Yi Qing's mind. In Leng Wuyan's soul state, she is equivalent to a treasure hunting rat. Any treasure that enters a radius of 10 miles cannot escape her perception. Real. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. This is truly a blessing in disguise. The Wind Wolf King was a powerful being. Powerful monsters often possess treasures of nature, waiting to be consumed directly when they reached a new realm. Unexpectedly, I can actually encounter such a good thing. A treasure that can allow a powerful person to break through the realm. If I get it myself, I will reach the sky in one step. Master, I'll get it now. Yi Qing's body was shaking slightly with excitement. He flashed and rushed towards the dark and bottomless cave above the cliff. As soon as we entered the cave, he could feel a strong spiritual energy coming towards him. Even though he was at the peak of the sky-breaking realm, he felt ecstatic after taking a whiff of it. Yi Qing went deep into the cave. Suddenly, a blinding light came into view, and streaks of frost condensed in the air. A terrifying and raging spiritual energy came over. It was as if it was going to crush people. A small grass that is completely silver-white, emitting a cold light, looks like a dragon, and even amidst bursts of dragon roars comes into view. The grass was only the size of a palm, but it looked like the core of heaven and earth. One glance at it and I couldn't take my eyes off it. This is the cold dragon grass. It even contains a trace of dragon energy. The value of the cold dragon grass itself is far greater than anything you've ever obtained before. This is a genuine 6th grade elixir. In the ring, Leng Wuyan looked at the cold dragon grass, her eyes a little shocked. Although, this cold dragon grass is just a weed to her at her peak. However, in a small place like Yancheng, it is undoubtedly a rare treasure in the world. Yi Qing was completely shocked, and the words 6th grade spiritual medicine kept echoing in his mind. Miracle medicine. From the 1st grade to the 9th grade, each grade is like the difference between heaven and earth. The most precious spiritual medicine that has ever appeared in the history of Yancheng was only of the 7th grade, but it was sold at a high price of 100,000 spirit stones at the auction. And the 6th grade spiritual medicine. It can't even be measured with spirit stones. One 6th grade spirit medicine is worth more than a dozen 7th grade spirit medicines. If it were a small sect, selling it would be enough to support the entire sect's cultivation for dozens or even hundreds of years. Even for a large sect like the Xianxia sect, it would be a rare treasure from heaven and earth. It's fate. Now, it's time for me to change my luck. Yi Qing could hardly suppress the smile on his face and stretched out his hand forward, but a cold female voice from the ring made his body stiffen a little. Here, the Wind Wolf King has set up a sensing array and a teleportation array. If you remove them, I'm afraid the Wind Wolf King will chase you the next moment. Even I have to sacrifice my own essence to help you escape. Leng Wuyan's soul trembled. Master, is there no way to break this formation? Yi Qing looked a little anxious. No, your current strength is still too weak. You can come back and get it later. Leng Wuyan said calmly. Later? When you come back, the frost dragon grass might have already been used. How can you expect to come back and retrieve the treasure? As a cultivator, you should forge ahead. Yi Qing's words were firm and sounded quite high-sounding. He just heard that his master needed to consume his essence to help him escape, but it didn't mean that he couldn't escape. So, what was there to be afraid of? I could just get the cold dragon grass and use master's power to escape. As for her lost essence, when I become stronger in the future, I will double the compensation. In the ring, Leng Wuyan's weak soul trembled, and her beautiful face showed obvious disappointment as she sighed softly. This Yi Qing. Although we have a master-disciple relationship, I am just a part of him that he uses. Obviously, every time his origin is lost, he will be one step closer to extinction, but Yi Qing doesn't care about himself at all and only focuses on the present. After this incident, Leng Wuyan became increasingly disappointed with Yi Qing. Master, I leave everything to you. Yi Qing clasped his fists and slowly walked towards the cold dragon grass, while Leng Wuyan just hummed indifferently. Now, in the secret room, there was a soft and fragrant girl in front of Su Li. He put the medicinal food in his hand into her rosy little mouthful one by one. Li Wuyu's face was as red as a flower, and the temperature of his whole body was slowly rising. When Su Li held Li Wuyu, it was as if he was holding a piece of warm jade. His skin was as smooth as cream, and it was extremely comfortable. I'm full. I can't eat anymore. Li Wuyu felt that her health had improved a little, so she quickly declined and asked Su Li not to feed her anymore. The more time she spent with Su Li, the more confused she became. These alone are not enough to heal your body. I need to learn the Chongming magic skill as soon as possible. Open your mouth and keep eating. Su Li spoke calmly, with an attitude that could not be refused. When Li Wuyu smelled the medicinal food, his body felt an immense desire for it, as if eating it would bring him great benefits. Then, although she looked like she was rejecting, she still opened her mouth obediently. But, just as Su Li was feeding quietly, bite. Congratulations, host. Due to your butterfly effect, Yi Qing failed in his attempt to steal the cold dragon grass. He ended up losing more than he gained, and was seriously injured. The host has gained 5,000 points of luck. Congratulations, host. Due to your butterfly effect, Leng Wuyan saw through Yi Qing's hypocritical nature when he stole the cold dragon grass, and became even more disappointed in him. The host has gained 10,000 points of luck. I just gave him some medicine and I earned more than 10,000 luck points? Chapter 38 Leng Wuyan is sleeping. Right at this moment. Tilda. A shocking wolf howl, filled with boundless rage and a breath of destruction, resounded throughout the world. The entire Cloud City could feel that boundless rage. Suddenly, in Cloud City, countless monks took off into the air, while those who were not strong enough stayed on the ground. Everyone looked straight at the direction of a high mountain cliff outside the city. The ancestors of the Liu family, the Yi family, and even the city lord gathered together. White-eyed Wind Wolf King. Who did what to make it so angry? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. The White-eyed Wind Wolf King was a powerful demon beast, and the strongest person in Cloud City was only at the divine ability realm. There was no room for resistance in front of the Wind Wolf King. However, fortunately, the Wind Wolf King and the human race have an agreement. As long as we pay tribute on time, he will not attack Cloud City. However, we must be on guard. If the Wind Wolf King gets angry, it is impossible to predict what he will do. Everyone was talking about it. Even the matter of the little demon girl was temporarily put aside by them, and they began to make various countermeasures. After all, the little demon girl was just a genius in the breaking sky realm who was carrying a valuable treasure. But the Wind Wolf King is a powerful demon beast. He has the power to destroy the entire Cloud City. At this time, in the secret room, Su Li also heard the wolf howl. At the same time, He had some doubts in his mind. This Wind Wolf King had never appeared in the early stage of the plot. It was only in the middle of the plot that Yi Qing broke through the powerful realm and became his whetstone for killing monsters and upgrading. It seems. Sure enough, it was what I did that changed the plot. Due to the influence of the butterfly effect, the entire plot changed slightly. But in the original novel, next, the leader of the Yanqing sect, Mu Yanhuang, will take advantage of the Wind Wolf King's absence to steal the cold dragon grass in order to refine a medicinal pill. The process went smoothly and there were no injuries. But now, the Wind Wolf King has undoubtedly returned to the cave. It won't be so easy for Mu Yanhuang to obtain the cold dragon grass. Su Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Weiyue, who was standing by, also had a solemn look in his eyes. This is the voice of the Wind Wolf King. What happened? However, this is also a good thing. With the Wind Wolf King's matter here, it will be much easier for me to leave Cloud City once I recover. Li Wu nodded slightly. At the same time, he looked at Su Li with some amazement. He knew his own injuries best. If someone else came to treat him, it would be impossible to heal him without spending some rare treasures or using special skills. But this young man actually only used some daily herbs, the most precious of which were 2 9th-grade spiritual medicines, to control his injuries. He escaped from danger by just drinking a bowl of medicine. If I continue at this pace, I will be able to recover from my injuries in just 3 to 5 days. It's just that the treatment process is a bit unpleasant. Although this man was obsessed with money, but his medical skills and strength were both top-notch. Even if she racked her brains, she couldn't figure out when such a young genius had appeared in Yancheng. What are you standing there for? Keep eating. Su Li looked at the dazed Li Wuyu and pinched her face. It was very nice, full of elasticity, cool and textured, just like touching a piece of beautiful jade. He brought a full spoonful of medicine to her mouth. Li Wuyu's face showed a trace of shame and anger. He gathered all his strength and knocked Su Li's hand away. Do you really take me for a child? I'll just eat it, said. He bit the spoon hard, as if he was biting Su Li. A few days later, Cloud City, the main entrance. A young man in tattered clothes, looking tired and exhausted, with blood on his face, staggered in. Looking at the still prosperous Yancheng, his eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. After observing for a few days, Yi Qing had already discovered that the transaction between him and the little demon girl had not been exposed, and the major families in Yancheng had not shown any signs of searching for him, so he returned from outside the city. After all, compared to the wilderness full of dangers and the Wind Wolf King who might suddenly appear at any time, being in the city makes people feel more at ease. Looking at the surging crowds on the streets, Yi Qing actually felt like he was alive again. The thrilling days of being hunted down were really too much to bear. Hateful. That white-eyed Wind Wolf King actually set up a teleportation formation in the cave. He activated it before I even touched the frost dragon grass, leaving me no chance to retrieve the treasure. Even Master consumed most of his soul power fighting against the Wind Wolf King for me. Yi Qing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes spitting fire. Originally, a 6th-grade elixir, priceless. He thought this was an amazing opportunity. As a result, he still ended up losing more than he gained. Not only did he fail to obtain the elixir, he was also seriously injured, his essence was damaged, and even his master paid a huge price for this. Hey. In the ring, a long sigh was heard. Chinga, my soul power is depleted, and I can only sleep on weekdays. Unless it's extremely urgent, please don't wake me up for now. Leng Wuyan looked at Yi Qing outside with eyes full of hostility, frowned slightly, and finally closed her eyes gently and fell into a deep sleep. Wait, Master? Master. Yi Qing called out hurriedly in his heart, but there was no more vibration coming from the ring. Silence. Hateful. These past few days, nothing had gone right. Master's deep sleep had a huge impact on his daily practice. After all, his cultivation progress was so rapid, not only because of good fortune and talent, but also because he was personally taught by a soul with the vision of a great emperor. But now, it's all sadness and tears. Hey, isn't this brother Yi Qing? Where have you been these past few days? I can't see you. The time for Yanqing sect to accept disciples is getting closer and closer, and all the geniuses in the city are gearing up. The Yi family has also opened up their martial arts arena and made cultivation resources freely available, all for the final push. In the city, a rough-looking man looked at the ragged Yi Qing, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and slowly approached after confirming himself. A martial arts training ground. Yi Qing nodded slightly. The martial arts field was not just for sparring. There was also a spiritual array arranged on the ground that could be used to speed up cultivation, especially now that resources were freely available. Once you enter the training ground, you can recover from your injuries quickly. I heard that the Xianxia sect suffered heavy losses in their battles against other major states, and now they've relaxed their recruitment quotas. In addition to recruiting inner disciples, they're also looking to recruit a number of outer disciples, as well as menial disciples. Now, everyone is working hard. As long as you join the Xianxia sect, even if you are just a menial disciple, the cultivation resources you will obtain will far surpass those in Xianxia. Chapter 39 Butterfly Effect. Luck value is accounted for. Said. A glimmer of light flashed in Li Bui's eyes. If I could become an outer disciple, Liuli would probably look upon me with new eyes. Yi Qing sneered in his heart. What outer disciples? His only target was the inner disciples, even the legendary true disciples. But, Liuli. Yi Qing seemed to remember something and asked casually, is Liuli also in the martial arts arena? Of course, this is the largest scale disciple recruitment in Xianxia sect in decades. Although Liuli is a woman with a kind heart, she still needs to work hard. When Li Bui mentioned Yi Liuli, his eyes were full of pride, as if he regarded Yi Liuli as his destined one. Okay, let's go back without further ado. Yi Qing raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He had set up an evil jade on Yi Liuli that could absorb her essence and blood. Even though I have been making slow progress and encountering obstacles everywhere in recent times. However, as long as he could absorb the essence and blood in the evil jade during this period of time and practice the blood robe technique to perfection, he would surely make a splash at the Xianxia sect's disciple recruitment conference. There is no way to escape the spot for an inner disciple. Think of this. Yi Qing's face regained its composure, except that his clothes were a little torn and his face was stained with blood, but the hypocritical smile of the past continued to appear on his lips. He walked slowly towards the Yi family's martial arts training ground. At this time, in the underground secret room. Bite. Congratulations, host. Due to your butterfly effect, Yi Qing's backer, Leng Wuyan, fell into a temporary slumber and gained 5,000 points of luck. Another 5,000 luck points were credited. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. His butterfly effect had both good and bad effects. The downside is that some familiar plots may be deviated. And the benefits. Of course, it's like now, you can collect luck points by doing nothing and just lying down. Then, Su Li looked at the woman in front of him, who had a slim figure and a pair of extremely dazzling phoenix eyes. Over a few days, he fed Li Wuyu medicine 7 times in total. After this period of treatment, Li Wuyu's injuries had been completely relieved. As long as he did not use spiritual energy on a large scale, there would be no problem. In just a few days, he will be fully recovered and will not even miss the Xianxia sect's disciple recruiting conference. Thank you, Mr. Su Li. Li Wuyu looked sincere and grateful to Su Li from the bottom of her heart. After these few days, she naturally knew the name of the young man in front of her. I also found out that he was the #1 doctor in Xianxia who was unable to practice before. After understanding all this, she was even more amazed. After all, Su Li had some fame before. Everyone knew that he was a useless person who couldn't practice cultivation. His only skill was superb medicine. If he hadn't had the support of the Yi family, he would have been captured by a powerful force and used as a personal physician. But, how many days had it been since he was able to practice? Less than a month, right? This Su Li had actually reached the middle stage of the sky-breaking realm. This speed of cultivation was simply shocking and unheard of. He was like a monster. Although she has good talent, there is still a huge gap compared to Su Li. There's a world of difference. No problem. During this period, I fed you medicine 7 times, a total of 7,000 spirit stones. Su Li stretched out his hand towards Li Wuyu. You. Li Wuyu was a little angry. Money, money, money. This Su Li was simply obsessed with money. Before, she had never heard that this #1 doctor in Xianxia was so greedy for money. Only, after all, he saved my life. Not to mention, 7,000 spirit stones are nothing more than external possessions, and their value is as far apart as heaven and earth compared to Chongming's magic power. Wait a moment. I will pass on the marginal skills of Chongming demonic art to Su Li and teach him a good lesson. Think of this. Li Wuyu's mood improved a lot, and a smile appeared on his face. He threw a storage bag to Su Li and said, "This is 7,000 spirit stones. You are such a stingy man. You charge me for feeding you medicine. Do you think feeding me medicine is unfair to you?" Thinking of the scene of himself leaning in Su Li's arms when the two of them were feeding him medicine, Li Wuyu's heartbeat unconsciously became irregular for a moment. Even in the past few days, She could also remember that feeling, and her face became hot. But Su Li simply took the storage bag with a satisfied smile on his face. Not only did he gain luck points from Li Wuyu, he also gained 17,000 spirit stones, which was really good. Next, pass on the Chongming magic skill to me. Su Li said softly, and an ancient scroll appeared in his hand. Haha, you only see benefits. Here, all is given to you. Li Wuyu pretended to be angry and handed an ancient book to Su Li directly. There were 4 big words Xianxia demonic art on it. At the same time, I laughed secretly in my heart. If the Chongming demonic art does not have a specific mark, even if it is practiced, it is just an ordinary technique and has no special power. Before, she used this mark to harm many people, and it worked every time. Oh. Su Li took the book, a faint smile on his face. Is this the true Chongming magic art? How could Su Li, who knew the original story, not know what Chongming magic was? Sure enough, the demon girl was a demon girl. Even though he saved her life, she still kept a trick for herself. It's genuine. This is the real Chongming demonic art. I swore an oath. How could it be fake? Li Wuyu pretended to be sad, about to cry, looking pitiful. I thought that after spending these few days together, we would have more trust in each other. I didn't expect that you would still doubt me. It's really hurtful. You saved my life, so I will naturally repay you. How could I possibly deceive you with some fake goods? And Su Li. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, automatically filtering out the nonsense of this witch, and at the same time, he slowly opened the scroll in his hand. It's not too late for you to pass on the complete Chongming magic skill to me now, otherwise. Haha, you still don't believe that the Chongming demonic art is in your hands. If you don't want it, then give it back to me. Li Wuyu looked a little angry and grabbed the book in Su Li's hand. But, the next moment, there was a swish sound. An ancient scroll was opened, and a flash of inspiration instantly shot into Li Wuyu's mind, causing her body to freeze in place. Aura enters the body. In an instant, it entered her spiritual platform, the place where her soul was, like a cold poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to watch, ready to crush her soul at any time. Soul. Once shattered, the entire person's spiritual intelligence will be completely lost, turning into a walking corpse. No different from the living dead. You, what on earth did you do to me? Li Wuyu's eyes widened as she stared straight at Su Li. The chilling feeling coming from her soul made her body tremble. Chapter 40. Chongming demonic skill. In the room, Li Wuyu's expression froze. As long as she didn't pass the mark of Chongming demonic art to Su Li, the poisonous snake would easily crush her soul, and she would have no room to resist. What on earth is this? I've never heard of it, never seen it before. Su Li, on the other hand, showed an amused smile. If you don't pass on the true Chongming demonic art to me, the consequences will be disastrous. He had exchanged this scroll of poisonous oath from the system mall for 1,000 luck points, so it was a very cost-effective treasure. There is only one function. It is to record the oath, and the effect is much better than the oath witnessed by heaven and earth. As long as it is related to Chongming magic art, Li Wuyu must pass it all to himself. Not only all the skills, but even the experience of cultivation cannot be left behind. But the power of this scroll is far less than that of heaven's punishment. After all, heaven's punishment can severely damage even the most powerful emperor in the world. The scroll of poisonous oath can only threaten the soul below the great power realm at most. However, it is enough. Unless Li Wuyu can break through to the great power realm immediately, the scroll of poisonous oath will destroy his soul in an instant. Okay, you're so cruel. Li Wuyu gritted his teeth and looked at Su Li viciously. Although I don't know what method he used, if I don't pass on the Chongming magic skills to him, I will die in the next moment. Suddenly, Su Li was shrouded in a veil of mystery in her heart. Not only is he so young but also so powerful, he also possesses such strange and unpredictable methods. Now he had no other choice but to pass the skills to Su Li. Think of this. As for the conditions required to pass on the Chongming magic skills, Li Wuyu's face couldn't help but turn red. Even though she was a knowledgeable little demon girl, she couldn't help but twist her legs slightly when she thought of the scene of passing on the skills. And Su Li. Looking at Li Wuyu's expression, an amused smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. To make her so conflicted, does passing on the skills require some extremely shameful conditions? While Li Wuyu was struggling with her thoughts, the cold feeling resurfaced in her mind, causing her soul to tremble wildly. If she delayed any further, she would die in an instant before the power could be passed on. The practice must be passed on immediately. Come quickly. I can't hold on any longer. Li Wuyu's body was trembling slightly. He looked at Su Li with shame and anger, as if he wanted to swallow him in one bite. As a little witch, I have always been cheating people, so when have I ever been cheated by anyone? This was the first time she fell into the hands of a man. But she just couldn't do anything to Su Li. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth even more, feeling a little frustrated. This man was stubborn and his mind was full of martial arts and money. He had no weaknesses at all. Su Li smiled lightly and sat cross-legged. Opposite him was Li Wuyu, who looked ashamed and angry. The two men put their hands together. As soon as contact, Su Li felt as if he had touched a cloud. Li Wuyu's small hand was so soft and boneless that it seemed to melt in his hand. Even the touch of his palms made him feel extremely comfortable. The power transmission begins now. You must open your eyes and carefully observe the flow of demonic energy. Then, draw the mark into your body and seal it on the spiritual platform. The transmission of power begins. Li Wuyu's words were also somewhat solemn. After all, there was only one chance to pass on the magic power. If she failed, she would die in an instant. And Su Li. He also nodded slightly. The next moment, boom tilde. Endless, pitch-black demonic energy completely enveloped the entire secret room. From Li Wuyu's body, bursts of black spiritual energy instantly erupted, slowly covering Su Li. Accompanied by the sounds of rip tilde and rip tilde, the clothes of both men exploded instantly, turning into pieces of rags that fell to the ground. Li Wuyu quickly shifted his gaze, not daring to look directly into Su Li's eyes. However, Su Li was also naked at the moment, so no matter where he looked, he couldn't avoid it. At the same time, her face instantly turned red, making her look like a red apple, extremely tempting. Even her body, as white as jade, was stained pink because of this extreme shame. So shameful. So shameful. This was the first time she exposed her entire body to a man's sight. But Li Wuyu accidentally met Su Li's gaze and discovered that he was staring at her intently. But his expression was extremely focused, without any hint of lust. Even though Li Wuyu knew that Su Li was only focusing on the direction of the two people's spiritual energy, it was normal for him to look at himself. But the shame in my heart became stronger and stronger uncontrollably. No. Why is he looking at me? I want to look back. Thinking of this, Li Wuyu looked at Su Li fiercely. The air became stagnant. He has a good figure. This thought suddenly popped up in Li Wuyu's mind. And Su Li. On the one hand, he was observing the direction of the evil energy to prevent the failure of the power transmission. On the other hand, he also devoted a little of his attention to appreciating the beautiful scenery in front of him. It was round and smooth, just like a white jade statue carved by God. Its long legs were crossed, looking extremely seductive. There was a faint fragrance in the air. It feels like being in a sea of flowers, which makes people intoxicated. And since Li Wuyu is a cultivator at the peak of the sky-breaking realm, he naturally possesses an aura that Xiao Yan, Yi Lioli, and others do not possess. He looks full of agility. She is simply a top-notch beauty. Foul level. Time passes. In the secret room, the evil spirit gradually dissipated. Su Li narrowed his eyes and focused his mind. An engraving emitting a pitch-black color and a terrifying demonic aura was slowly entering Su Li's body through Li Wuyu's white jade-like hand. As soon as I entered, the engraving suddenly rushed towards the spiritual platform. Su Li's mind boom tilde sounded, and a dark engraving was suspended above the spiritual platform. Only, the mark representing Chongming's magic power only occupied a corner of the spiritual platform, as if it was afraid of something and did not dare to move to the main seat. Above the main seat, a dazzling gilded seal, which exudes an air of contempt for everything, is floating quietly, emitting an aura of extreme fighting. That is the seal representing the method of fighting and winning. Even if it was only the young emperor's initial version, it was still the predecessor of the emperor-level technique. In terms of rank alone, it was countless times higher than the Chongming demonic art, which could only be cultivated to the saint realm. Original. The dark mark that needed Su Li to nurture and refine before entering the body actually surrendered directly at this moment, without Su Li having to spend any effort at all. Good. Su Li nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, a faint demonic energy flowed through his body, warming his entire being. Even without practice, his own spiritual pressure was slowly increasing. This is the benefit of idle practice of Chongming magic art. Although the improvement is slow, as long as you don't die, you can continue to get stronger. It's a blessing for lazy people. Chapter 41. How did it get lost? At the same time, Su Li's realm, after accumulating experience during this period and constantly exchanging his luck points for system pills, has reached the peak of the 5th level of the sky-breaking realm. At this time, under the influence of Chongming magic power, He broke through directly and reached the 6th level of the sky-breaking realm. It has been less than a month since he awakened his memory. Such a terrifying cultivation speed is extremely terrifying even in the entire world. Even some young emperors have not been able to reach this level. Good. Very nice. Su Li raised the corners of his mouth slightly as he continued to admire the beauty of Li Wuyu in front of him. Have you seen enough? Li Wuyu looked at Su Li, who had successfully merged the mark. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of shame and anger appeared on his face. He turned around and took out a black gauze dress from the storage bag and put it on instantly. But, even while she was getting dressed, Su Li was still feasting his eyes. He saw that the scar on her back was almost healed, leaving only a faint, pink mark. It looks even more beautiful when it lies across the white jade-like neck. Su Li also took out a new set of black robes and put them on directly. After all, it was not a pleasant feeling to feel cold underneath. Snort. These are all the experiences gained from practicing Chongming's magic. I have a feeling that I must give this to you, otherwise the dirty thing in my soul will keep haunting me. Li Wuyu put on his clothes, and his expression became cold and arrogant again. But her face was still flushed, revealing her unusual state of mind. At the same time, the cold feeling that had been lingering in her soul disappeared the moment she handed over her experience, making her breathe a sigh of relief. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chongming magic art, successfully plotting against Li Wuyue, and plundering 5,000 points of luck. The host has obtained the Chongming magic art and successfully intercepted Yi Qing's opportunity, plundering 5,000 points of luck. Very good. Another 10,000 luck points were credited to the account. In that case, I won't keep Miss Li any longer. Su Li took the experience and smiled faintly. A lot of things must have happened in Yancheng in the past few days. Li Wuyu has almost fleeced all the wool this time. It's time to let her go. You. Li Wuyu gritted his teeth and stared at Su Li. This man is so abominable. He wants to kick me out after taking the skills? How can this be justified in this world? But how come Su Li made another breakthrough? He was at the 5th level of sky-breaking realm just now. How come he is at the 6th level now? What a monster. Did he refine the Chongming magic art the moment he acquired it? You know, even I spent a full month refining it. Oh, don't want to leave? Then you rest for a while, I'm leaving. Su Li stood up and walked outside without any reluctance. Just wait for me. I will remember this humiliation. We'll see what happens when you enter the Yanqing sect in the future. Li Wuyu looked at Su Li's back and clenched his fists. She was always vindictive. Since she was tricked by Su Li this time, she will definitely trick her back next time. And a genius like Su Li. When the Yanqing sect accepted disciples, he would definitely not be unknown. Becoming an inner disciple would be easy, and he might even become a true disciple directly. Not long. Su Li came to the Yi family courtyard and first visited Xiaoyan and spent some time with her. 2 hours later, Su Li walked out of the room. In the room, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, disheveled clothes, and looking exhausted had already fallen into a deep sleep. Bite. Congratulations to the host. While Yi Qing was in dire straits, you enjoyed sex with his mother and plundered 1,000 points of luck. Su Li. I haven't seen you for several days. What have you been doing? Forget it. Let's talk about this later. Come with me to the martial arts arena. In the courtyard, a rough-looking, unkempt-looking man waved at Su Li from a distance. When he saw Su Li, Li Buwei's eyes lit up and he became much more excited. He even used his body skills and ran in front of Su Li in an instant. Brother Buwei, why are you so flustered? Su Li's lips curled up into a smile. I'm still a little worried about Liuli's health. Although she looks much better now, she still looks a little sad sometimes, which really makes me feel distressed. I want you to go over and check her out to see if she hasn't fully recovered. It just so happens that Brother Yi Qing and Liuli are both in the martial arts arena right now. Let's go over there quickly. Li Buwei sighed softly, his expression full of worry and heartache. Su Li sneered in his heart. This Li Buwei was really flattering. In the original novel, when his biological parents died, Li Buwei didn't feel sad at all. Now, for a woman, he actually showed such an expression. But Su Li still cupped his hands. Since it is Brother Buwei's request, then I will definitely accept it. Since Yi Qing and Yi Liuli are here, the evil jade that he obtained last time can be of some use. Okay. Let's set off now without further delay. Don't worry, I won't let Brother Su Li's work be in vain. If you can check Liuli again, I'll give you another 100 spirit stones for the consultation fee. Li Buwei gritted his teeth and put a small cloth bag in Su Li's hand. Rich spiritual energy emanated from inside, and surprisingly, there were pieces of high-quality spiritual stones. There was a crisp collision sound. Although when he was alone, he would break a spirit stone into 8 petals, but for Yi Lioli, what was a mere spirit stone? Thank you very much, Brother Buwei. Su Li smiled and put away the small cloth bag. Bite. Congratulations to the host. You took away Li Buwei's 100 spirit stones, delayed his cultivation, and gained 50 points of luck. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Although these things were nothing to Su Li, they were given by Li Buwei himself, so how could he refuse them? Not long. The two of them passed through the courtyards of the Yi family and came to a huge square. Just as I entered, a strong spiritual energy came towards me. As the Xianxia sect was about to recruit disciples, the Yi family also spent a huge amount of money to activate the spiritual formation in the martial arts field, which could increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the field and be used to speed up the practice of the disciples in the family. Every quarter of an hour it was open consumed hundreds of spirit stones. Opening it for several days in a row would cost the Yi family a huge amount of spirit stones. At this time, the square was bustling with people, and everywhere one could see figures sitting cross-legged, swallowing pills from time to time, and practicing hard. These were all cultivators from the Yi family. Su Li, under the guidance of Li Buwei, walked quickly towards a corner. Soon he saw 2 figures standing together, and heard an anxious voice. Lioli, how come you lost the jade pendant I gave you? Chapter 42. Li Buwei, the wife protecting maniac. You know. Back then, I fought a powerful enemy and was seriously injured. I finally killed it with great difficulty and selected this most precious jade pendant from its storage bag as a gift for you. But now, you actually lost it, which really makes my brother very sad. Yi Qing's face was full of black lines, and the corners of his mouth were twitching slightly. His hands were shaking slightly from extreme anger. The gentlemanly expression he had been pretending to have was no longer under control. But, although he was furious, he still tried his best to control himself. After all, his master was already asleep, and he felt less confident in doing anything. That evil jade. But he went through a lot of hardships to get it, and finally found a suitable reason to give it to Yi Lioli, and experienced an inner struggle. He thought that since he had absorbed Yi Lioli's essence and blood, he would be able to compensate Yi Lioli 10-fold or 100-fold after he became stronger. Calculating the time, the essence, and blood in the jade pendant should be enough for him to absorb. As long as he could absorb that blood essence, his blood robe technique would progress rapidly, and the injuries inflicted by the white-eyed Wind Wolf King would be completely healed. But Yi Lioli actually lost it. It completely disrupted his plans. You know, the time for Xianxia sect to accept disciples is getting closer and closer. If I still maintain my current state, how can I become the #1 in Xianxia? How could he be favored by the Xianxia sect? Besides, the initial status when joining the Xianxia sect is also extremely important. 1 step ahead means 1 step ahead. If I can't take the lead, it will greatly slow down my speed of becoming stronger. That jade pendant. Now was his chance to turn the tables. With that jade pendant, he would have a chance to take the top spot in Xianxia sect's recruitment of disciples and gain the sect's favor. Bite. Congratulations. Because the host took the evil jade, Yi Qing was extremely angry and complicated. I plundered 2,000 points of luck. Another 2,000 luck points were credited to the account. Su Li nodded in satisfaction, and Li Buwei on the side hurried towards the two of them. There was also some anxiety on his face. What's wrong with brother Yi Qing? He has always loved Lioli very much in the past. Why is his attitude a little strange today? They must have some misunderstanding. Li Buwei thought to himself, and walked faster and faster, heading straight towards the two of them. On the side, Su Li looked at the extremely angry Yi Qing with a sarcastic smile on his lips. Now, in system space. Inside, a piece of evil jade that was as red as blood and emitted a strong bloody glow was lying there quietly. It looks weird and evil. I don't know what the blood comes from, but all the essence and blood in it are collected together, as if it is about to overflow. There is only a small amount of Yi Lioli's essence and blood in the evil jade, which can fake Yi Lioli's breath. If you don't check carefully, it's impossible to notice that the overflowing essence and blood do not belong to Yi Lioli. Su Li's lips curled up slightly. With a thought, the evil jade disappeared instantly, wrapped in the spiritual energy around it, and turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the edge of the martial arts field. At present, the strongest person in the martial arts field was Yi Qing, who was at the peak of the breaking sky realm. Others posed no threat to him at all. And Yi Qing was still concentrating on talking with Yi Lioli and was completely unaware of his own little movements. At this time, Yi Qing frowned and looked at Yi Lioli solemnly. Lioli, think about it again. Are you really unable to figure out where you lost the jade pendant? That was a gift from me, and I went through so much trouble to give it to you. I can't just throw it away. As long as you can think of a general location, I will go through all the trouble to get the jade pendant back to you. That jade pendant is made of priceless spiritual jade, and it will be very beneficial to your health. Yi Qing's words were sonorous and powerful, and he spoke in a righteous manner, as if he was thinking about Yi Lioli. But Yi Lioli looked at Yi Qing with a complicated look. Did Yi Qing really not know that the jade pendant was an evil jade that absorbed essence and blood? You know, when Yi Qing gave the jade pendant to himself, he said that this jade pendant was just a piece of top-grade jade with abundant spiritual energy, and it could be used to warm the body when worn. And she always believed it and kept the jade pendant on her body. After all, how could he, his own cousin, murder him? But last time, after Su Li's treatment, she finally understood. What beautiful jade! It was nothing more than a death talisman that absorbed her essence and blood. Wearing it for a long time may even put your life in danger. Yi Qing's impatience after knowing that the jade pendant was lost made Yi Lioli's heart sink. The look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Qing became unfamiliar. When I was a child, how could brother Yi Qing, who has always loved me, become like this? Brother Yi Qing, it's just a jade pendant. I don't know where it was lost. Brother, don't worry. I can live well even without the jade pendant. There's no need for you to look for it. Thank you, brother Yi Qing, for your kindness. Even without the jade pendant, I know that brother Yi Qing cares about me. Yi Lioli still held a glimmer of hope in her heart and looked at Yi Qing. Just in case. Is he just caring about his sister? But Yi Qing shook his head firmly. That jade pendant is a birthday gift I gave you. It means a lot. Brother has never given you anything since you were little. That jade pendant is the most precious thing. I must get it back. Really? Then come on. I really don't know where the jade pendant fell. My younger sister has been traveling around Cloud City these days. I've left my footprints in many places. Even if I wanted to find you, it would probably be difficult. Yi Lioli's words were a little cold, and her heart became extremely cold. Yi Qing is a genius in Yancheng. He has countless resources for cultivation and the support of his family. How could he be without a jade pendant? No matter how righteous his words were, Yi Qing must have something to hide. But the jade pendant had long been in the hands of Su Li's brother, so no matter how hard Yi Qing searched, it would be in vain. Oh, brother Yi Qing, it's just a jade pendant. Why are you so concerned about it? I'll give Lioli 10 more pieces. A rough voice sounded, and at the same time, Li Buwei's bearded face and Su Li with a faint smile came into the eyes of the two. Li Buwei took the lead and walked forward. He first bowed to Yi Qing, and then gave Yi Lioli a flattering smile. Lioli, it doesn't matter if the jade pendant is lost. As long as you ask, I will give you 10 or 100 yuan right away. Even if there are more jade pendants, as long as you are happy, I will send them to you immediately. Li Buwei patted his chest. He has the attitude of a crazy wife protector. Chapter 43 Physical Examination. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth twitched slightly. This Li Buwei is really more of a hindrance than a help. I don't know the whole story at all. How can my evil jade be compared to an ordinary jade pendant? Even if it's a jade pendant worth 10,000 yuan. None of them can compare to a corner of the evil jade. But he couldn't say much either. After all, once the truth about the evil jade was exposed, the gentleman image he had built over the years would be destroyed. Even if he was still a Yancheng prodigy, once his reputation was ruined, who would dare to join him? Who would dare to cooperate with him? Secretly plotting to murder his own cousin. Even those who are in the evil world may not be as cruel as him. In this world that follows etiquette and laws, once his actions are exposed, everyone will condemn him and he will lose the support of the people. Yi Lioli's words were gentle, but with a distinct sense of alienation. She was clearly unimpressed by Li Buwei's concern. Thank you, brother Buwei, but as a woman waiting to be married, I cannot accept things from other men. Besides, I don't lack jade pendants now. They are just external possessions. Only one's own strength is the foundation. Big brother, you should use the cultivation resources on yourself and strive for progress. He casually declined Li Buwei's kindness. At the same time, she looked at Su Li, who was following Li Buwei, and a hint of redness appeared on her face, making her look like a red apple, extremely beautiful. In my mind, the beautiful scenes from the last treatment kept replaying in her mind, filling her heart with shyness. During this period of time, she didn't see Su Li. Even when she was traveling in the city these days, She didn't see Su Li once. For some reason, she felt a little lost. Now, see you again. Brother Su Li is still as handsome as before, and his demeanor is more calm. He exudes endless charm in every gesture. Young, with extraordinary medical skills and impressive strength. And it was he who discovered the evil jade hidden beside him and saved his life from the evil jade. Think of this. Yi Lioli looked at Su Li with a gentler look in her eyes. Su Li, you're here too. Yi Lioli took a deep breath and greeted Su Li awkwardly. Of course, the Yi family has now opened the martial arts arena, and the spiritual formation has been activated. Naturally, I have to come here and practice hard. Only then will I have the hope of joining the Xianxia sect in the future. What's more, it was Brother Buwei who deliberately asked me to come here so that he could check your body again to see if you have fully recovered. Su Li smiled lightly. I see. Yi Lioli smiled politely at Li Buwei. Thank you very much, Brother Buwei. Okay, your health is the most important. Li Buwei laughed and looked at Yi Lioli's rosy little face, feeling even more proud. Look. Yi Lioli blushed just by seeing herself. I want to come. It was his sincerity that touched her, and she also cared about him, worrying that his collection of jade pendants would delay his cultivation. How could he not cherish such a gentle and kind girl? Su Li, when you treated Yi Lioli's injury last time, did you see a red jade pendant? Yi Qing looked at his loyal subordinate, Su Li, and forced a smile. Things like evil jade, derived from the blood robot, no one in a remote place like Yancheng knows about its value. Even if Su Li was the best doctor in Yancheng, it would be impossible for him to recognize him, so Yi Qing had no doubts about Su Li at all. So just ask directly at this time. What if Su Li really knows the whereabouts of the evil jade? I'm sorry, Brother Yi Qing. When I treated Miss Lioli's injuries last time, the jade pendant was still on her body. It looked very shiny and was a beautiful piece of jade with spiritual energy. It's such a pity that it's lost now. Su Li also showed a hint of regret on his face. I see. Yi Qing's expression froze for a moment. Now, where should he go to look for the jade pendant? All the clues were gone. Although his blood robe technique could sense the jade pendant, it was also limited by distance. Looking at Yi Qing's stiff expression, Su Li smiled secretly in his heart. There is not much of Yi Lioli's blood in the evil jade now. Even if Yi Qing can find it, it will have no effect on his blood robe technique. Instead, it will give him a big surprise. Dr. Su Li, since you want to examine me, please follow me to the training room next to me. Yi Lioli looked at Yi Qing's anxious eyes, and her heart couldn't help but grow colder. Now, she doesn't want to see Yi Qing again. He is so disappointing. She just wanted to stay away from Yi Qing. Her trust in Su Li far exceeded that in Yi Qing. After all, one is the benefactor who saved his life. The other one was his cousin who gave him the evil jade and almost caused him to lose his life. It's clear who is closer. Good. Su Li nodded and followed Yi Lioli to the training room. Rear. Li Buwei's face was full of smiles. He watched Su Li and Yi Lioli leave. At the same time, as if he had thought of something, he greeted Su Li. Su Li, you must be gentle during this examination. Lioli's screams last time really distressed me. Must. Su Li chuckled and waved his hand. He sneered in his heart. In the past few days, he heard that Li Buwei had killed several civilians for no reason, just because they were blocking his way. Such behavior is already evil cultivation. However, Li Buwei was Yi Qing's subordinate, and the civilians who were killed had no backing, so no one stood up for them, and the matter was left unresolved. In the original novel, being used to death by Yi Qing was considered a good death for him. Yi Lioli did not respond. She watched Su Li walk into the training room and then close the door. At the same time, the calmness that she had been trying to maintain on her face suddenly collapsed, and with a hint of sadness, she looked at Su Li with her watery eyes. Brother Su Li, Yi Qing. As he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his nose. She has always been innocent, but this is the first time she has been betrayed by the person she trusts the most. Her heart is in a mess and she doesn't know what to do. The next moment, Yi Lioli gently hugged Su Li and buried her head in his broad chest, feeling Su Li's breath, and her originally complicated mood gradually calmed down. And Su Li. He gently stroked her head and whispered comforting words. Lioli, it's okay. After all, there is no conclusive evidence right now. Brother Yi Qing might just be concerned about you. But this is the first time he's shown that expression. He's so anxious because of a jade pendant. Brother Su Li, where is that evil jade now? You must not keep it on you. Otherwise, if Yi Qing finds it, the consequences will be disastrous. As Yi Lioli spoke, there was a hint of panic in her voice, and her deer-like eyes looked at Su Li worriedly. Chapter 44, Seeing Through Yi Qing's Hypocrisy. Don't worry, I have already made arrangements for this matter. When I came here, I placed the jade pendant in a remote forest. It was wrapped in spiritual energy, isolating it from the outside world. Presumably, the spiritual energy surrounding the jade pendant is gradually disappearing. However, these blood-related skills have the ability to sense it. The real culprit behind this will come and take the jade pendant soon. Even if someone were to discover and exploit it, your essence and blood in the jade pendant are already minimal, and you won't gain any benefit at all. Su Li said softly, with a faint smile in his eyes. As expected of Big Brother Su Li, you are very thoughtful. I'm worried that you'll be carrying the evil jade and be harmed by some villains. There was a hint of admiration in Yi Liuli's eyes when she looked at Su Li. At the same time, at this moment, she realized that she had been in a panic and had hugged Su Li unconsciously, which made her ears turn red. She quickly let Su Li go. I actually did such a thing. I hope Brother Su Li doesn't think I am an indecent person. But Yi Liuli looked at Su Li's expression and found that he did not show any disgust, so she gradually let go of her worries. Now, let's get down to business. Your body was previously eroded by the evil jade and has suffered too much damage. I want to see how you've recovered. Su Li smiled gently at Yi Liuli. Yi Liuli's face also turned slightly red as she stretched out her white jade wrist toward Su Li. Su Li placed his hand on it to feel her pulse and felt a smooth texture. Although Yi Liuli is not the most beautiful, but the skin must be the best. After all, she has been staying at home all year round, never leaving the house, and her skin is kept as smooth as silk, without any flaws. A blush appeared on Yi Liuli's face, and even her neck was slightly red. Even though the two of them were not very close, Yi Liuli felt extremely at ease just by being in the same room with Su Li and the close distance between them. Not long. Su Li exhaled and said softly, "Your deficit has been largely made up. From now on, you only need to take the medicinal food on time every day for 1 month." Said. He took out a piece of paper, wrote a prescription with great speed, and handed it to Yi Liuli. The above are some common nourishing medicinal materials, and no special techniques are required to boil them. Even if they are handed over to some servants to boil, they can still bring out their full medicinal effects. Thank you very much, Brother Su Li. Yi Liuli took over the medicine, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. If only Brother Su Li could brew it for her personally, how great would that be? Then she would be able to see him every day. But Brother Su Li is the #1 doctor and has also started practicing. How can he focus his time and energy on himself, seize the time to practice diligently, and become an inner disciple of Yanqing sect, or even a true disciple in the future? That is the right path. At this time, outside world, there were bursts of sounds of cultivation and the sounds of fighting between the Yi family disciples. Yi Liuli seemed to remember something and looked at Su Li. Will that evil jade be exposed soon? Su Li just nodded slightly. I have to confirm the facts with my own eyes. Yi Liuli thought in her heart, and a hint of determination appeared in her eyes. Although it was almost certain that Yi Qing was the mastermind behind the incident, there was no conclusive evidence after all. Now, she still held a glimmer of hope for Yi Qing. If the evil jade is exposed and Yi Qing is unable to sense it and does not take it away, then it means that I have misunderstood Brother Yi Qing and I will definitely make it up to him in the future. If it really is Yi Qing. Think of this. Yi Liuli walked to the window and secretly looked at Yi Qing and Li Buwei outside through the curtains. Su Li pretended not to know that Yi Liuli was watching Yi Qing outside the window, and closed his eyes to rest in the room. Brother Yi Qing, tell me, why don't I know medical skills? If I knew medical skills, I would be the one going in to examine Liuli now. Li Buwei spoke with envy. Yi Qing, on the other hand, sneered in his heart. This Li Buwei is just a tool, and he still wants to marry his cousin? When his value is squeezed out in the future, who will care about his life or death? But, on the surface, Yi Qing still forced a smile and patted Li Buwei on the shoulder. Your feelings for Liuli are evident to all. I believe that in time, Liuli will definitely be moved by your sincerity. Haha, that's natural. Only a man like me is worthy of Liuli. Li Buwei laughed loudly, his messy stubble trembling, looking untidy. And Yi Qing. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Li Buwei speechlessly. Not only was this guy a bootlicker, he was also so untrustworthy. But now is not the time to think about these things. Finding the whereabouts of the evil jade is the top priority. Think of this. A trace of anxiety appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. Yi Liuli and Su Li didn't know the whereabouts of the evil jade. How should he find it? Could it be that the evil jade was placed somewhere that was isolated from perception? If that was the case, it would be very troublesome. Finding it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But, right at this moment, he sensed a mysterious aura with a hint of blood, and it was very close. This is the breath of the evil jade. Yi Qing's pupil shrank slightly, and his heart was beating wildly and nervously, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. But he still felt a little wary. He hadn't been able to find the evil jade before, so how could he suddenly sense its presence now? Beware of a trick. However, the evil jade is too important. Even if there is a glimmer of hope to obtain it, I should try my best. Buwei, just concentrate on your cultivation. I have something to do and will be back soon. Yi Qing patted Li Buwei's shoulder, then pretended to be calm and walked towards the grove where the evil jade aura came from. At this time, in the room, Yi Liuli looked at Yi Qing, who was walking decisively towards the grove, his body swaying a little, his eyes filled with sadness and loss of betrayal. Just now, Su Li had said that the aura of the evil jade could only be sensed by those who practice blood-related techniques. Now Yi Qing was walking towards the grove with determination. Doesn't this mean that Yi Qing was practicing the blood-related techniques without telling anyone? She also knew in her heart that some strange blood-related skills required the blood of blood relatives. Own. I was really used by Yi Qing. Bite. Congratulations. Under the host's design, Yi Liuli saw through the true character of Yi Qing, the hypocrite. The host has received a reward of 5,000 points of luck. Cool. Another 5,000 luck points were credited. Yi Liuli saw through Yi Qing's true face as a hypocrite. Even if Yi Qing wanted to give her the evil jade again in the future, Yi Liuli would never accept it. It would be nothing but a luxury for him to practice the blood robe technique in the future. Chapter 45. Yes, that's the taste. Su Li didn't go over to look. Pretending to be ignorant, he came to Yi Liuli. After all, now he is just Yi Qing's younger brother, and he has not yet fully developed. He is only at the 5th level of the sky-breaking realm, while Yi Qing is at the peak of the sky-breaking realm. And, as the son of destiny, Yi Qing not only has the Empress's trump card, but also all the various skills he practices are top-notch, and he can be said to be invincible at the same level. His current strength is still far behind Yi Qing. There is no benefit in exposing Yi Qing's hypocrisy now. Yi Qing might get angry and embarrassed, and both himself and Yi Liuli will be in danger. What's more, Yi Qing still has tens of thousands of luck points on him. If he dies, how can he take advantage of him? Brother Su Li. There was obvious sadness in Yi Liuli's eyes. After experiencing Yi Qing's betrayal, her heart became extremely fragile. Apart from her parents, Yi Qing has always been her closest relative, even like a real brother. However, Yi Qing betrayed her trust. What's wrong, Miss Liuli? Su Li pretended to be confused. No, it's okay. I'm just a little upset. Can you let me hold you for a while? Yi Liuli said. Seeing that Su Li had no objection, she hugged Su Li and sobbed softly. His shoulders were slightly shaking. She did not explain what she had just seen. After all, Yi Qing was the genius of Yancheng. Even if Su Li had some talent, he had only been practicing for about a month. How could he compete with Yi Qing? Next, I must pay attention and tell brother Su Li to be careful of Yi Qing. After all, Yi Qing could even murder me, so how could he have any good intentions towards a subordinate like Su Li? Bite. Congratulations, host. Yi Liuli has completely broken with Yi Qing and is leaning towards the host. I will plunder 1,000 points of luck. Another 1,000 came in. Su Li gently patted Yi Liuli's smooth back, with a faint smile on his lips. At the same time, looking through the window, Li Buwei was the only one there, and Yi Qing had long since disappeared. He believed that the evil jade he had carefully designed would give Yi Qing a big surprise. At this time, outside the window, Li Buwei heard faint sobbing sounds coming from the room, and his face suddenly showed a look of heartache. He went to the door and knocked on it. Su Li, why is Liuli crying again? Did you use too much force again? Don't be so forceful, she's afraid of pain. It's okay, big brother Buwei, Liuli's condition has almost healed, you don't have to worry too much. Su Li's voice came, the treatment will be over soon. In the room, the sobbing gradually subsided. Outside, although Li Buwei looked distressed, he was relieved. Su Li had made Liuli cry more than twice, and Liuli must have felt very bad about him. What is the use of being handsome? Liuli's heart is still her own in the end. At this time, martial arts training ground. In the quiet woods nearby, a figure shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, even using body skills, and in just an instant, appeared in the center of the grove. There was a hint of excitement and vigilance on Yi Qing's face. Even if there might be danger, as long as he could obtain the evil jade, he would be able to turn the tables immediately. It's getting closer and closer. A faint demonic aura emanated from Yi Qing's body, and the blood robe technique was fully activated, sensing the location of the evil jade. Suddenly, he slowed down and looked at the evil jade in front of him, which was as red as blood and exuded a faint bloody smell. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The surrounding woods were silent. There is no danger. There was no ambush either. Although I don't know why the evil jade appears here, it doesn't matter. Yi Qing picked up the evil jade gently, feeling the extremely strong bloody smell inside, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yi Lioli is a blood relative of mine, and the essence and blood in her body also exude the aura of the same origin as mine. There is no time to lose. Absorb it now. Yi Qing nodded slightly. There was no one to disturb him in this grove, so it was a good opportunity to absorb the essence and blood. And it doesn't take much time either. As long as the essence and blood are of the same origin as yours, they can be instantly integrated with the spiritual power in your body, pushing your blood robe technique to perfection and success. Swish, swish, swish tilde. The sound of waves came from the evil jade, and countless bloody essences were extracted like silk threads, and then directly absorbed by Yi Qing. Along the skin, blending into his body. In the quiet woods, there was a strong bloody light. Yi Qing's body was emitting blood energy, and his eyes were filled with scarlet. He looked like a demon cultivator. Yeah, that's right, that's the taste. Yi Qing's lips curled up slightly. As the essence and blood flowed in, he felt that he was getting stronger all the time, and the blood robe art in his body exuded a joyful atmosphere. Only, over time, the blood essence that originally flowed out of the evil jade also turned dark red in color, and even emitted a faint fishy smell. Yi Qing frowned slightly. Could it be that the blood essence has been stored for too long and the quality is not good now? But he didn't pay much attention to it, but instead used all his strength to practice the blood robe technique and began to absorb it madly. Not long. All the essence and blood in the evil jade was absorbed by him. Good. Yi Qing clenched his fists, his eyes full of excitement. The essence and blood just now had flowed into his limbs and bones, merging with his body all the time. The power of the blood robe technique now unleashed is definitely 10 times greater than before. Yi Qing was itching to do it, and a faint trace of blood appeared on his body. However, at this moment, he felt a series of tingling sensations in his body, and as time went by, the tingling sensation became more and more severe. This is beyond the limit of ordinary people's patience. No, that's not right. Yi Qing's pupils contracted violently, and he hurriedly took the evil jade in his hand. Feeling the residual fishy smell of blood inside, he felt like he was petrified. Moreover, except for a small portion of the essence and blood dissolved in the body that was of the same origin as himself and could be refined by the blood robe technique, the rest of the essence and blood were madly rejected by his body. Yi Qing's body felt as if it was about to be torn apart. His entire aura became flickering and extremely manic, as if a basin of cold water had been poured into a boiling pot of oil. Oops. The blood robe technique can only absorb the essence and blood of those with the same roots as me. There's something wrong with the essence and blood here. The next moment, Yi Qing spat out a mouthful of sticky black blood with a puff tilde sound, emitting a fishy smell, and his face turned as pale as paper. At this point, how could he not know that there was definitely something wrong with this evil jade? There was only a small amount of Yi Lioli's blood in it, and the rest was unknown blood, not even the blood of a cultivator. There was no spiritual energy in it, only an indescribable stench and a sense of inferiority.